97 runs. What that we saw from South Africa have to come back strongly. And I'm with Vian. Good morning.
It's a lovely day out here in Johannesburg.
sure if it's going to be easier or difficult to bat when India comes to bat.
And it's once again Danush Gowda continuing for the Indian side. Pretorius on strike for South Africa. Good start so far by these South Africans. 16 for no loss after 2.1 deliveries.
Yeah, and once again, Steve Stock looks the part. And Pretorius facing Gowda now.
Driven away through the offside on the up. No fielder's going to catch that one. It's 4 more to the total. Taklani, I do think it's a batting morning here in Johannesburg.
Yeah, it's really a batting morning here. The partnership growing on nicely. Steve Stock and Pretorius. That was a typical left-hander shot there by Pretorius, just in front of square on the offside. And it's a beautiful boundary once again from South Africa. The two openers really looking like they want to really score some runs as quickly as possible in the power play.
Gowda once again to Pretorius inside edge, and they scamper through for a single. And that takes the total now to 21 for no loss. 2.5 overs only done now. Stork and Pretorius, definitely an opening combination to keep an eye on. Definitely two of the better batters in this side.
Yeah, this is quite top quality stuff from South Africa, and this is what we expected from the two opening batsmen. They've got some experience in our domestic structure also, and both of them has got contract with some South African team, and Pretorius is signed for Paul Royals, and then Steve Stock has signed for Pretoria Capital, and I'm sure they will have much to say in this series and also in the world.
Now to Stork. In the bench there, it looks like they're going to push 2. He's pulling down a 10 man, and that is his skate on. Comes to 2. Both these batters signed to the SA20, and this one Pretorius signed as Paul Royals on the second. He's still going to play for his home team. He's still a captain. He's also a local boy in Pretoria. Going to the 6th in 2024, both these batters. 11 learners in 2023. On the leg side, towards the product of maybe quite nice Pretoria. Pretorius, of course, just from down the road, St. Stithians boy.
Yeah, good players indeed, and just look at the run rate they are scoring at 8.63 to the over in the first 2.4 overs. This is good start here by South African batsmen, putting Danush Gowda and Ashin Kulkarni under pressure early on.
A bit of nibble outside the off stump. Good delivery by Gowda, getting the ball to nibble away from the right-handed Stork, and that brings an end to the third over. The score now 23 for no loss. And Taklani, in the previous game, South Africa also off to a flyer. Opening stand of more than 50, and a slight collapse following for the South Africans, a bit concerning, but it has looked like there's been a bit for the spinners out there here at the old Edwardians sports facility.
Yeah, South African batsmen did struggle a lot against Afghanistan spinners. They couldn't pick them at all when they were batting. Gazamfa and Arab Gul were the chief destroyers of the South African batting lineup. Like you said, they were very comfortable in the first 6 overs. more especially Steve Stock. But after they lose him, it was one-way traffic for the Afghanistanis, and so they managed to win that match by 47 runs. And they didn't score a big total. I mean, Afghanistan in that match only scored 176.
Kulkarni in towards Pretorius, whipped away on the leg side. Fielder gives chase, and it looks like they'll come back for a second. Some excellent running by the South Africans. Kulkarni bowling his second over now, first over having gone for 12. And good faith being showed by the Indian skipper, giving the bowler another chance.
Yeah, and I think South African batsmen will be happy. They play well against fast bowling, but I think India doesn't have mystery spinners. It's your left arm spinner.
Excellent shot down the ground by Pretorius. He strolls through to the non-strikers end. He knows that one has 4 written all over it. An excellent shot by Pretorius. And Pretorius, someone has been a lot spoken about around South Africa as one of the future stars of the game. And he's showing the spectators just why that is, Takalani.
Yeah, that's a good shot once again. He played well against Afghanistan for his 51, but I think his biggest issue was he was losing wickets on the other end regularly, and he struggled.
Nicely played by Pretorius. Watch that right onto the bat, runs it down to the third man region for a single. That brings the explosive Steve Stork back on strike. And I do think he fancies Kulkarni to take him down here in the power play.
And this is good cricket. This is what they have to do. If they are not scoring boundaries, they have to keep rotating the strike. And remember, it's a left-right hand combination. And it will always frustrate the bowlers because they have to keep changing their length, keep changing their length. And that's what you look for in your top order batsmen. It has always been a tradition of South Africa to always have that left-right combination at the top.
Kulkarni once again getting that area. That ball just bounces a bit more than usual, just moves away from the right-hander. A second one now in a space of 1.5 overs. Kulkarni gets to Steve Stork. That just leaves the bat just beating the shoulder of the bat. And it's good bowling now by Kulkarni, repaying some faith shown by the Indian skipper.
Yeah, that's the good delivery. And we've seen this kind of delivery that they always put these batsmen under a lot of pressure.
That's picked up on the leg side. Doesn't look like Stork has gotten all of this, but the ball's running away to the fence. The fielder gives chase, and he does some excellent work on the far side of the field. The batsmen come back for a third, and some excellent running by the 2 South Africans, Takalani.
Yeah, once again, good running. We spoke about this, Vian. They have to rotate strike as much as possible. And just going back to the issue of the length that Kulkarni bowled there, we saw when South Africa was bowling against Afghanistan, they struggled, the Afghanistan batsmen struggled on that test match line.
Once again, nicely played. Pretorius onto the back foot. Defends it into the offside, and that brings an end to the over. The score now 33 for no loss after 4. And once again, a really good start by these 2 South Africans. The Indians haven't bowled too badly this morning, but it has been good batting so far by the South African. South Africa, of course, the home nation in this tri-series.
Yeah, India hasn't bowled badly indeed. It's the quality of the batsmen that we have seen, and you can see, I mean, 33 without loss in the 4th over. This is really a good start from South Africa.
Go on now in towards Stork. Defended into the offside. And Takalani, the left-hand, right-hand combination, definitely something that's been prolific for the South African side. And it's something you've seen over the years. If you think back to Graeme Smith and Alviro Peterson opening the batting for South Africa, left-hand, right-hand, Quinton de Kock and Hashim Amla. And now the next generation, Luandre Pretorius and Steve Stork, left-hand, right-hand, Very, very prolific opening partnership this for the young South African side.
And the difference between this partnership and many we've got is they are all aggressive at the top.
That's picked up on the leg side. It looks to be going into the spectators. It hits the touring bus of the Indians. And a massive shot over deep square leg behind square by Steve Stork. And as you see the replay picked up off his legs. And a massive shot here in the power play. The first batting power play, that is, of the innings. The first batting power play, of course, over 1-10. The second batting power play over 11-40, in which 4 players are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. At this stage, of course, only 2 allowed outside. There's a fine leg in place, a wide third man, keeper, 1 slip. There's a backward point cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket in place, as we see Gouda in once again to Stork. And he wraps him on the pads. That looked a bit quicker than the rest, Takalani.
Yeah, that was a quicker delivery there from Gouda. That's a bowling anger there after Steve Stork hit him for 6. He has to come back strongly. He has to try and come back, and did well there, challenging Steve Stork on that LBW. But once again, what a start from South Africa. 40 without loss after 4.3 overs. This is what South Africa will be hoping for, that this partnership can continue.
4 leg byes added to the total. Always nice to have those as a batting team, a bit of extras as you call them. Steve Stork down on one knee. 1 bounce and into the spectators. Steve Stork, a man on a mission this morning, Takalani.
Yeah, once again, what a shot from Steve Stork. He wants to do well here. He scored 25 from 20 deliveries in the game against Afghanistan. But this time around, the pitch is looking nicely here, and the ball is coming nicely onto the bat. And both the 2 openers, Pretorius and Steve Stork, are very good, aggressive batsmen for South Africa. And they are really, really putting the Indians bowlers onto the sword here this morning.
Oh, those 2 big shots by Stork, seeing a change in the field. Fine legs come up into the circle. Slip has been disposed with. He's gone out to deep square leg. And I do think this is actually more an attacking option for the Indians. It's cut away into the offsides. Nicely fielded by the point fielder. And Stork has been ultra aggressive here in the power play, Takalani.
Yeah, he's looking to give South Africa a good start in the power play. Only 2 fielders are allowed in the 30-yard circle, and is looking to take that opportunity early on. And we saw again, we spoke about this earlier on, Vian, South African opening batters, they are so strong in the power play. We saw again in the first match that 50 runs partnership in the power play did well for them against Afghanistan.
It's guided down where slip was previously. At a very, very catchable height. Nicely bowled by Gouda, but 4 runs added to the total. The score now moving on. And India under a bit of pressure early on in this match.
Yeah, South Africa will take them anyhow they come at this stage. And that's the 50 partnership. South Africa are 51 without loss. Good start once again by the 2 opening batsmen for South Africa.
Takalani, it does look like a change of bowling. It looks like Murugan. No, it's not Abhishek. It looks like right arm off break for the Indians. Looks like Murugan Abhishek to come into the attack. And I do think it's a good option, getting spin on earlier rather than later. India, of course, having 3 recognized spinners that we know of at this stage. Somi Pandey, the vice-captain, of course, taking 6 in their previous outing against the Afghanistan side. So spin richest for the Indian side. I do think it's a good attacking option here in the power play, especially with the left-handed Pretorius on strike. As we see Abhishek to Pretorius. And a beautiful delivery to start off with. Pitching and just opening up Pretorius. And beautifully bowled.
Yeah, good start there by Abhishek, testing Pretorius there.
Once again on the money by Abhishek. And it has been the story of this try series so far. Good power plays for the batting sides, and then when the spinners come on, it has looked a different ball game altogether, Takalani.
That one almost kept low there. Once again, good bowling by Abhishek. And he picked up 1 wicket for 23 against Afghanistan in the game that India managed to win. And then in the series in Dubai against Bangladesh, he didn't pick a wicket. Oh, that's a shot. Cut well for 4, just in front of square on the offside. Beautiful, beautiful shot indeed from Luandro Pretorius.
Yeah, you have to be very, very accurate in the power play. Of course, only 2 players allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And with the informed batters at the crease, if you miss your mark by just a little bit, they will pounce on anything full or short. Abhishek back on the money, and Pretorius punched it down the ground. It looks like Stork wants 2. Some good fielding by the Indian side. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, I think this is good from Luandro Pretorius and Steve Stork. Yeah, if an opportunity presents itself to score a boundary, go for that. Rotate the strike as well. And he did exactly that. Scored a boundary the previous ball, then the next ball, take a single, go down the other end, give an opportunity to Steve Stork to face some strike. And you don't want your batsmen to face these mystery spinners. These spinners from India, they always struggle against them.
Steve Stork showing no signs of slowing down. Taking on the off break of Abhishek. First ball. And you love to see it. As we see the end of the 6th over. The score now 58 for no loss. And once again the South African side off to a flyer. But Taklani, in the previous game against Afghanistan, South Africa were off to a very similar start. And they'd like to keep it together this time. After this amazing start they have, they'd like to capitalize on this start and really go big with the bat here.
Yeah, they have to. They didn't play well after changing bowling. Raj Limbani, the new bowler, it's Pandev rather, the vice captain of the side, bowling from the commentary end.
Sumay Panda, of course, in his previous outing against Afghanistan, came into the attack when Afghanistan were off to a similar start. After 1.2 overs, I think he had figures of 4 wickets for no runs, claiming a hat-trick in his first over of the match. So definitely some X-factor about this young man. He's coming left arm around the wicket to Pretorius. And on the money by the left-hander.
Yeah, he picked up 6 wickets for 29 against Afghanistan. And he will be looking to replicate his performance here.
And that's coming towards the commentary box, and an excellent shot by Pretorius. Over mid-off for 6. Just a punch by Pretorius. Had the spectators dancing about.
Yeah, once again, anything in the slot. Pretorius, the left-hander, is looking for boundaries, and South Africa are 64 without loss after 6.2 overs. This is fantastic start by the South Africans, and the run rate keep climbing up, 9.41 at this stage. This is good batting by the South African 2 openers, Luandro Pretorius, Stephen Stork. Any opportunity to score some runs, they are jumping on it, putting all sorts of bowlers, all Indian bowlers under pressure, be it the fast bowlers, the left-arm bowlers, the right-arm bowlers. They are all going for boundaries. And once again, fantastic start by South Africa this morning.
Yeah, just a little of a stoppage in players. Some of the spectators are just having a look for the ball, almost golf-like. The ball being a bit left of the fairway. And of course in this, the first power play, only 2 players allowed outside the 30-yard circle as we see the ball being retrieved. And there is a fielder out on the leg side fence between deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. The second of the 2 fielders is at long on. The previous shot, of course, going over mid-off. And Pretorius definitely looking to pounce on anything missing the length. Pandey, of course, being a spin bowler, that was a bit quicker than usual. As he continues to Pretorius, he dances down the ground and hits it over the side screen and into the cars here at Old Edwardians Cricket Club. And an excellent shot by Pretorius, not letting Pandey settle at all.
Yeah, putting Pandey under the sword early on. It's the same shot, really, and the same results for Pretorius, who moved now to 39 from... he moved, 33 rather, from 21 deliveries. Once again, what a start. And maybe just to give the viewers about Pandey's bowling against Bangladesh and Pakistan in the series that was played in Dubai. He didn't pick up any wicket in that series. But against Afghanistan, he bowled well. But here in South Africa, against these 2 opening batsmen, he's really going for more runs here. Good start, Pretorius, Stephen Stock, putting India bowlers under the sword here this morning.
As you see on screen, the 2 opening batters having a drink. Taklani, I can't imagine they are too tired at this stage. They haven't done a lot of running. It's been raining boundaries here in Johannesburg. And Stork and Pretorius definitely are ready for the SA20. And taking this try series, a bit of practice for that series coming up in early 2024.
Yeah, this is good practice for all 3 sides to test your strength, test your partnerships, test your bowling, test your batting. And we saw South Africa being tested against Afghanistan.
Of course, this is the try series in the build-up for the Under-19 World Cup. The first match, of course, in the middle of this month, starting on the 19th of January. And it does look like the 2 South African opening batters are ready for the World Cup, Takalani.
They are really ready indeed, more especially in the power play. But what I love to see is how they play against spinners after 10 overs with more protection now from the fielding side, how they manipulate the gaps.
Nicely played off the back foot into the offside, and that brings an end to the 7th over. The South Africans still going at 10 runs to the over. They are looking in a hurry this morning. 70 for no loss after 7. And they have put the Indian bowlers to the sword early on here in Johannesburg.
Yeah, once again, Vihan, this is good batting from South Africa. And we have to be honest, it's not particularly bad bowling from Indian bowlers here. It's just that South African batsmen have been fantastic and hitting through the line, hitting some big shots and changing bowling. And South Africa 70 without loss.
According to the name sheet we have, it looks like Adya Shukla that's coming on into the attack. Right arm seam bowler for India. He's going to come in towards Steve Stork. Stork, of course, being in demolishing form. He's sitting at 33 of 18 balls. His partner, Pretorius, 33 of 24. So the South African batters are really off to a flyer here in the power play. Here's Shukla now for his first delivery of this match. He's on the money and scampers on. But the South African batters comfortably come through for a single. Just if you've joined us now, India having won the toss and electing to bowl first. Put the South Africans in, and the South Africans obliging. Off to a flyer here this morning, Takalani.
Yeah, good batting, and this is not your typical South African partnership at the top. Normally you will have one aggressive batsman and then the other, the more anchor, playing that anchor role. But these two, they are both very aggressive, and India hasn't bowled badly indeed, but they have scored some easy runs here.
And a bit of zip there from the bowler, Shukla. Definitely a bit of extra pace about this young man. I do think it's his first match of this tri-series. He didn't play against Afghanistan. Of course, these players being rotated to keep them all fresh for the World Cup. But definitely a bit of X-factor about Shukla. First ball Yorker, second ball bumper. Bit of excitement here in the power play, Takalani.
Yeah, that was a good tester there to Pretorius from Shukla.
Once again, some good pace shown by the young Indian seamer. It does look like they are fighting a bit of fire with fire here, both these sides. Getting some pace into the attack, and Shukla definitely the quickest bowler on display so far. It does look like he is here to try and take wickets for the Indian side. A very standard field in the power play. Fine leg and third man, the only two fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Shukla steaming into Pretorius. And an inside edge, just evading the stumps. And you have to say an extra coat of varnish on the leg stump might have sent him packing, Takalani.
Yeah, unlucky there, Shukla. It was a really good delivery, and then Pretorius got an inside edge, and it's gone to the boundary for again, good start by Shukla, a different bowler now with a bit of venom in his bowling, a bit of aggression. But what I've loved to see, Vian, is these bowlers hitting that top of off. We saw one delivery to Steve Stock. He did struggle, fourth stump, top of off. That's the line they should be bowling.
Shukla steaming in once again into the hip of Pretorius, and Pretorius tucking it away on the leg side, and some excellent fielding on the fence by Pandey. But the South African batters come through for a second. And Takalani, Shukla really does look like someone that makes things happen. An X-factor player, really doing his best as you have a look at the fielding once again. Excellent fielding on the fence by the left-handed Pandey, going to his right. And an interesting passage of play that is upon us now, Takalani.
Yeah, crucial stage. 7.4 overs gone now. And South Africa once again continue with their good form and their good start here. But Shukla looks like a different package indeed for India.
Once again at the helmet and pulled away on the leg side. The Indian fielder Pandey once again does some excellent work on the fence. South African batters, of course, from the Highveld, not really bothered by short pitch bowling. In Johannesburg and Pretoria, of course, a bit of extra bounce and zip off the wickets, as you have gone accustomed to seeing at the likes of Supersport Park in Centurion and the Wanderers in Johannesburg. And Old Edwardians Cricket Club, of course, no different. We are, of course, using a fresh wicket today. The previous two games being played on the right surface. Two strips to the right of the one being played now. This one being the center strip, so the all ground being even now. Both sides same size. And a fresh strip being used for the first time here in this tri-series. Once again on the money. It does look like Shukla has some clear plans. It's at the head or at the toes. And at some good pace here, Takalani.
Yeah, some variations really from Shukla. But what I've seen, more especially from Pandey, it's some excellent fielding from the Indian fielders here, supporting their captain, supporting their bowler. They have to do something. South Africa are off to a flyer. After 8 overs, they are now 80 without loss. And Stolk is on 35 from 20 deliveries. And then Pretorius is on 40 from 28 deliveries. 80 without loss after 8 overs. This is fantastic start, and they are scoring at a run rate of 10 runs to the over. India have to do something here to stop this carnage from South African batsmen.
Yeah, Sumi Pandey once again in for his second over, and once again the skipper showing some faith in his bowlers. As the nature of the game, the batters do have the upper hand in the power play. No protection out on the fence. They only allowed 2 guys. Pandey on this stage having deep square leg out on the fence as well as long off. And I do think this is a good move to keep the spin on. I think Steve Stork will fancy his chances to take down Pandey. That might give the Indian bowlers a chance here to get the first breakthrough of the match. The score, of course, now 80 for no loss, and an aggressive move as we see a slip being put into play by Pandey. Steve Stork has made his intentions clear here this morning, and exciting battle to come. Bit of a miscommunication out in the middle, but Pretorius just sending Stork back in time.
Yeah, crucial 11 balls here before the end of the power play for South Africa.
And a bit of Glenn Maxwell in that. Steve Stork turning around and giving it the old left-hand forehand down the line, and that's 15 love, you reckon?
Wow, what a shot there, Steve Stork. Where did that come from? I was happy he was hitting the balls down the ground, but he showed us here that he's got some Glenn Maxwell in him. What a shot there, and he moved to 39 now from 22 deliveries.
Down on one knee and tries to hit it out of the ground. Beats the keeper, beats the batsman. It looks like they're going to settle for 2. Steve Stork definitely wants a piece of Pandey. As you see the umpire signal buys, and Taklani, that should have been mighty close to the stumps.
Yeah. Unlucky there, Pandey. Once again, they always say fortune rather favors the brave. And Steve Stork getting some luck here in his batting today. Has been very aggressive.
Dances down the ground, and it looked like an arm ball from Pandey. A lot of work to do out on the fence for the square leg fielder. Stork once again only wanting 2, and a definite match-up here for the young South African. He does want a piece of the left arm spinner.
Yeah, and I don't think South African batsmen will have some issues facing Pandey. He's not your mystery spinner.
And inside edge once again, speeding away to the fence, down at fine leg. The ball wins the race, and that's 4 more. And Pandey really should count himself unlucky so far in this over. One really exceptional shot from Stork, but a bit of fortune also going his way. Pandey now 1.5 overs, 0 for 22. But he really has bowled a bit better than that, Takalani.
Yeah. Steve Stork here, putting him under the pump. And we spoke about him getting 6 wickets for 29 against Afghanistan is Pandey. But yeah, Steve Stork, Luandre Pretorius, he hasn't faced much recently.
Into the deck, and they scamper through for a single. Steve Stork really fancying a bit of the strike here as he keeps strike once again. This takes the score to 93 for no loss after 9. And this is a very, very impressive start by the South Africans. I'd like to know what really is the record for the best power play at under 19 level for the South African side. This really is up there with one of the better starts I've seen in my lifetime, Takalani.
Yeah. This is fantastic start from South African batsmen. Once again, Vihan, I don't think they will struggle facing Pandey. For example, he's one of those spinners that they will face regularly here in South Africa. And that's why they are able to play some shots, find some gaps, take some singles, take some twos. And they've been very aggressive Steve Stock is now 4 runs shy away from his half century, from his 46 now from 26 deliveries. And Pretorius is on 40 from 29. South Africa 93 without loss after 9. In the air, can it be taken? Easily taken. Steve Stock loses wicket. South Africa lose their first 93 for 1. But it's been a good start once again from South Africa. In the previous match, after 10 overs, they were 50 for 1. Here, 93 for 1. Steve Stock is out.
An excellent start by the South Africans. Steve Stock playing maybe one shot too many at the end of the power play, but he has gotten his side off to a flyer. And that brings the South African captain, David Teager, out to the middle. And a young batter with a lot of credentials and spoken about highly as one for the future is David Teager, the South African captain. They have spoken about him with a very, very mature head on his shoulders for such a young man, Takalani.
Yeah, on Sunday I had the opportunity to sit with Dr. Alebacha while David Teager was batting, and he spoke so highly of the young man. He plays for South Africa emerging side that win the One Day Cup this campaign, and then he scored 95 of 70 against the same side in the final, and they managed to win that match by 8 wickets. And then against Afghanistan this series, he only scored 8 from 24 deliveries against Afghanistan.
Shukla on the money, and it's that same patch that we saw earlier, Takalani, the one where the ball just takes off a length, and a bit of something in the air now for the Indians, a bit of energy, a bit of enthusiasm, as they've seen the back of Steve Stock. And this is the last over of the power play as I have a look at the dismissal of Steve Stock, just hitting it into the sky. A massive top edge and well taken at mid-wicket. This now the last over of the power play. We see a slip and a gully in place now. The Indian side really sniffing some blood here this morning now at the end of the power play, Takalani. It's a beautiful cricket shot by David Teager. Out of the books, textbook as good as it gets. Just escorting that ball to the fence. And the wicket looks a belter this morning, Takalani.
Yeah, what a shot there by Teager. And when you listen to people talking about this young man, he's a composed batsman. Doesn't try to do too much fancy stuff. Play your normal cricket shots, and that's how we go about this business. And you can see from that shot, David Teager, the skipper, doing well, joining Loandre Pretorius. And we're going to have a commentary change after the end of this over. And then I will be joined by Ken Boland.
Shukla once again on the money, right up there in the block hole. Never letting the batters settle. And Shukla's really been the X factor and the difference so far these last couple of overs.
Yeah, what I love about him, Vian, is his variation. We saw some shorter stuff. We saw some balls on a good length. We saw some a bit fuller. He's always trying something different, and that's what you want to see from your strike bowler.
Shukla definitely has a bit of extra pace about him. It does look like he's hitting the seam as well, a nice upright seam, getting the ball to move around a bit and zip off the surface. Once again on the money, and some good carry through to the keeper, and the wicketkeeper does look like he loves what Shukla's been delivering here this morning.
That's the line he should be consistent on. I think He has found the line and length now, hitting top of off. We know it's a one-day international match, but this pitch, if you bowl top of off, maybe that fourth stump line, that's where you'll be asking questions. That's where you can get your right-handers, your left-handers out. That's where you can put this South African young batsman out.
Shukla now in to complete this, the first power play of the innings. Once again bowls it into the deck. And that brings an end to the first power play. The score now 97 for 1 after 10. And that completion also brings a change in the commentary box. Takalani will now be joined by legendary Ken Borland.
Thank you, Vian. As I welcome the legendary, your commentator's commentator, Ken Borland. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, Takalani, and good morning, listeners. And wow, we've been hanging on to our seats in the first power play. I nearly got knocked out of my seat by one of those straight sixes. So thanks to my co-commentators for the heads up, warning me of the ball. Not. And we're going to have a change in bowling for India, as Danush Gowda will be bowling. Seema Gowda with Luandre Pretorius on strike. He's still there on 40 off 28 balls. Here's Gowda with a slip in place. And that's a good tidy start. Good length just outside off stump.
Yeah, that's the line I'm looking for. That's the line I've been talking to Vihan about. That fourth stump channel hitting top of off. And this is Gowda's fourth over of the morning so far. And he'll be looking to do well here. India have picked up that big wicket of the aggressive Steve Stock. And Gowda, can he do something here? And Luandre Pretorius is the batsman facing.
Nicely driven, firmly off the legs by Pretorius, but he picks out mid-wicket, no run. Both Pretorius and Stark, wonderful timers of the ball. Certainly exciting talents and new age sort of batters. They go for it from the word go. And amazing that they're both, they've still got another year of school.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Ken. And me and Vian were talking about this partnership, how aggressive they are, both of them really at the top.
Gowda in again. Good tight bowling this from Gowda. I wonder, Takalani, if India maybe regret now winning the toss and bowling first. There was a fair amount of cloud about, and there's quite a lot of grass on the pitch, but it's dead grass, and the new ball really didn't do that much.
Yeah, the new ball didn't do much. But I still feel maybe they just tried a little bit too much, maybe bowling too much variation from the beginning. But once again, we have to give credit to the South African opening batsmen. They really tear the Indian bowlers here today.
Gowda in again to Pretorius. And cover point is beaten by that one. There's a deeper fielder there. So just a single to Pretorius. He'll go to 41, and the total 98 for 1. Yeah, I think Gowda has shown in this over that if you do stick to a good line and length, then you can keep the batsman quiet.
And Shukla is the one who can maybe bowl those aggressive variations. He's a very aggressive bowler for India. We saw some short stuff from his bowling.
Inside edge, Tegan, a little bit of difficulty with that back of a length delivery. I heard you talking about David Tiga and the kind words Ali Bacha had to say about him. Well, there may be a reason for that, as, apart from Tiga being a very fine young batsman, they're actually related. Ali Bacha is a married Shira Tiga, a long time ago. Not that I'm suggesting any nepotism that Ortega has shown. Just what a quality young batsman he is as he faces up to Gouda again. Nicely played that lifting delivery behind square on the offside, no run. Yeah, Tiga scored a fantastic 95 not out of just 70 balls for the SA emerging side in the One-Day Cup for them to beat Free State in Bloemfontein in that final. Free State have really been rampant in Division 2 this season, so playing with the senior men, with the with the big boys, Tiga showed his mettle with a tremendous match-winning innings in a final.
Yeah, and again, his partner, Luandro Pretorius, in the same match, he scored 76 from 67 deliveries. So this is the partnership here now. David Tiga and Luandro Pretorius. Can they replicate that performance here today?
Well, certainly a fantastic platform laid with that opening partnership of 93 in 9 overs.
And the next batsman in, Richard Seletswane, in the same match, he scored 35 of 30 deliveries.
There's a lot of very exciting young batting talent coming through in South African cricket. As we see, Aradhya Shukla will continue. Success in his previous over as he comes into Pretorius. Abish! It's just beaten the man at cover, leaping like a salmon, and the cover sweeper comes around to cut it down to just a single. Shukla nearly creating another wicket there.
Yeah, I love him. I love him. That's your typical South African bowlers, isn't it? That aggressive nature that he's got. Since he come in, there is something happening in that pitch. There is something happening in the Indian team. And almost got a wicket there. This is good start by Shukla.
He certainly comes tearing in. There's nothing languid about that run-up. He's running full tilt and showing plenty of intent. Here he is again to Tiga. And left well alone by the South African captain. David Tiga, the head boy at King Edward VII High School. And I'm happy to say we share a birthday, Takalani. Tiga and I.
Oh, nice. Nice to hear that. Nice to hear that.
Many, many years apart, though.
Of course, yes.
Finds the edge, Shukla, down to third man. There is still a slip in place for India, which would seem to be a good move against a new batsman.
Yeah, I think India still trying to get some wickets here. Both Luandro Pretorius and David Tiga are very dangerous batsmen, and I'm sure they are aware of it. That's why they're maintaining that slip fielder in.
And the 100 up for South Africa in 11 and a half overs. So they'll be absolutely delighted, and not what India would have planned when they won the toss and sent South Africa with the sun getting ever brighter and the cloud cover getting less here in Johannesburg. That's a good bit delivery from Shukla. Fantastic length. Drew Pretorius forward. Just bounced and seemed to weigh a bit. That healthy grass covering does give bounce, but it's a spongy sort of bounce because it's dead grass.
Yeah, not sure if now the sun coming out nicely, how the pitch will play. But once again, Shukla he has really impressed here this morning, asking a lot of questions to Luandro Pretorius and the captain, David Tiga here. And the Indian team looks like they are very happy when he's the ones bowling. A lot of chatting, a lot of clapping whenever he's bowling.
It's a nice drive by Pretorius. He's found the gap through extra cover. And I'm sure, like most of his shots, that will be well enough time to get to the boundary. No, fantastic bit of fielding
Yeah, fantastic fielding there, but that was a good shot from Luandre Pretorius. Probably the shot of the morning so far. He didn't hit it too hard. Maybe that's why it didn't roll to the boundary. But once again, it was a good timing, really, finding the gap, beating extra cover and cover there. But good fielding by two Indian fielders, doubling up to retrieve that one for 2 runs.
I fancy it was Priyanshu Molia showing good pace there to haul the ball back in. Yeah, Shukla certainly looked the sharpest of the India pacemen. But sometimes the quickest bowlers don't want to take the new ball. They come on later on. That's a beautifully struck cut shot by Tiga, who would only get a single, though, to the deep cover fielder. 104 for 1, yeah, at the end of the 12th over.
Tiga once again looking the part here today, and continuing playing well here for his side. He's got Luandre Pretorius, who scored a composed half-century against Afghanistan during South Africa's first match. But South Africa kept losing wickets regularly in that match, which makes it very difficult for Luandre Pretorius to take South Africa home. But yeah, he's got an able partner. He's got the skipper. Can he cause the damage here for South Africa?
Godwa in again to Tiga. Upish through mid-wicket. There's no one at mid-wicket, so they will get an easy one. They're going to come through for the second as the deep mid-wicket field. So well placed by Tiga. And he's getting underway smoothly here. On 8 now, off 11 deliveries. Yeah, I was very impressed with Luandre Pretorius' innings against Afghanistan. He has a reputation as a bit of a basher. I mean, he's a big, strongly built guy. He clearly can hit a lot of boundaries. But as you said, he batted with great composure and control in that game before a rather terrible collapse by the Proteas. That's Gowda returning to a good line in length there. And spin was their downfall in that match, collapsing from 51 without loss to 129 all out. So it was a good start again by Stark and Pretorius. But then as soon as spin came on, there were problems, which is why it was heartening to see today that as soon as the two spinners came on for India, Stark and Pretorius immediately put them under pressure.
Yeah, they have to.
Worked this time. There is a mid-wicket in place, so no run.
Yeah, I think South African batsmen will be comfortable with facing this kind of Indian spinners here, rather than the two Afghanistan mystery spinners, Gazamfa and Gul. What a bowling. They pick up 8 wickets amongst them. Really, that was fantastic bowling from the two spinners. And I guess if the captain did bring them earlier on, it would have been a disaster for South Africa.
Tiga not going to be tempted by that.
Yeah, the Afghanistan captain in that match did continue with some fast bowling for a bit longer, maybe to my liking. And I think if they've continued with those twins, the two, Gul and Gazamfa, I think South Africa would have been bowled out maybe for even less than 100, because our batsmen, South African batsmen, they couldn't pick those mystery spinners at all. It was really a disaster.
Gowda in again to Tiga, slip in place. But again, outside that off stump. The boundary fielders for Tiga, there's one at deep cover. There's a fine leg who's quite a long way in off the boundary, to be fair. And yeah, those two Afghanistan spinners, Ghazanfar and Arab Gul, also bowl quite quickly. So it's difficult to come down the pitch to them. Nicely worked by Tiga. He'll get a single behind square on the leg side. Murugan Abhishek quickly across to prevent it being any more than the single. So that is the end of the 13th over, and South Africa under 19 107 for 1.
In that game, Ken, we were thinking it was going to be an easy ride for South Africa with the quality of the batsmen that South Africa has, but oh boy, I haven't seen that kind of bowling in a long time. Like literally, South African batsmen couldn't pick those spinners, and I think we did well to even score something over 100 rand in that match.
Yeah, well, you haven't seen bowling like that, and I think it's fair to say that the SA under-19 side wouldn't have seen too many bowlers like that growing up. Shukla, and again, beautiful delivery again, and Tiga did well there, just to drop the hands, withdraw the bat.
Yeah, that's the line, that's the length that we've been talking about. There is something in this pitch, not much, but there is something in this pitch. If you're bowling good length, good line, you can create problems for the batsman. And I think the match now is kind of approaching that consolidation phase. Maybe South African batsmen not trying to take too much risk right now. Just try to get some singles. They were scoring at 10 runs to the over inside the power play.
And now Tiga is struck. There's a half appeal, but I fancy too high. And the batsman take the opportunity while the bowler was appealing to sneak a single, a leg by.
And what was good to see, Ken, about the Afghanistan spinners is that one of them, Gazamfa, he is just like Rashid Khan from everything. The bowling action, the energy, the kind of deliveries he produced. I understand why it was so difficult for South African batsmen to handle those two spinners, because we all thought South Africa are going to have it easy here. 176 all out after 38 overs. We thought South Africa will definitely win this match.
Yeah, there may have been a bit of complacency and a lack of absolute focus in that chase, but certainly the batting today has been full of intensity, and it's a great start for South Africa. Interesting that India still have the slip-in for Landre Pretorius, so still trying to get his wicket. That's worked away, though, through mid-wicket for a single.
And South Africa now find themselves in some spot of bother. Afghanistan have won their second match. India have won their first match. It's only South Africa now without points on the board. And they will look to do well in this match. Get the points on the board, get themselves rolling. They still have to play both sides once again before the final.
Yeah, obviously very important for South Africa to win this game if they want to go through to the final of this triangular series. Struck on the pad and given out by the umpire. It was coming back into the right-handed Tiga. Height may be a question there, but the umpire gave that out pretty quickly.
Yeah, South Africa lose their second. Yeah, it looks like it's out from the replay. I thought height might be the issue, but looks like it's out. And once again, the man we've been talking about, Shukla, got the second wicket for his side, got the second wicket for India, and South Africa lose the skipper, David Tiga.
Yeah, that back leg was just a little bent as it struck him. So, fair enough, I think, for the umpire to rule that was hitting the stumps. So, South Africa now 109 for 2 in the 14th over. And they've lost their captain, David Tiga, who is LBW to the very impressive Aradhya Shukla for 9 off 19 deliveries. It should be Kobani Mokoena coming to the wicket now to join Landre Pretorius. There's no number on the new batsman's shirt, so we'll just have to get confirmation for you that it is Mokoena. A Durban lad, Kobani Mokoena, another of the 17-year-olds in this SA Under-19 team, product of Northwood School. Bit of a all-rounder, bowls a bit, coming in number 4 today, so obviously he's also a very capable batsman. And his coach down at Northwood is one Monanta Hayward. Takalani, you'll remember that. Remember that name?
Yeah. He bowled 5 overs. If it's Ngobani Mokoena coming in, bowled 5 overs for 23 against Afghanistan. We're still struggling to see if it's really Ngobani Mokoena.
Yeah, Monanta Hayward, one of the fastest bowlers South African cricket has produced back in the day. Fiery redhead from the Eastern Cape. Not someone who batsmen particularly enjoyed facing. He had the speed and he had the temperament and aggression to match.
The new batsman is Richard Saletswane.
Okay, well, he really should have a number on his back. He's been a part of the SA Under-19s for long enough. One of the few players to earn 3 SA Schools caps. He did that in the recent Kaya Madrola week in December. And there's a good bounce and carry again from Shukla.
Yeah, one of those batsmen who also play for South Africa imaging side rather, and he will be in partnership with his teammate Luandre Pretorius here. Also played well in the final against the Knights, scored 35 from 30 deliveries. Lot of batsmen, lot of players who played in that match are playing for the South African Under-19. Juan James is one of those as well.
Again, Shukla in a good area there to the new batter. And that will end another successful over for India Under-19. And South Africa A are 109 for 2 after 14 overs. Richard Seletswane is a St. Stithians product. Again, a very exciting talent, been identified for a while. And another man who's done well making the step up to senior cricket with that SA emerging side.
Yeah, a lot of players, a lot of talent in that South Africa emerging side. We spoke about David Tiga, Luandre Pretorius, now Richard Saletswane. Change in bowling. Khan is the bowler. He will be coming from the commentary end. And just to tell the viewers, in the previous match South Africa played against Afghanistan, we saw some of the ball staying low from this end, from the spinners particularly.
It's a good start by the left-arm spinner, Mushia Khan. And straight away there, Taklani, that did keep a little low, although Pretorius didn't get too far forward to it. Onto the cut, but straight to the short third man. Mushia has a long off in place. Oh, the sweep. I fancy that's probably hit him outside the line of leg stump though.
Yeah, Mushir Khan is the all-rounder for the South African, the Indian Under-19 rather.
In the block out dugout by Pretorius, nicely timed, and the wide long on, who was hiding behind the sight screen from our commentary vantage point, does the fielding.
He bowled 10 overs against Afghanistan without getting any wicket. And his brother, it's Safras Khan, who has played in the IPL in India for teams like Delhi Capitals, Royal Challengers Bangalore.
Yeah, and he's been in South Africa recently as well with the India A side. It's a good start by Mushia Khan. Very tidy first over. And South Africa under 19, 110 for 2 after 15 overs. Mushia Khan, the third spinner to be used by India under 19 today. Murugan Abhishek bowled just the one over for 7 runs, and Soumya Pandey, who was the hero of the opening game, he took 6 for 29, including a hat trick against Afghanistan. Well, a change in fortunes for him today, as 23 runs were hit off his 2 overs. But I'm sure we'll see him again, probably not too much longer. But Aradhya Shukla, the man of the moment, with 2 for 21, comes on for his 5th over. Around the wicket to left-hander, it's up in the air, but it lands safely beyond mid-wicket. Just a change of angle there, maybe troubling Pretorius. Lucky to escape with that false stroke.
Yeah, Sami Pandey didn't pick up any wicket in the series, which was concluded in Dubai between Bangladesh, Pakistan and India. And here in South Africa, he managed to grab 6 for 29. What an amazing effort.
How quickly things change in this wonderful game. He was probably due. Shukla into Selatwani. That's a nice positive defensive stroke by Selatwani. No run there.
I think things are starting to change a little bit. Maybe onto India's favor. Just a bit of momentum shift, really. South Africa haven't scored boundaries in the last few deliveries. And India looks like they are starting to gain that momentum. More especially from their bowler Shukla and Munir Khan.
Shukla the lifter again. Bit of confusion in the running. Pretorius was nearly halfway down and then changed his mind. Probably fortunately for Selatwani, who was very firmly on the back foot there to that lifter from Shukla.
And this is what we're talking about in terms of momentum shift. Now the batsmen are starting to feel a bit of heat from the Indian bowlers. Now they want to get singles now because the Indian fielders are making it difficult for them.
Nicely clipped through square leg by Selatwani. There's a man herring after it. He will pull it in just before the boundary. So a couple of runs for Richard Selatwani, and he'll be very happy that he's now off the mark.
Yeah, good shot to get off the mark there. Down the leg side for 2, and that was good running once again from South Africa. That's what they have to try and do going forward. We spoke about the consolidation phase, maybe from the 15th over to the 35th over. These 2 batsmen have to try and take it as deep as possible, give the South African team that luxury to have some wickets in hand at the death of this innings.
Shukla again pulling back his length. No run into the covers.
And now Luandro Pretorius is 2 runs shy of his second half century of the series. That will be fantastic from the young man if he can get that half century here.
Yeah, and important that Pretorius does take it deep now. He's lost a couple of partners. South Africa definitely don't want two new batsmen at the crease. So Shukla, 19 years old, so this will be his last campaign at the World Cup. As under 19, that's a bit uppish and loose by Seletwane, but it will run away for 4 as it is beyond the reach of fine leg.
Again, good shot, but not entirely in control of that shot is Richard Seletwane. But it managed to go to the boundary for 4, and that's the results they are looking for here. They will take them anyhow they come at this stage. South Africa 117 for 2, and after 17 overs, Richard Seletwane and Luandre Pretorius, the 2 men now betting for South Africa. And they have lost Steve Stock and the captain David Tigger.
Mushia Khan is continuing to Pretorius. On the bounce to the extra cover. That one goes to the conventional cover. Bit quicker from Mushia and Pretorius. This time gets it down to long off for the singles. Somé Pandey doing the fielding.
That South African run rate keeps dropping now. In the power play, it was comfortably at 10 runs to the over, now going down 7.3. Fantastic bowling by India here.
Dang, well bowled by Mushia. Seletwane keeps it out well. I think also possibly speaking to how the pitch, as the ball gets older, does become a little bit harder for stroke play. South Africa would have learned from their previous game against Afghanistan. Nicely worked to long off by Seletwane. Just a single there.
Luandre Pretorius is on 49. And Khan will be bowling to him. Can he take a single and go to that half century?
Well, there are lots of gaps in the field. It's pretty well spread for the powerful left-hander. Short and quick, and Pretorius, you could see the disappointment there that he was a bit rushed into that shot and couldn't beat the infield. End of the over, South Africa under 19, 119 for 2 after 17 overs.
This is the period we've been talking about, Ken. A difficult period for betting. The field is spread now. Very difficult to find the gaps. You expect the run rate to drop a bit. But the key for South Africa now, Luandre Pretorius and Richard Seletwane have to try and take it as deep as possible. Give the next batsman to come, the likes of Whitehead, the likes of Ntando Zuma still to come in, and give them that leeway for an opportunity to go for some maximums later on. I look for that 200 runs on the board and trying to win this match.
Harshan Kulkarni is back into the attack, and that's a rather, a loosener was a polite way of putting it. Yeah, this is where the sort of all-round qualities of Luandre Pretorius' batting will be tested. We know how good he is up front against the new ball. When the field is up, we know how effective he is at collecting boundaries. But now, can he get the ones? Can he work the ball around, rotate the strike? Comes back into Seletwane, a bit off the inside half of the bat. Deep square leg for a single.
Now, Kulkarni is one of the all-rounders in the Indian side. bowled 4 overs against Afghanistan, but didn't get any wicket. Plays for Maharashtra in India, in the T20 mostly. That's where he has played for them. Pick up some wickets there.
Pretorius on 49 right now, trying to manufacture the single. Down to third man there. A cutter from Kulkarni. Oshin Kulkarni, no great pace, but he's a tall man, so he's going to get some bounce, and he's obviously got a few skills, a few varieties to his bowling. Still can't get the single, Pretorius, as Mushia Khan very quickly in at backward point there. And again, he picks out Mushia Khan with a strong cut shot. Mushia coming in quickly, he's putting pressure on the batsman. And that came to him quickly as well, but well stopped.
Yeah, they know Luandro Pretorius is 1 run shy away from his half century, and they're putting him under pressure here with some good stops, some good fielding. Get under his skin, get him frustrated.
And repeat, this time still on the ground to Mushia. So you could say Oshin Kulkarni very much bowling to his field, or to one fielder in particular.
Definitely bowling to one fielder. And but I love the ploy here by India. They have to put Luandro Pretorius under pressure here. Make him play a rare shot, an opportunity to get him out. Approaching a milestone, that's where most batsmen fails.
Oh, and it did draw something different from Pretorius there, dancing out of his wicket. A slower ball from Kulkarni. Well bowled. Oh, Pretorius really, it's just a 50. Doesn't need to make such a big deal about it.
Yeah, he has done well so far for his side. He doesn't have to throw it. He must forget about personal milestone. It's all about the team right now. The team needs him.
Again, Kulkarni just foiling Pretorius' efforts to come down the pitch. That's an excellent over from Oshin Kulkarni. It ends with South Africa 121 for 2, 18 overs gone. And it's a beautiful day here at Old Edwardians. There's quite a lot of cloud around, but it's the nice fluffy type of cloud. No real threat of rain. There's a nice breeze. It's all in all very mild and very pleasant weather. And we see, there's probably nearly 100 people or so scattered around the ground enjoying this intriguing cricket, as Mushia continues to sell its wani.
Yeah, good to see some crowding. It's a good day here in Johannesburg today.
That'll be a single to long on. Selatwani goes to 9 off 13 deliveries, so he's also starting his innings fairly fluently. Tickled fine of the short fine leg, and it's going to run all the way to the boundary for 4, and that is Luandro Pretorius' half century, and it's come off 51 deliveries, and that was his 6th 4 to go with 2 sixes.
Yeah, fantastic innings by Luandro Pretorius, following his 51 against Afghanistan here with another massive effort from the young man. He's now on 53.
And now the big hit comes out over extra cover, beautifully played, 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, fantastic shot there by Luandre Pretorius. The fielder at deep mid-off didn't even try move that much because it was hit so hard. I saw him explaining to his captain and his fellow fielders that I didn't have a chance at all. Good shot there by Luandre Pretorius.
Yeah, he was certainly out of the game there. Bit over-pitched by Mushia. He'll be looking to do better here. Yeah, drags it back quicker, flatter, and Pretorius will slash that away to the deep cover for a single. So very important now that Luandre Pretorius turns this into a match-winning innings for South Africa under 19. More flight that time, Mushia, but Seletswane watchful in defence to end the over. So a very good platform set here for South Africa. Luandre Pretorius' 58 not out or 53 balls has taken them to 132 for 2 after 19 overs. Takalani, early thoughts on what sort of target maybe that they have in mind from here?
Yeah, I think South Africa had a fantastic start here. Luandre Pretorius still batting. He's got Richard Seletswane. Anything above maybe 240 in this pitch will be a good score. We haven't seen so much high score in this series so far. But if South Africa can get that 240, I think it's a pass score in this pitch and looks to bowl India out in the second innings.
Ashwin in again. Chopped by Pretorius, and it's beaten Mushia at backward point there. So it will be a single. I think I'm going to go a bit bolder, Takalani. I think from this position, 31 overs left. Even if South Africa just go run a ball, they're getting over 300. So barring some significant decline in their fortunes, they will certainly be hoping, I think, for 300. Good enough, well enough place to get a single wide of the deepish mid-off there.
Yeah, maybe I still have too many memories of the South African and Afghanistan match where South Africa were cruising at some point. But oh boy, what happened next was really carnage from the Afghanistan bowlers here. But yeah, the platform is set for South Africa to do well in this match.
On the full, Pretorius gets that down to fine leg. Was there bat? Yes, I think there was. So another single for Luandre Pretorius. Yeah, I can understand you're a bit scarred there, Takalani, from what happened in South Africa's previous game. Never take it for granted. So we saw there how quickly a good start can go awry. And it's been put down. He got both hands to it. Perhaps I'm being a bit harsh on the bowler. I think the bump ball, watching the replay.
Yeah, last ball now to end the 20th over, and we'll have a commentary change. I will be vacating the commentary box, and then Vihan will be joining Ken Boland, the legendary Ken Boland, your commentator's commentator.
Nicely pulled by Seletswane to deep backward square leg. Just the one. And that ends the 20th over. South Africa under 19, 136 for 2. Luandre Pretorius on 60 and Richard Seletswane on 11. Thank you very much, Takalani Nechiava. And it's a big pleasure to have Vian Duplessis joining me.
Yeah, Ken, it's good to be back. Interesting passage of play that we've just witnessed. A very brief 10 overs after the first power play, and that go by quickly. I think mostly because of some good old-fashioned commentary, as we see Khan back his left arm around the wicket. Very bright prospect as well for the Indian future, I think, is Mushir Khan. The other day bowled very economically, and followed up by a clinical batting performance as well.
Yeah, important now that South Africa and the U19 capitalise on this good start. They need to make it count, and in particular because they lost their first game, so it's a crucial outing for them if they want to make that final.
Nicely played by Seletwane, and Richard Seletwane really a bright prospect as well for South African cricket. I think most of these guys, the future of the game in their respective country, as Mushir Khan once again beats the outside edge. A very conventional field now in play. So we see a short third man and a point as Mushir Khan goes quickly through his over. That one just sliding on with the arm. There's an extra cover in place. Sweep on the offside. Long off, long on, and a deep square leg. So that's one onto the back foot and punches it down the ground. And Ken, it just looks like he's maybe trying to up the over rate here a bit. Maybe just put a bit of pressure on the batting side.
Yeah, always good for a spinner to rush through his overs. Don't let the batsman get settled. And as a batter, the contrary, you want to take your time. Don't let the bowler rush you.
Pretorius punches that out into the offside for a single, and a very, very brief over from Khan comes to an end. That now leaves the score at 138 for 2 after 21. Just see the replay there, dug into the block hole. And Pretorius well set now. He's on 61 of 56 balls. Seletwane easing into his innings. And from a coaching perspective, Ken, if you're in the South African box now, what sort of total are you looking at this stage? Well poised now?
Well, Takalani and I had quite a disagreement on this because he of course was here for the previous game South Africa played against Afghanistan, where they collapsed from 51 without loss to 129 all out. So he was happy with anything over 240. But I think with this great start, 29 overs left, 138 for 2, run a ball, takes South Africa to over 300, and I'm sure 300 will be what they'll be aiming for.
It's cut away behind point. Third man does the tidying up. And I do think anything above 300 will be a good score here. I think we're in for a good game of cricket. I do think we'll come close to 100 over game here today. It does look a good wicket for cricket as well, a good batting surface, especially being a fresh wicket. It's the first game they are playing in this series in the middle surface. So I do think we're in for a belter here today, Ken.
And India look to have a very powerful batting lineup as well.
Just on that one patch on the wicket, bowling from the opposite end of the commentary box, which is situated behind Seletwane, where he's batting at this stage. On a good length outside off stump, there has been something on offer for the seam bowlers. They have stood up a bit on a length. I do think and I do hope that the South African bowlers are keeping a close eye on the movement and which areas are doing a bit on the wicket. Beautifully picked up off his hip by Richard Seletwane. And a very, very classy shot from the young stroke maker as he puts Kulkarni into the fence, pulled away well in front of square, as you see on the replay. An excellent piece of batting by Seletwane. He now takes his total to 16, and Kulkarni has been put under immense pressure here today. Ken?
Yeah, he doesn't have great pace. He is fairly tall, so bounce is clearly one of his weapons. But Seletani was so quickly onto that. It wasn't that short, but beautifully executed. And the best shot Seletani's played in his innings so far. But he's off to a good start, 16 now of 26 deliveries. And just getting a change of equipment, having a bit of a wipe down of get the sweat out of his eyes. Warmish day here in Johannesburg, but pretty mild, not too uncomfortable.
The weather's been good so far. It's held up nicely. There's been a lot of rain around in the last couple of weeks here in Johannesburg, in and around the area.
Yeah, and a well grassed pitch, but dead grass. So it's not as if there's extravagant movement out there. There's a bit for the new ball and a bit of bounce off that grass, but it's old grass, so it's spongy sort of bounce. But as you said, as Shukla showed, especially, there are rewards to be had by sticking to a good length just outside that off stump.
It does look like you have to try and hit the deck a bit to get something out of it. It's not your traditional Gauteng high-felt wicket where the ball seems to zip through. You have to put a bit in to get something out, as we see Kulkani in once again, tucked into the leg side. A bit of acrobatics there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, when I say a good length, I don't mean a fuller length. I mean the right length, if you like. I guess that sort of length that Kulkani bowled there would be quite a good length. The direction was a little bit too straight.
I do think a good length here is slightly fuller rather than shorter, especially at the pace Kulkani is bowling now. See him continue to set it Swan, and I do think that there is the perfect line and length that he bowled just now. The ball that just seems to go over and maybe clip the bails. I think that's the perfect line length. Should be on that 8-9 meter length from the batting wicket. I think 8-9 meters probably should be the best line and length here if I have to make an estimate now.
Yep, I agree with you. That was the length right there. And a good line too. That one came back into the right-hander, but he could take it away as well, I'm sure.
Much better from Ashin Kulkani. That brings an end to the 22nd over. The score now 143 for 2. So we have a look at the replay there. It's on the money. And a nice technique shown by another local boy, Richard Seletswane, schooled just down the road, if I'm not mistaken, Ken.
Yeah, and of course he and Luandre Pretorius will have batted together many times. Together, they're both from St. Stithians, both prolific batsmen for that very powerful batting lineup. And Kwena Mapaka, the left arm fast bowler, the other St. Stithians member of the squad, he can bat a bit as well. He has made 100 for the school.
Yeah, Mpaka definitely in the side for his bowling proficiency rather. Left arm quick, moves the ball a bit. Definitely want to keep an eye on. Also signing the SA20 is Kwena Mpaka, if I'm not mistaken. I think Paul Royals gave him a contract. Punch down the ground. It looks like they're trying to up the ante with the running between the wickets, put some pressure on the fielding unit. And I've been impressed with the running so far today. The batting, the batsmanship has been good. I do think it's because these two, they know each other as well, as you said now. I think they've played together since probably as long as they can remember. So I do think it's a good thing to have players that know each other so well. As that's punched down the ground once again by Seletswane. He's looking much more comfortable now.
Yeah, he's got his innings underway, one feels. He's in. He's set, 17 of 30 balls. There's been an intensity about the South African team today, right from their warm-up. And I guess it's because they know they really have to win this game.
Yeah, really a must-win match. But as is the nature of a tri series, you're never really out of it. Sides tend to beat each other throughout the tournament. I mean, India gave Afghanistan a good thumping, and Afghanistan returned the favour as we see an excellent sweep shot by Pretorius, moving into the line of Pandey and excellently picking him up over backward square leg for one bounce four. As you see the replay, an excellent piece of batsmanship. No fielders in sight, and excellent batting, Ken.
Absolutely, yeah. He's not just a stand at the crease and bash it guy, Pretorius. He's clever. He's got skills. He's got different options. And that was very good innovation there. Less clever innovation there. I guess if you're critical, you'd say he's just got the boundary. Why then try something as risky as that reverse sweep?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the option there by Pretorius. He's looked $1 million so far today. He departs for a well played 67 at more than a run a ball. I think he probably would have been better off punching that one down the ground, and they say the best place to stand as a batter is at the non-striker's end. But in saying that, had that shot come off, we'd be singing his praises once again.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one because, you know, you want your batsmen to back themselves. You want them to play with freedom, and obviously it's a shot he would have practiced a lot, played a lot. But things like match situation and the importance of him going deep. He has just hit a boundary. You do wonder whether those things perhaps have a more heavy weight. But Shorme Pandey coming back well from, he got a bit of a mauling in his first couple of overs, but he's now picked up the wicket of one of the men who punished him, Luandre Pretorius.
Yeah, and saying that he is also the man that did the business for the Indian side the other day against Afghanistan, taking a 6 for against Afghanistan. As we see the new man to the wicket, Devan Mare, coming off strike first up. Always a nice feeling to get the board ticking.
Bit off the inside edge and quicker from Pandey, but well played by Devan Mare. Johannesburg born, Devan Mare, from the southern suburbs of Johannesburg. Plays his club cricket for Bedford View.
Oh, that now, if you're just joining us now, the score now just moving on to 150 for the loss of 3 wickets. This 150 coming in the space of 23 overs. The scoring rate has been good for South Africa so far. Mostly because of the explosives in the first batting power play by Steve Stork and Luandre Pretorius. Most Steve Stork being the main demolisher of the Indian attack. I think he scored 46 of 27 balls. He hit the ball to all parts. As Mushir Khan now has a change of ends. And here's Mare, punches the ball down the ground, and excellent work done on the fence at long off, keeping it down to 1.
Well, India will be happy that they've fought back really well with the ball here, considering that South Africa were 93 without loss after 9 overs. So 14 overs for 57 runs, and they've picked up 3 wickets.
That has been the tale of the series so far. I think after the power play it's been difficult to score, especially against the spin bowlers, and the seam bowlers in the second and third spells as well have been very, very prolific. As you see, Seletwani punching it down the ground, and it does look like the message has been go hard for the power play and afterwards try and run as hard as possible.
Yeah, it looks like one of those days, one of those series maybe, where scoring against the new ball is the easiest.
And the Indian players not happy at all. There was a bit of a sound there, Ken.
I heard something. It may have been my son-in-law's clicking, or I'm not sure. But India were convinced that there was an edge there.
Nonetheless, Murray lives to fight another day. Khan once again tight on the wickets and punch. We've seen this field throughout this series so far. It's a bit of an in-out field, as they call it, with extra cover almost situated at mid-off, and cover close in as we see Murray scamper through for another single.
It's been an edgy start for Duan Murray. Got off the mark with an inside edge. Survived a very strong appeal for caught behind, and that one as well off the inside half of the bat.
Nicely bowled into the wicket by Khan. Khan once again very quickly through and over. And that sees the end of the 24th. And the Indian bowlers have really pulled it back nicely. This second passage of play, really, the Indians having the upper hand, slight upper hand, if it might be called that.
Yeah, and South Africa have the upper hand over India at senior level, 1-0 up in the Test series. And don't forget, the legendary rivalry between South Africa and India continues as the Proteas lead 1-0 in the Betway Test series. Get your tickets now from Ticket Pro for the New Year's Test series taking place at the Newlands Cricket Stadium from the 3rd to the 7th of January. So that's starting tomorrow, the second test. You don't want to miss out.
Pandey once again continuing from the commentary box end. And another Indian side in action is the Indian women's side. They're up against the Australian women. So you see a bit of innovation there from Murray. Down on one knee, and nobody's going to catch that one. It speeds away into the South African dugout for 4 runs as you have a look at the replay.
I think Murray adapted really well there. There was a hint of him wanting to come down the wicket, and then it was quicker and flatter from Pandey, and he slipped a bit, but got the shot away very well in the end. Still no one. I think India might be moving someone now to a short fine leg just to block that hole.
Pandey into Murray, who hits it down the ground towards long off for a single. Of course, there's the second batting power play in this passage of play between over 11 and 40. 4 players allowed outside the 30-yard single. Have long on, long off, deep square leg and a sweeper out on the offside. Very, very conventional type of field for a spinner. Once again, the inside edge being found. And the ball going straight to the short fine leg fielder that has just been put into play, Ken.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving runs away for when you basically beat the batsman, as Pandey did there.
Once again, a bit of traffic being signalled by the air traffic from the wicketkeeper, moving the fielders around. And once again, the ball going straight to that fielder he has put into play.
Yeah, neither Pandey or Mushia have really turned much away from the right-hander, bowling mostly almost arm balls, quicker deliveries, angling into the right-hander.
Pandey definitely the quicker of the two. I think he bowls a really quick pace. He should be close to that 95, 100 kilometer per hour mark. Very quick left arm spin, following a long line of prolific spinners that India have produced over the years. You think of the likes of Axar Patel, Ravindra Jadeja, and Pandey now, along with Mushia Khan, 2 new additions to the Indian spin bowling stocks, Ken.
Well, they'll have plenty of great role models to look up to, especially Jadeja, a great modern-day cricketer, as Mushia is continuing from the far end to Duan Murray.
Hit hard down the ground, and that in-out field being put to display now, as you see the deep extra cover fielder coming around, but could not come around to cut that off. A very interesting field placement, actually, the in-out field that they speak of.
I'm quite a fan of these sort of field placings.
Once again, a tidy bit of bowling by Mushia Khan. He's been really good so far today. He was very good against Afghanistan as well, with both bat and ball. As he continues now to Selatswane. A big sweep shot that hits him in line. That looked good. Maybe going over the top, hitting him outside off perhaps, Ken.
Calling all pockets, Vian. It looked a bit leg side to me, to be honest, as if it's going down a bit. We're not exactly straight down the pitch here. We had a kind of a leg slip with the bowler bowling from that end.
I think the best shot probably pitching or hitting him outside leg, maybe going down leg. See the way Selatswane is set up now in his stance. It looks like he tries to stay a bit leg side of the ball, so probably pitching around about that leg stump area. That one in line, and Selatswane up to the task, punching it down the ground. Getting himself off strike and out of danger, really, Ken.
Yeah, he's looking a bit sort of cramped, isn't he? Finding it difficult to actually access that leg side.
Nicely hit and straight to that fielder that's situated between a regulation mid-off and a deepish extra cover within the ring. And as you said, it's a nice field placement. But Selatswane at this stage, 19 of 39 balls. Going at a strike rate of almost 2 balls per run at this stage.
Yeah, he's slowed down a bit in the last few overs. India just putting the squeeze on here.
It looks like Sume Pandey to continue from this, the commentary box end. It's Richard Selatswane, it's on strike now. Once again darted in, and Selatswane plays a big shot. It's a chance for the long off fielder who takes a comfortable catch. And really, Selatswane being put out of a struggling innings at this stage, Ken.
Yeah, you kind of felt it was going to come, because he's just been strangled a bit. The pressure's come on. His innings has really lost momentum. And the big shot had to come, but really not very well struck. Both men back as well. So it was a high-risk stroke by Selatswane, and he pays the price.
Yeah, you had the sense that something was going to happen. Something had to give. Not his most fluent innings. And he is a fluent batsman, is Richard Selatswane. Is usually a very easy on the eye stroke maker that bats at a high tempo. So not his most fluent innings of his life. He tried to gut it out and fight it out, but eventually a good piece of bowling put an end to his innings. And that brings a new batsman to the middle, is Oliver Whitehead.
Brought into the team today in place of Ramoshan Pillay.
Yeah, Whitehead, not another guy I've seen a lot of in my time. Ken, I don't know if you maybe know a bit more than me about young Whitehead. I've heard he's a very good batter, an all-rounder if I'm not mistaken. Definitely should be someone to keep an eye on.
First time I'm seeing him live, so it will be interesting. And also he's coming in a pressure situation. South Africa from 93 without loss on the slide again. 160 for 4 in the 27th over, and India fighting back superbly.
It's a neat forward defensive shot by Whitehead. Oliver Whitehead looks a nice and compact player. One ball, it's a bit early to call it, I know.
Solid defense so far.
It's always good to have a solid middle order, and it has been South Africa's downfall in the game against Afghanistan, especially. They had a good start to the match, but then lost a lot of wickets throughout the middle, and looks like Pandey maybe just has his tail up a bit. He's already taken 2 more wickets here today. He's gone for a few runs, but Pandey definitely a wicket taker for the Indian side.
Yeah, Stolk and Pretorius really attacked him when he came on early inside the power play. 23 runs of his first 2 overs, but he was always going to come back, and is now calling the tune as just some rearranging of the field on the offside. An extra man brought in.
A nice little reverse lap played by Whitehead, and it does look like the ball will win the race. And that brings Oliver Whitehead off the mark. That's a lovely little shot.
Excellent batting by Oliver Whitehead. They moved the man from short third man to bolster the cover field. And straight away, Whitehead putting that ball where the fielder was. Very good batting by him to get off the mark.
Oh, that now brings an end to the 27th over. The score 164 for 4. And I do think that 300 mark is still in range for the South African side, Ken. Definitely, I think that should be... I think firstly they'll definitely want to bat the remainder of the overs without being bowled out. I think that'll be an objective for them, but I do think the runs will be their main goal at this stage.
Yeah, well, they need a partnership, don't they? That's the thing. India are getting wickets now at regular intervals. If they do bat through the overs, that's another 23 overs. Run a ball is 138, so that's 302. So if they bat through the overs, they'll be around 300. So it's just a question of getting a partnership going.
That's played nice and late by Murray, and Whitehead come through for the single. Yeah, definitely. I think 300 will be the objective at this stage. I think these two will look to put together a substantial partnership here and take it as deep as possible. I think if these two can bat for 13 more overs and leave them with 10 more overs to go, I think if they're still at the crease, I think the South Africans will be in a very, very good position, Ken.
Oh, through the bowler's legs.
Oh, and a good piece of running and pretty ordinary piece of fielding by the Indian team. Firstly, a misfield by the bowler, and then the 2 fielders on the boundary having a look at each other, allowing the 2 batters to come through for a second.
You don't often find spin bowlers who don't field well if they're own bowling.
Nicely tucked into the leg side by Whitehead. Does look like Whitehead's playing around his front pad a lot. It looks like he prefers to come forward to the spinners and looks to tuck it into the leg side. Play square the wicket. I think that's his options to get off strike at this stage. Maybe look mid-wicket, maybe drop it in front of point.
Bowler will be thinking arm ball and LBW, I'm sure, as another misfield by India allows an extra run again. Not what India want when you've got a new batsman at the crease. You want to make every run as hard to come by as possible.
A bit of ill discipline creeping in for the Indian side in this over so far. Tucked into the leg side and wisely sent back by Whitehead. And that brings an end to another over. The Indians really picking up the over rate now here in Johannesburg. And Ken, what a wonderful day it's been. Lovely weather, not too hot, not too cold, a bit of wind in the air, bit of cloud coverage. I think not the worst morning to be in the field for the Indian side.
Yeah, it's a beautiful mild day in Johannesburg. India in the first 10 overs would have wondered if they made the right decision winning the toss and bowling. But they'll be a lot happier now. But crucial partnership, one feels this, between 2 of the more experienced players in this SA under-19 side. Duan Murray is 19 already, and Oliver Whitehead turns 19 later this month.
It's punched down the ground by Whitehead, And again a bit of a fumble. Mushikan this time just returning the favour. The fielders maybe having a bit of a mishap of his bowling. Tumi Pandey now into his 6th over. I think he's pulled it back nicely from that first 2. I think he went for 20 odd in his first 2 overs. A bit of misfortune on his side as well. That hits him on the pad. Looked to be an arm ball at the front of hand, maybe angling down leg there, Ken.
Yeah, I think leg side saving Murray there.
Once again going back to a delivery that wasn't all that short. And Panda really putting a strangle here on the South African batters. Panda, of course, the danger man. I do think he still is the leading wicket taker in this try series so far. He took 6 against Afghanistan in the first game and he's on 2 already, taking his tally to 8 wickets in this series.
Well, that was a full toss. That will just be a single for Murray. He just short arm jabbed it really. Too long on. Panda, I think the pace he bowls at as well kind of makes it difficult for a batsman to be coming forward. He kind of drives you onto that back foot, doesn't he?
Beautiful delivery, straight, coming off the straight, and a big chase for the fielder down there. It does look like he reeled it in, and an excellent piece of fielding. It looks like the off spinner Murugan Abhishek backing up his spin bowling partner. You know, the spin bowlers tend to look out for one another.
Fantastic work there by Abhishek, because it's actually quite a steep downhill. From our vantage point here, we can't actually see the boundary on that side. It's below the horizon, if you like.
It does look like Murray is trying to play a few shots here. Might bring him into a bit of trouble. Pandey definitely the type of bowler you need to try and maybe look to play as a sort of a medium pace bowler. At the pace he is bowling, I think it's a difficult player to reverse sweep and sweep the conventional way. I think paddle sweeps and lap sweeps might be a good option against him, but I do think you're better off trying to punch him down the ground, Ken.
Yeah, and he's not really turning the ball much away from the bat, so you cover the movement in, as you say, play him as a medium pace in swinger.
I think you have a better chance. That's what we're saying. I think don't guarantee success, any game plan, but I do think that'll be the best way to try and negotiate a guy like Pandey. I think he tries to hit your front pad, tries to get you out bowled in LBW, maybe bring court and ball into play. I think that's. I think he might be one of those guys that gets most of his wickets LBW and bowled, as we saw against the Afghanistan side as well the other day. He cleaned up a few of them, trying to play a few big shots. As we see Shukla, the X-Factor seamer, coming back into the attack.
Yeah, he's the guy who really changed the momentum India's way after that first power play. Getting the wicket of Steve Stolk for 46 of 27 balls. He then added the wicket of David Teager, the captain, LBW for 9. So a couple of wickets for him, really changing the game. Bringing India back into it.
Shukla once again hitting the wicket hard as Whitehead steers that one down to third man, and Kenneth really has looked difficult to come in and score or score freely. I think it's been better against the new harder ball. You see a replay again of Shukla hitting the deck quite hard. He does look a bit down on pace in this spell so far. That first spell was rather rapid. He was quick in that first spell, but Whitehead has looked good so far. Don't mean to put the commentator's curse on touching wood as we see, or as we sit now, but he's looked good. He's looked composed, and it's what the South African side need at this stage.
Beautifully put away by Duan Murray. Just dropping short Shukla. And Murray, that's a very good hook shot indeed. And yeah, as you say, Whitehead has looked busy as he's come in. He's looked positive, played with a bit of intent, got off the mark with a really good reverse paddle. And Shukla just battling to recreate the magic he had in his first spell.
Shukla was really the X factor in that first spell. He picked up 2 wickets and 2 vital ones. Removed the informed Stork and the captain, David Tiger. That's punched into the offside by Mare. It looks like they're looking to come back for 2. Once again, Murugan Abhishek on the fence doing some excellent work, and I do think he's one of their better fielders. Is Murugan Abhishek, the off spinner. He bowls lovely off breaks as well, Ken. Nice dip and drift.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see him back into the attack as well a bit later. He just bowled the one over. Just on the pitch, you were saying how it's a new ball wicket, and I do think that as this innings progresses, we're going to see more and more pace being taken off. The bounce is a bit spongy, and maybe even Shukla is just holding back a little.
It's whipped into the leg side by Whitehead, and they settle for 1.
Yeah, the greater the pace, the easier it seems to score at the moment.
I do think taking the pace off, maybe bowling a few cutters is a good option in the middle to latter part of this innings. You saw in the previous games as well, the seamers tried to keep it as full as possible, or when they kept it full and at the wickets, it looked like it maybe tailed in a bit, and it was more difficult to score, bowling that wicket-to-wicket line and length, making the batter play. I think if you err on the shorter side, you're in trouble. But going full at the wickets has been good. And as we say it, I think that there is the perfect delivery by Shukla.
Superb delivery. That really took off from that spot you were talking about earlier, Vihan, just outside the off stump. Back of a length. That really took off. Fantastic delivery.
Yeah, that brings an end to the 30th over. The score now 182 for 4. And it looks like it's Pandy to continue from the commentary box end. As we see a change in the commentary box end, as I'm joined by my opening partner, Takalani, in for another stint. I don't know if you're a batting or a bowling commentator. Some commentators tend to score a few runs, some tend to take a few wickets. Takalani, welcome back.
Thank you, Vian, and thank you, Ken. Big appeal there by the Indian bowlers, and the umpire is not interested.
Almost a wicket first up for you there, Takalani. I think for the viewers at home, I think if you're an Indian supporter, you're backing Takalani at this stage. As we see that one tucked off the legs by Whitehead. An excellent piece of fielding and a scampered single by Mare. If you're just joining us now, the score 183 for 4. We've just completed 30 overs, and as they say in cricketing circles, you look to double your score after 30 overs. I don't think that is going to be the case here. The wicket isn't one of those free-flowing type of grounds. Scoring has been difficult since the ball has gotten a bit older. After the power play, its scoring rate has come down a bit. India, of course, having won the toss and elected to bowl first. It's a beautiful piece of bowling by Pandey. Pandey, of course, the leading wicket taker in this competition so far. This tri-series between India, South Africa and Afghanistan. It's very, very close to the wickets, and a good piece of glovemanship there by the wicketkeeper as well, whipping off the bails in a flash. Pandey, really difficult bowler to negotiate. Staying on the stumps as that's whipped out towards deep square leg, and an excellent catch taken by Murugan Abhishek. We have spoken about his prolificity, of proficiency as a fielder. And he takes a beautiful catch out on the square leg fence, Takalani.
Oh, once again, South Africa lose another wicket. And the score now to move to 183 for 5. Oh boy, that 240 mark that we've been talking about. Can South Africa double the score? Can South Africa reach that 240 mark? It's a big question for everybody here. But South Africa, really now, after such a good start, you expected them maybe to reach that 270, 280 mark.
Huge collapse once again by the South African side. They're off to a brilliant start. Pretorius and Stork putting the Indian bowlers under huge pressure. But the Indian bowlers have fought back terrifically. And the wicket of Mare brings to the crease Ntando Zuma. And Takalani, I don't know if you maybe know a bit more than me about the young South African coming to the crease now.
Yeah, not much really. But I know he's the other wicket keeper in the side. They've got Luandre Pretorius and he himself, Ntando Zuma, didn't play against Afghanistan, and it's an opportunity now for him to show what he can do here.
Wicket keepers usually good players of spin. I think it's a good move to have him in now, together with Whitehead. Whitehead has looked good as well. As you see a change in the field as well. Mid-on coming up into the ring as I say it. Pandey just pushes him back again. The 4 guys out on the fence, deep square leg, long on, long off, and there is a sweeper on the cover point boundary. As Zuma faces up to Pandey. Nice and deep back into the crease is Zuma.
Yeah, nicely done there. And you have to give credit to Pandey. He's been picking up wickets at regular intervals. I mean, 3 wickets already now. But you expected the South African batsman to play him well. He's a left-arm spinner. They should have faced more of his kind of bowling here in our country. But he seems to be picking up wickets regularly. And now it's up to Whitehead, who replaced Riley Norton, the big Riley Norton. Did try and played well against Afghanistan for his 17, but I think the bridge was just too far for him to cross. A very good cricket player, and he also plays some rugby for SA Schools. A very good all-rounder, Riley Norton.
Riley Norton, of course, SA Schools, rugby and cricket. Something not a lot of people have achieved. Norton, of course, not playing in this match. Previously, before Norton, we had Rwanda Swart, who did the same patches as he is known from Office, playing his provincial cricket now for Northwest. Also selected in that South African squad that's going to tour New Zealand now. Before him, we had Christopher Schrader as well from Grey College. Played for University of Stellenbosch earlier as a fly-off. As we see Shukla once again bowling to Whitehead. Short and guided towards third man and on the bounce. And Takalani, it does look like things tend to happen when the ball is in young Shukla's hands.
Yeah, I love his aggressive nature. He's been very aggressive since coming on. I think the other bowlers were just going through the motion, but since he come on 6 overs and he has picked up 2 wickets, 2 crucial wickets for South Africa for 36 runs. And he asked questions just outside that off stump. Bowl fuller, sometimes some Yorkers, we have seen them, and some short stuff. And it's up to Whitehead and Zuma now to continue playing well for South Africa.
Yeah, Zuma didn't know much about that one. It's quick and right at him. Excellently bowled and a good clip as well. Zuma a bit uncomfortable with the short ball there.
The big question on Shukla will be maybe why he didn't play the first match against Afghanistan. The first match India played here, which they managed to win by 6 wickets. That's a big question on everybody's lips right now. But he looks the part. He understands the conditions. He understands the pitch. and he's using that to his advantage.
Shukla to Zuma once again, hard into the wicket. It looks like they're trying to scamper through for a second, but a slip at the non-striker's end prevents the South African batters from coming back for 2. And it's always at the back of the batsman's head if you bowl a bumper like that. What is the follow-up delivery? And I'm pretty sure young Zuma might have been camping on the back foot there a bit, Takalani.
Yeah, we have seen that. He always followed up short stuff with some fuller deliveries. It's young Shukla, very aggressive bowler, really. Your typical fast bowler, not scared to bowl some short stuff and even fuller deliveries.
Once again, hard into the wicket, and Whitehead pushes it down towards third man, just beating the point fielder. And he does look a good and compact player, does young Oliver Whitehead. He's looked pretty composed and calm since coming to the crease. I think at this stage, young Zuma might need that calm presence with him at the crease, being rattled a bit by some short stuff from Shukla.
Yeah, both batsmen now didn't play the first match against Afghanistan, replacing Ramashan Pillay and Riley Norton. Like we said, they will love to prove themselves here.
Excellent forward defensive shot by Intando Zuma, and that brings an end to the 32nd over. The score 186 for 5 after 32. And at this stage, I do think South Africa might still favour themselves to get to that 300 mark. But as I said, we're going to head out for a drinks break, and we'll join you in a little bit.
अर्शिन सामने आजा मुशीर का अर्शिन सामने आजा मुशीर आ जाएगा उधर अरे एक अंदर चाहिए मुशीर की जगह शुक्ला शुक्ला सामने आजा शुक्ला सामने आजा अच्छा आ गया बाबा आजा
Come back to the old Edwardians Sports Club. Björn du Plessis, and with me in commentary is Takalani Nechua. And if you're just joining us now, India have won the toss and they sent the South African side in to bat. As you see, a good shot by Oliver Whitehead. And the score 187 for 5 now after 32.3 overs now. And Takalani, which side do you think has the upper hand in this match so far?
Yeah, I think India have the upper hand right now. They managed to pick up the top order, the likes of Pretorius, the likes of David Tigger, Devald Mare. They are all gone. And the next coming in is Martin Kumalo, who's like the all-rounder in the side, starting to approach that lower order for South Africa. So I guess right now India has their noses ahead in this match.
That brings an end to the 33rd over. The score now 187 for 5. And the two chief destroyers for the Indian side, Shukla and Pandey. Shukla picking up the important 2 wickets of Steve Stork and David Tiger, the demolisher of the top order of South Africa. And Pandey taking the last 3 wickets to fall. And it does look like Shukla will continue from the opposite end to the commentary box. And Takalani has been good so far today. He didn't play in the match against Afghanistan.
Yeah.
But he's shown some good skills, some good pace here today.
I love him. I love his energy. I love his aggression. And I love his variation as well. He's been keeping South African batsmen honest with some short stuff. Push them back, bowl fuller deliveries. And that's how he managed to pick up those wickets. And you expect South Africans to play him better, but they've been struggling and losing wickets.
That's into the hip of Whitehead. He tucks it into the leg side. And if we just have a look at the field now, Shukla is probably the quickest bowler we've seen on display so far today. It'll be debatable to say so far in the series. I don't know the exact speeds, and I wasn't here for the South Africa versus Afghanistan's game. But he's been the quickest so far today. We have a look at the field, the 4 guys out on the fence. We have a square leg behind, deep square leg that is. We have a rather fine leg. We have third man and a deep cover point. So that is the 4 people that is outside the 30-yard circle. We have mid-on, mid-off, extra cover point, and there's a second or 2.5 maybe slip in place. So an aggressive field. As we see Shukla ball that one full and wide. Maybe looking for Zuma to play a big drive. So if you look at the field, you wouldn't expect too many deliveries being bowled full. The protection being square of the wicket and behind the wicket. So probably looking to get the batter to pull and cut, play off the back foot, maybe push him back and then try and attack the stumps, Takalani.
Yeah, that's correct. And they are not looking to give free runs here. They are trying to make it difficult for these 2 batsmen, Whitehead and Zuma.
And as we say it, into the wicket. The ball maybe angling in and maybe just off the wicket, leaving the batter and straight to that slip field that was just put into play. An excellent piece of bowling, an excellent piece of captaincy as well, one has to say, about the Indian side as you have a look at the replay. Shukla steaming in, hitting the deck hard, the ball just leaving the right hand a bit, and then a smart catch taken at slip.
Yeah, good catch in the end. And South Africa lose their 6th. And we were looking at around 270. It might be difficult now for South Africa. They lose Ntando Zuma from Aradia Whitehead. He has picked up 3 wickets for 39 from 7.3 overs. Oh, what a bowler. He's been massive for India since coming as the 3rd change bowler. South Africa played very well in the power play, but here we are. They've lost the 6th wicket and they haven't approached the 200 mark.
It looks like the new batter is John James. James obviously played in the previous outing as well. And Shukla really having his tail up now here, Takalani.
Yeah, he's an aggressive bowler, isn't it? He's here to pick up wickets, and it's good to see that the captain is keeping him on. Bowl as many balls as possible to this South African batsman, and he's responding with some really key wickets. And you expect South African batsmen to play him well, really. South African batsmen shouldn't struggle against pace bowling or fast bowling. That's what they face every single day. But here we are. Shukla has picked up wickets for South Africa.
Once again into the wicket, pushing James onto the back foot. And really now a two-way horse race now. As a captain will struggle to get the ball out of their hands now. Both of them sitting on 3 wickets now. Both of them would dearly like to get 2 more wickets here. Panda, of course, having taken 6 wickets in the previous game, he'd love to follow that up with another 5.
Yeah, it's in good form. We spoke about his performance in Dubai, where he didn't pick wickets against Bangladesh and Pakistan. What a delivery! Oh, Indian bowler Shukla, really, he's on the charge here. Yeah, we spoke about Pandey not getting wickets against Bangladesh and Pakistan. But in this series, in this pitch here in South Africa, he's finding some wickets. Pick up 6 against Afghanistan. And today, he has picked up 3 against South Africa. Sitting on 9 wickets now overall in this triangular series. What a performance from the young man.
Shukla now in towards John James. Needs him on the pad. Looks like it's sliding down leg. And that brings an end to another exciting over from young Shukla. That takes the score to 188 for 6 after 34 overs. And with 16 overs still to come, the South Africans only have 4 wickets in hand. And maybe in trouble of being bowled out once again, Takalani.
Yeah, and the 2 chief destroyers, Pandey and Shukla, still have 4 overs to go rather between them.
100%. Yeah.
And they will continue to bowl to this South African batsman, keep getting wickets. And, that's the change in bowling now. Pandey will not continue to his 9th over. Sami Pandey will not continue. And then we'll have a new bowler.
It looks like Mushir Khan to bowl from this end now. He's bowled a few overs prior to this as well. As he's completed 7 overs, 0 to 26. I think he can count himself rather unlucky not to have been in the wickets column so far. He's been good. As we see a slip in play for young Mushir Khan. The Indian side looking to attack and try and finish up this innings now. Blocks that one into the offside. Bit of energy now in the field from the Indian side. I think they have some sense of belief and a bit of wind behind them now, a bit of wind in the sails, as they say. Well fielded of his own bowling by Mushir Khan.
Yeah, they are sensing something here, and they are clearly on top. They bowled well. I mean, South Africa during the power play, wow. Stolk and Pretorius were really putting these Indian bowlers under the pump, but here they are. They managed to recover so well. The likes of Pandey and Khan doing well for their side.
That's a beautiful piece of fielding by the Indian side. I'm not sure at this stage who the fielder is, but that's a beautiful pick up and throw in the air. Very Superman-like. Almost a direct hit, and some quick work by the wicketkeeper as you have a look at the replay. Mushir Khan into Whitehead. Tucked into the leg side and brilliantly picked up and an accurate throw. Excellent stuff by the Indian side.
Yeah, that throw reminds me of a run out which was executed by Themba Bavuma when he got David Warner in Australia. What a throw there. Oh, fantastic throw. And South Africa lose their 7th wicket.
Very very AB de Villiers like the fielding there from the young Indian as well. AB, of course, a well-loved figure
Sir, how
around
many are
India and
bowled?
South Africa.
Overs, yeah.
And it's great to see some good fielding as well. The batting and bowling have been excellent so far.
And Soumya?
But a very, very important part of the game is fielding. And the better fielding units tend to win more games than they use Takalani.
Yeah, you also save a lot of runs from your fielding, create opportunity for run-outs, pick up wickets, and again, put the batsmen honest, because they know they can just take singles. And then the new batsman is Ngobani Mukwena.
No.
Big appeal by the Indian side.
Doesn't help you screaming. It's still
Double
outside.
teapot by Mushir Khan
Give me 1 wicket, please.
to be sliding down leg.
And now South Africa pretty much have 2 new batters in the crease. Johan James and Ngobani Mukwena.
Mukwena off the mark now.
इनका बल्ला
Bit
check
of an inside
पड़ेगा,
edge
side में
towards
भी middle
square
है.
leg. James calls him through for a single. Mushir Khan, really a talented player, really exciting player
got
for
two
the
leg
Indian
there.
side.
One to come.
Good, great stuff about him. Definitely someone to keep an eye on in the future. As James pushes that one down the ground towards long on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Going in that side, na?
That's the end of the over from Mushir Khan. South Africa now 190 for 7.
Thank you.
And look at that run rate, Vian. At some point, 10 runs to the over in the power play. We expected it to drop down, but at this stage, 5.43 with 15 overs to go in this match. And while on commentary with Ken, Ken was looking at around 300 runs. It's going to be a bridge too far for South Africa, really. Anything now around 240. Only India have scored 202 in this triangular series. The rest of the team has scored some scores below 200 mark. And can South Africa go past 200 here? That's the big question for everybody.
Yeah, South Africa finding themselves in a really difficult position now. Not a lot of wickets in hand, all of their recognized batters back in the hut. I think at this stage, no real target in mind. I think they ideally love to bat their 50 overs out and take what they can. But you can let us know in the comments section what you think will be a good score from here. What will be a score that the South Africans will be happy with, and what will be a score that the Indian side will be happy with. Let us know in the comments section, and we'll have a chat about it. Takalani, at this stage, I think South Africa, if they can get anything close to 230, 240, I think 250 will be excellent from here.
Yeah. 100%. Anything above 240, South Africa will be happy. They've lost so many wickets after a good start.
Is this center?
Now they are in that Thailander, of which most bowlers don't want to be called by that name. But Johan James and Ngobani Mukwena will love to push South Africa ahead as much as possible here. Bet their full 50 overs. Talking about betting full 50 overs, Ngobani Mukwena almost loses wicket there. Good bowling by Gowda coming back after his 5-over spell, where he was he conceded 31 runs without a wicket. South Africa now 191 for 7 after 35.1 overs. Come.
Off the edge down to third man, and Gowda, of course, being the opening bowler for India today. He bowled some decent areas up front. He was taken on by the opening batters of South Africa, Steve Stork and Luhandre Pretorius. Two batted exceptionally well this morning. Very ultra aggressive. Played a few pleasant shots on the eye. He's back for his second spell now. Really like for him to wrap up this tail now as we see Gouda to James. Loose outside the off stump. Does look like the South African batters are not going to back down. Continue to play their shots here.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure if that should be the way to go with still more than 14 overs to go in this match, and they only have 3 wickets in hand. I would love maybe them to rotate the strike a little bit, take it as deep as possible and see if you can bet your 50 overs.
Once again outside the off stump, and that's a beautiful cricket shot by John James. Cut that away behind square on the offside. That's 4 runs added to the total.
Yeah, another beauty on the offside this time around. Johan James played it very late under his eyes and just find the gap, beat the man there at deep backward point, and it's a beautiful boundary for South Africa, who move now to 197.
Gouda once again to James. Pushes him onto the back foot, and James negotiate that nicely into the offside. Brings Mokoena back on shot. Mokoena looks like he likes to play his shots, Takalani.
Yeah, he loves to play his shots, and I think one of them maybe can try play some shots, but Johan James needs to be there. He needs to try and back the whole 50 overs. South Africa now 2 runs away from that 200 mark, and then pushes as deep as possible. But Gouda is bowling well, yeah.
Let's have a look at the comment section. And Ria saying they need another 100 runs at least to get to a competitive total. So 300 is a good score as well. I think 300 might be a bit far at this stage, but if they can get to 300, it'll be an amazing batting performance by the lower order of South Africa.
Yeah, then these two really has to bat out of their skin if South Africa will reach that 200 mark. It's really going to be a mountain to climb for these 2 batters. I still feel 240 is really not a bad score in this pitch. Anything above that, it's a bonus.
The Indian side, of course, have a very good batting side. Adash Singh in the previous game against Afghanistan scoring a beautiful 100. The elegant left-hander, as you see, Mushfiq Khan. That one a bit of air. Mushfiq Khan, of course, also batted beautifully in the previous game. Finished the game off well for the Indian side.
You going for the slot flick? Huh? You going for the slot flick?
Yeah, I think that's where now the experience of Kwena Mapaka, Martin Kumalo and Ngobani Mokoena will be needed when South Africa comes to bowl later on.
See it down the ground by Mokoena. Tidying up being done by the Indian fielders. The South African side, of course, have a good bowling attack as well. Khan drags that one a bit short and cut out towards deep cover point by Whitehead.
Talking about the bowling of South Africa, I loved how Martin Mokoena bowled against Afghanistan.
Into the front pad again, an inside edge by Mokoena. Previous shot, of course, bringing up the 200 for South Africa. Well negotiated down the ground by Mokoena. They're pushing for 2. It's not to be. It's once again that guy, Murugan Abhishek. He's situated on the long off boundary. Does look like he is the guy they put in all the hot zones, Takalani.
Yeah, he is always there when India need a John D. Rhodes kind of a fielder. is Abhishek,
Go please.
always involved on the field of play.
Hey, Imran.
Now this try series, of course, a very good series of preparation for these sides. It is a competition, and all these sides would really like to win this try series, but the ultimate goal in the bigger picture, of course, the U19 World Cup, which is scheduled to start on the 19th of January. And the previous World Cup in South Africa, of course, Bangladesh won. Bangladesh, of course, very much favourites again to win this time.
Badhiya, Pandey.
In the Under-19 Asia
Ala,
Cup
ala,
as well, that
bhai.
was recently concluded.
Huh?
The Indian side as well, definitely a side to keep an eye on. South Africa, of course, being the host nation, not to be forgotten when speaking about title contenders. Takalani, what's your thoughts on the Under-19 World Cup?
Yeah, I'm excited about this group of players that we've got. I think the same excitement as the 2014 World Cup when Aiden Makram, the likes of KG, won it for South Africa. With less than a month away, the future stars of cricket will be debuting on the world stage in the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup starting on the 19th of January. South Africa will be hosting this world-class tournament across 5 cities, namely Potchefstroom, Benoni, Bloemfontein, East London and Kimberley. Entry is free. Come witness the future of cricket.
Nice, Pandey.
Now, these two have done well so far. The last couple of overs, they've ticked the scoreboard over. Pandey now sitting on 3 wickets. He has 1 ball left in this, his 9th over. Pandey, the leading wicket taker in this try series so far.
Yeah, it's bowled well. South Africa scored 47 runs. And he has been picking up wickets as well. 3 wickets already. Played down the leg side by Johan James for just a single.
That season end to the 38th over. The score now 204 for 7. And 12 overs left and they'll run a ball. They'd love to go to run a ball here. That'll take them to close to 250. But the Indian bowlers are keeping it rather tight. I think 250 will be a great total here for South Africa.
It will be massive. It will be massive. That will be a great comeback from South Africa after losing so many wickets in Klatas. And it's up to Ngobani Mukwena now and Johan James, who's on 9 from 11 deliveries. He has scored 1-4 right now to continue batting well for South Africa. 204 for 7 at this stage.
So once again, Mushir Khan bowling from the commentary box end. He's bowling his last over now, 0 for 32 at this stage, and an excellent piece of bowling. A bit of purchase there for the young left arm spinner. Really exciting talent for the Indian side. And he goes for the all 24-yard ball. He bowls that one from behind the crease.
Yeah, trying some variations. He hasn't picked up a wicket. Even again Afghanistan, he didn't pick up a wicket. But he's been really threatening and making it difficult for the batsman to score off his bowling. Batsmen have scored only 34 runs right now without a wicket.
Mushir Khan has a bag full of tricks. Yeah, last ball he bowled really round arm, very Kedar Yadav-like. That one out the front of the hand. think if he pitched that one a foot or two fuller, he might have had Mokoena in trouble there. Mokoena and James would like to take this innings as deep as possible. It's driven down the ground by Mokoena. Once again, Abhishek down at long off, doing the fielding.
Yeah, Mokoena, they're presenting full face of the blade on that drive. Didn't throw everything at it, just defended it strongly for an easy single at the end. And South Africa now move to 206 for 7.
Now 1 over left in the second batting power play. Afterwards 40 overs will be completed, and that will take us into the third and last batting power play, in which 5 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Is Somi Pandey, the vice captain of the Indian Under-19 side. He is going to continue and complete his 10-over spell. Looks like he has an aggressive field. Mid-on is up in the ring, and that entices Mokoena to go for the big shot. Of course, vacant area behind mid-wicket and mid-on. Deep square leg, long off, and field on the cover point boundary as well, out on the fence. Only 3 fielders out on the boundary. And James just having a quiet word with Mokoena, just telling him, listen, this is this guy's last over, get through it, let's go, let's bat for the side. And he punches that one down the ground. Very nicely played by Mokoena.
Yeah, Mokoena on the previous ball there was looking for that mid-wicket region. And if we connect, I don't think we would have found that ball. It would have been gone. Looks like a strong man, is Ngobani Mokoena. Whenever he connects with the ball, you can hear the sound of the bat, even if it's just a defensive shot.
That brings James back on strike. I think James definitely the more recognized batsman of the two. So you see Pandey now to James, pushes him onto the back foot. That one just sliding on with the arm. And Taklani wouldn't want to go too far on the back foot against Pandey. He really looks to target the stumps.
Yeah. Yeah, easy to get bowled, or LBW playing on the back foot from a spinner of Pandey's caliber. And you can see by the wickets, he's got 3 wickets already in the match.
Slightly slower now there by Pandey. A bit of air given, and half an appeal by the fielding side. Pandey now 9.5 overs, 3 for 49, and he'd love to take a wicket with him here. Bit of excitement there from the Indian side, and that completes the 10-over spell from Pandey. 10 overs, 3 for 49. And if you take a look at the bigger picture, he was 0 for 20 after 2, I think.
Yeah.
Pulled it back rather nicely, bagged 3 wickets, and once again did the work for the Indian side throughout the middle period. He's sitting on 9 wickets now for the try series. That's 4.5 wickets per game.
That's fantastic performance. And him and Musir Khan have bowled well today. They've completed their 10 overs. Musir Khan for 34 and Pandey for 49. And we're going to have a commentary change as Vihan vacates the commentary box. And I will be joined by the legend himself, Ken Boland.
Hello, Takalani. Well, it's once again been a story of a middle order collapse for South Africa under 19 from 149 for 2, and they now find themselves 207 for 7 as we go into the vital last 10 overs. But just a little bit of a partnership developing here between Mokoena and Johan James.
Yeah, this is an important partnership, Ken, for South Africa's sake. South Africa now 208 for 7 after 40.1 overs.
Jean James, of course, a very accomplished batsman. Turned 19 in October. Has already played 5 first-class games. Highest score of 38. But he first came to my attention at the end of last season when he came in as a concussion substitute.
Good shot there by Johan James. It's not going to go for the boundary. Good fielding there by the fielder at the deep, but they will run 2. But it was good shot in the end for Johan James, and South Africa moved to 210 for 7.
Almost like a forehand smash by Jean James. Yeah, he came in as a concussion substitute for the Northwest Dragons in a 4-day game against the Titans at Supersport Park at the end of last season in the second innings. Young man, still in his teens, and scored 37.
Gowda continuing with his bowling from the commentary end. He's gone for 40. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet from 6.3 overs. But this partnership for South Africa is key, isn't it?
Absolutely. Jean James, we know that he can bat, but Kobile Mokoena as well. He's certainly a bowling all-rounder, I'd say. So he's got ability with the bat.
Again, good bowling, and Johan James there just missed that one once again.
There certainly seems to be less bounce for the bowlers bowling from this end where we're commentating from. It's I guess the northern end of the ground here at Old Eds.
We saw the same when South Africa was playing against Afghanistan, even though we're using a different strip today. But we saw the same reaction of the pitch that we're seeing now. Played on the offside, that will be 1. There is a sweeper there at the boundary. And South Africa move now to 211 for 7.
That one did bounce quite nicely from Gowda. He's a tall lad, but Jean James very nicely on top of the bounce. Very nicely controlled steer that square of the wicket. As we're going to see, is it a slip? Yeah, a slip is coming into place for Mokoena.
On the leg side this time around, a square leg fielder, and they will run 2. Good running by Ngobani Mokoena and Johan James there. South Africa 213 for 7.
Yeah, I think important that Jean James on strike for the next over. He's the senior batsman. Good batting there by Mokoena. Got the shortest delivery away into a big gap. Quite a big outfield here at Old Eds.
And that was the end of the over. And South Africa 213 for 7 after 41 overs. Ngobani Mokoena is on 10 and Johan James is on 14. And Kulkani will be bowling his 6th over. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet. And he will be bowling to Johan James.
I think when South Africa under-19 reflect on this batting effort, and particularly the 7 wickets they've lost in 41 overs after a very good start, opening state of 93 between Steve Stark and Landry Pretorius, they might consider their shot selection a bit. Quite a few batsmen hitting the ball straight down the neck of fielders.
Good shot. Square leg fielder. Oh, did well there. The square leg fielder did amazing work. They double up and managed to retrieve that one. But it was a good shot from Johan James. Unfortunately, it didn't go for a boundary.
Priyanshu Malia was the fielder, quickly across the ground and a good dive there.
Edged and taken. Wow, what a catch there by the wicket keeper, diving to his right, low catch really, and South Africa lose their 8th wicket rather in the 41.2 overs. Kulkani picking up his first wicket, and Juan James is gone for 16.
Oh, a massive blow there, but take a bow, Araveli Avanish. What a fantastic catch by the wicketkeeper. He was almost going the wrong way there, and then dived full length and just scooped it up as the catch was dipping. But Kulkani bowling in the channel there, the right channel. Batsman trying to force the pace, getting the edge. And Avanish, what a fantastic catch. One-handed.
Yeah, that's a catch. 215 for 8 now after 41.2 overs. Scoring at a run rate of 5.2. And South Africa really now, are they losing their way? And the new batsman in is Martin Khumalo. He's got work to do now.
Not sure about Martin Khumalo's batting prowess, but he bowled very well.
Yeah, he did bowl very well against Afghanistan. Sorry, Ken. Did bowl very well against Afghanistan, where he picked up 2 wickets in the power play.
And then another 2 later on. I think he got the first 4 wickets to fall in that match. Benoni born, Martin Khumalo.
Yeah, just a change in the batting order now, as we see Kwenama Parker instead of Martin Khumalo. Kwenama Parker, the captain of the South Africa emerging side.
Yeah, well, Mapaka, yeah, he can bat a bit. He's got hundreds at schoolboy level for St. Stithians. But really just a big ask now for South Africa A. 8 overs and 4 balls left, and they're already 8 down. Can they bat out their 50 overs?
Good solid defensive there by Kwenama Parker.
Well, that's going to have to be the approach, I'm afraid, for the home side. They can't afford to be too expansive, take too many risks. With only 2 wickets in hand, they need to try and take this as deep as they can. Otherwise, Takalani, your 240 might actually be bang on.
I'm not too sure if I must play Lotto more regularly. Seems like I'm very good with my prediction.
Well, I mean, your prediction is based on cricketing knowledge, whereas the Lotto is just sheer blind luck. Yeah, so.
Kulkani to continue. Again, played on the offside for no run by Kwenama Parker. And South Africa are still on 215 for 8 after 41.5 overs.
Very stylish by Mapaka. That looked like a guy who has ambitions as a batsman.
Last delivery of the over. No sleep for Kwenama Parker. Again, another defensive shot by Kwenama Parker. That's the end of the over. South Africa 215 for 8. Kwenama Parker is on 0 and Ngobani Mukwena is on 10. South Africa scoring at 5.14 to the over right now. After such a great start, Ken, this morning.
Yeah, well, it's happened twice now to the SA Under-19 team. I'm sure it's something Coach Malabongwe Maketa will be looking at very carefully and trying to devise plans to avoid it happening. I think it also has to do with the nature of the surface here at Old Eds, where the best time to score is probably up front against the new ball. As the ball gets older, the bounce is a bit more spongy. It's more difficult to play through the line of the ball, and pace off really comes into the equation.
Gauda to continue, played on the offside by Ngobani Mukwena for no run once again. South Africa remains on 215 for 8 after 42.1 overs.
So just from the field, the only fielders on the leg side are a deep square leg, a long on, and a fine leg. So Gauda is going to have to be very disciplined and bowl pretty much outside off stump where there's lots of protection.
It's a wide call. Gauda this time dropping it short, and the umpire stretched his arms there because of height.
Not a bad idea to throw in the bouncer, but it was just a bit ill-directed. Keep the batsman honest. Don't want them just lunging forward. They kind of know where Gauda's going to bowl because of the field setting, but you want to mix up his length a bit.
Ngobani Mukwena leaving that one alone.
And we can see how that ball really just kind of died on its way to wicketkeeper Avanish Rao. Also probably a little bit of pace off by the bowler.
Really, it's a big question. What can Ngobani Mukwena and Kwena Mapaka do from here now? Few overs to go, 2 wickets in hand, 216 on the board. Good shot, but it's not going to go to the boundary. They will just take a single, but Mapaka wanted another one there, but Ngobani Mukwena quickly say no.
Yeah, off the outside half of the bat, and again, India have got some quick boundary riders we've seen. They get quickly to the ball and preventing the second run there. Molia again. Just the field being rearranged for the left-handed Mapaka. There's a slip in place. There's a ring of 3 in the covers. Deep cover, a third man, a fine leg. Deepish mid-on and a backward square leg.
Kind of a stifle appeal from Indian fielder there, but South Africa managed to run one by there. And the score moved to 219 for 8.
Very ambitious by Gauda. Pitched outside leg and going to miss leg stump. But lucky to get away with that one, not where he should be bowling with the field he's got.
Really a quiet period now for Ngobani Mukwena. I thought he's going to be very aggressive, but he's been very quiet, not too sure about if they're looking for that last 3-4 overs maybe, and be aggressive then. Driven down the ground by Ngobani Mukwena just for 1.
Well, exactly. That's what they have to do really for the next 5 overs or so. The last thing they want is to be bowled out before the 50 overs are up. So they're going to have to be content with taking the ones that are on offer. India might consider strengthening in the ring a bit just to stop the ones from being taken, create a bit more pressure. But just vital that these two now bat through to the closing stages.
Again, Gauda bowling well here, not giving anything to the batsmen. We spoke about the abilities of Kwena Mapaka. that he is regarded as a bowling all-rounder. He hasn't played any shot in anger from his 5 deliveries he has faced so far. And South Africa really now, Ngobani Mukwena, Kwena Mapaka, they have to do well here for their side. The bowling from India has been excellent from the 10th over maybe until now, Ken.
Yeah, they've come back really well with the ball. 90 without loss after 9 overs. They were a bit shell-shocked after winning the toss and bowling first. And it was the paceman, Aradia Shukla, who got the ball rolling with a couple of wickets. And then the spinners really came back and bowled extremely well. Mushir Khan, Soumay Pandey.
No sleep for Ngobani Mukwena. Mushir Khan has been patrolling the 3rd man boundary for the whole day, more especially to the right-handers. Bowling from the southern end, he's been the patroller throughout the day, and he looks like a very good fielder. He has stopped some few runs there for South Africa. Edged. And then again, is that man Khan again. South Africa take a quick single, and the score now moved to 220 for 8. Kwena Mapaka is yet to get off the mark. Ngobani Mukwena is on 12.
And not much change in the weather either. Still a lovely day here at Old Eds in the leafy suburbs of Johannesburg. Still a lot of fluffy clouds around. It's nice and cool. There's a bit of a breeze. No threat of rain anytime soon, so it could still be an interesting run chase here for India A in the afternoon.
Is that out? Yeah, that's an edge. Kwena Mapaka is out without bothering the scorers, and South Africa lose their 9th wicket to Kulkarni here.
Yeah, Kulkarni's done a good job apart from his first spell, but really his type of bowling better suited to the middle and late overs. He hits the deck, he bowls lots of cutters, no great pace. Tall man gets a bit of bounce as well, and just bang on target there. Mapaka's trying to force off the back foot, gets the thin edge, and South Africa under 19 on 9 down.
Yeah, it looks like they were waiting for that wicket, really. Not much celebration from the Indian players there. Very difficult to pick if it was a wicket or not, if you didn't hear the edge. But yeah, India on the charge, yeah, just 1 wicket now. Martin Kumalo, the new batsman in, and South Africa now in trouble here, Ken.
Yeah, just 1 wicket left, and we can see a couple of the India batsmen in the field just starting to turn their thoughts towards batting, do a bit of shadow batting. We have Sachin Das here next to us at fine leg, or 3rd man. He was fine leg for the left-handed Mapaka, 3rd man for Mukwena. And now it's Martin Kumalo, the last man in at the crease.
Kulkarni, 3 deliveries to go in the over. Again, this one is going to be called a wide, gifting South Africa some runs here. Is Kulkarni, after doing so well, coming back strongly after South Africa had an amazing start in the power play. Steve Stock and Luandro Pretorius were really batting well, then started losing wickets, and exactly what happened against Afghanistan. We're seeing now South Africa 220 for 9 after 43.4 overs. Shot. It's not going to go to the boundary. Oh, it will. It's not a 4. Yeah, but that was a good shot there by Ngobani Mokoena. And South Africa now trying to score runs as quickly as possible now. Last wicket in hand, few of us to go. They have to try and get as many as possible. The score now moved to 223, 43.4 overs.
Danush Gowda running around for fine leg there. Got there well enough, but then had a few difficulties with the bouncing ball. A couple of deflections. Managed to save the boundary in the end. Good work by the big fast bowler. And Takalani, your prediction of 240, looks like you might be a bit generous.
Yeah. Good delivery. Testing that out fourth stump there. Trying to find that outside edge. What a bowling by Kulkami there.
Again, pace off. Showing his skills with the variations. Someone said 300, Takalani. I can't remember who that was, but
I definitely remember who that was, but I'm not going to mention any names. Again, a beauty from Kulkani to end the over. A bit of swing in that delivery. What an amazing bowler this man. He has picked up 2 wickets for his 40 here today.
Just the off cutter from Kulkani, gripping a bit. There's enough grass on the pitch for it to grip. It's dry old grass, but still providing some purchase there for the bowler, and he's reveling in these conditions late in the innings.
Yeah, South Africa 223 for 9 after 45 overs. Ngobani Mokoena is on 13 and Martin Kumalo is on 2 from 3 deliveries.
Mokoena now on strike, and with number 11, and it'd be interesting whether his approach changes. He might actually feel, okay, I've got to go for it now. I'll just try and get as many runs as I can. It's not going to be easy because it's Aradia Shukla who is returning. Change of ends from him. He's had a very good day with the ball, and this is going to be a testing challenge for Mokoena.
In the block hole there, but Mokoena did well, and they will take a single.
No, they turned it down actually, which I think shows that Mokoena has decided now with
he has to go
11,
for boundaries.
Yeah, he's going to have to take responsibility. There was certainly a single on there, but Mokoena sent Kumalo back.
And it looks like Mokoena can hit a long ball, a very strong young lad. Appeal there, stifle one from the Indian fielder, straight from Shukla there, testing Mokoena on that LBW.
Backward point thought it was out, but never a good judge of LBWs. Backward point.
Again, Mokoena struggling to get Shukla away, just like most South African batsmen in this innings so far. He has picked up 3 wickets for 39, and it's still troubling South African batsmen. This time, I thought the umpire will call a wide there, but being a bit generous is the umpire there. Shukla bowling, and Mokoena still struggling to get this man away here.
Must have been close that, outside the leg stump, maybe just clipped the pad. But the man from the Punjab, Shukla, we can see he's just concentrating on getting it right up in the block hole to Mokoena, and he's certainly winning this battle so far.
Again, straight. And Mokoena turned the opportunity to take a single there.
Well, he's going to have to do something now because we've had 4 balls of the over. No runs yet. And he's also going to want to keep strike for the following over. How will India respond in the field? They're not really making any changes.
He has to go for the big one. 2 balls to go in the over.
No ball.
Played the again. He didn't take a single. It's a no ball. And an opportunity now for a free hit.
Well, I was going to criticize Mokoena for not taking the one there because it was the 5th ball of the over. But very clever of him, actually, because now he will be on strike for the free hit. That will follow. No ball for height by Shukla. And a warning for the umpire. First warning for dangerous bowling.
Off stump towards you. That is off stump. Captain.
This is an opportunity now for
Warning to bowler.
Mokoena now to hit this one out of the ground. 224 for 9. 44.4 overs to go. Shukla, the aggressive bowler, against Ngobani Mokoena. Here we go. Hit high and long for... Oh, it's a free hit and he can be out. And South Africa managed to run, I think they ran 2 there. But it was hit really high up in the sky. Unfortunately, didn't get the distance or the elevation he was looking for. And India did well there.
Well, it was the slower ball bouncer from Shukla. So Mokoena mistiming it a bit.
Good running. Good running by these 2 young men. Mokoena has to face the next over, and he did well there to take a single.
I think if that third hit, then Kamala would have been run out, I'm afraid. It was a risky single, but he had to take it because it was the last ball of the over. Basically, it's straight to cover, and they ran. So 4 runs off the 45th over.
South Africa 227 for 9. And Ngobani Mokoena is on 16 from 30 deliveries. Martin Kumalo is on 2 from 3 deliveries. He hasn't faded much of the strike, really.
Those 2 runs came from a pretty good shot, though. Whipped it away behind square on the leg side. I would have thought that would have earned him a little bit of faith from his batting partner.
That's true. Kulkani. Good shot for 6. Oh, my boy, Ngobani Mokoena, what a shot. It's gone all the way for maximum.
Yeah, Kulkani didn't really disguise the slower ball well enough there, and it was right in the slot for Mokoena. Beautifully put away, straight back over the bowler's head into the side screen, more than halfway up. That was a wonderful strike and a great way to start the over with 6 runs. So the pressure firmly on the bowler now.
This time on the leg side. And he's gone for another maximum. 2 shots of anger from Ngobani Mokoena. What a shot. And South Africa 239 for 9 now.
Fantastic hit again. It was too full from Kulkani and deposited into the nets by Mokoena. I see one of the old Ed's shirts there is recovering the ball, one of their club members. But Kulkani really just needs to drag that length back a bit because at the moment he's feeding Mokoena in the slot.
And we spoke about the power of the young man, and is busy showing it now. missed that one there.
Kulkani bent his back a bit for that one. That one, the short ball whizzing past the bat.
239 for 9 after 45.3 overs. South Africa won. South Africa here. Ngobani Mokoena. Very impressive young man. That one, if he connect, it was gone.
Might have hurt him a bit. He bottom benched it into his body. Swinging violently.
Yeah.
Mokoena. And again, that's the length that's difficult. That's the cutter into the pitch. It's standing up a bit. It's that spongy bounce, and Mokoena with the attempted pull, not able to time it properly.
Arshil Kulkani to continue once again. South Africa looking for more runs here in the back end of the innings. Last wicket partnership. Yeah, that's going to be called wide.
It'll be interesting to see whether Mokoena leaves it to the last ball of the over again to try and get a single.
I think he looks like a smart cricketer. I think last ball of the over, he will definitely take a single. Still few overs to go. Want to maximize that opportunity to score some runs for South Africa. Down the ground, no single taken. Good cricket by Ngobani Mokoena. Understanding the situation of the match.
Well, he's putting it all on red or black, isn't he? I mean, it's, he's only got one ball now to get a single. Usually you see a batsman, if there is a comfortable one on the penultimate ball of the over, they take it. Trust their partner to survive one ball, and so far Kamala looks like he'd be able to survive one ball at least, one thinks.
Didn't take a single. And South Africa once again 240 for 9 after 46 overs.
And Kamala will now be on strike. So this will be a testing time.
Yeah, he has to face the music now. Only faced 3 deliveries so far for his 2. This is a big over for both sides. What Khumalo must do, just get a single first ball, go the other side, and let Ngobani Mokoena first the rest of the overs.
The 18-year-old from Benoni will be facing up to Aradhya Shukla, arguably the best of the Indian seamers today. There is a slip in place.
They want a wicket, isn't it?
Well, it's always a possibility with the number 11. You don't want him just running the ball down to third man for an easy one. Ring of infielders as well to stop the single.
Oh, he's gone. Gone first ball of the over from Shukla. Martin Khumalo is bowled off stump, uprooted, and that's the end of the innings. South Africa's innings bowled out for 240 from 46.1 overs. India electing to bowl first, that 240 mark, exactly on the dot.
So we'll say goodbye to Takalani Nechiava now, as he's going straight to buy a lotto ticket. He got it bang on. I think it was after 13 overs, I think, or something, that I asked your prediction, so well done. But really a sorry collapse once again by the SA Under-19 side. 93 without loss after 9 overs, and they have finished with what can only be described as a moderate, a mediocre maybe even, 240 all out. Just running through that scorecard, well, it's top heavy in terms of runs. Steve Stark bashed 46 off 27 balls before he was caught off Aradhya Shukla, who quickly claimed the wicket of captain David Teague as well, trapped LBW for 9. Luandre Pretorius went on to score 67 off 61 balls before he was chapped LBW by spinner Somé Pandey, who also dismissed Richard Seletswane for 19 and Divan Murray for 18. We then had a run out, unfortunately. Oliver Whitehead, a brilliant throw by Uday Saharan, dismissed him for 18. And Tanda Zuma made 1. Jean James made 16, looked promising before he was dismissed by Kulkani, who also got the wicket of Kwena Mampaka for a duck caught behind. Brilliant catch by wicketkeeper Araveli Rao. Gobani Mokwena really did his best in the lower order, finishes 28 not out off 36 balls, and Martin Kumalo right now bowled by really a brilliant delivery from Shukla for 2.
Yeah, the bowling figures. Gauda bowled 8 overs and no wicket for 46. Kulkani bowled 8 overs as well, 2 wickets for 53. Murugan Abhishek, the good fielder, bowled just 1 overs for his 7 runs, no wicket. And Pandey, he bowled 10 overs, 3 wickets for 49. He's got 9 wickets in the series so far. Aradia Shukla, what a player, what a bowler, the aggressive bowler, 9.1 overs. He got 4 wickets for 43. And Musir Khan, what a fielder, very good fielder for India, no wicket for 34. And that's the end of South Africa's first innings, being out for 240 for 10.
Yeah, and one has to say the best of the Indian bowlers, Aradia Shukla with those 4 wickets, 2 up front really turned the tide for them. And then spinner Somé Pandey once again impressing fantastically with the ball. We're now going to take a break for 40 minutes or so, but maybe it's a good time for you to consider booking your tickets for the other big India-South Africa match. It's the test match, of course, the second test starting tomorrow. The legendary rivalry between South Africa and India continues as the Proteas lead 1-0 in the Betway Test Series. Get your tickets now from Ticket Pro for the New Year's Test Series taking place at the Newlands Cricket Stadium from the 3rd to the 7th of January. You don't want to miss out. Let's go South Africa. Be part of it. Woza Nawe. Please join us again in 40 minutes. Welcome back to Old Eds for the second innings of this under-19 triangular series match between South Africa and India. It's the third match of the series, and South Africa, having lost their opening game to Afghanistan by 47 runs, find themselves under pressure because they've done a similar thing with the bat, collapsing to 240 all out, and so now their bowlers will have to defend a target of less than 5 runs to the over. And with me is Vihan du Plessis. It was deja vu a bit, wasn't it, with that South African batting display?
Yeah, Ken, welcome back to our viewers. It's always good to be here. Yeah, a bit of deja vu. I think a bit less drastically than the previous game. I think against the Afghanistan side, it was a bit of a mudslide there in the middle. But this time around, I think they were, after 9 overs, they were 93 for naught, and the first wicket of Stork bringing a bit of a collapse. And at one stage, it looked like they were going to go well over 300 as Adarsh Singh gets the Indians underway.
Nice confident start by him, just clipping Kwena Mapaka off his pads for 1. Adarsh Singh, obviously the danger man here in this Indian batting lineup. Fresh off an unbeaten 112 not out for 108 balls. They took India to a 6-wicket victory with 80 balls to spare in their opening game against Afghanistan. So obviously if India can get home here, making their target of 241, they'll have 1 foot in the final. They will feel as it's Ashin Kulkarni now taking strike against Mapaka, who comes left arm over the wicket. Okay, and quite full from Mapaka.
Yeah, a bit of aggression shown there by Kwena Mapaka. Another youngster that's been spoken a lot of around the country, and for years really. I think since the old under 15 series, the provincial series, they've been speaking of Kwena Mapaka as someone to keep an eye on for the future. And yeah, the stage now set for the under 19 World Cup, and Kwena Mapaka's time to shine.
Again on the legs a bit too much and nicely tucked away by Kulkarni. Tiga is giving chase and hauls it in, but they'll come back for 2 runs again. So Mapaka just battling a little bit with his lines and lengths first up, but yeah, certainly a young prodigy. It will be his second under 19 World Cup that he'll be playing in later this month. He played his first when he was just 16 years old in the West Indies in 2022. Played for the Cincidians first team from grade 9. And that one just died a bit outside off stump. We've seen that a bit in this match. So defending just 241 Vihan, one feels South Africa certainly need to strike with the new ball, which has been difficult for all the teams in this competition so far. And then they've basically just got to keep pegging away, don't they? They need to keep taking wickets because they're probably not going to be able to defend 240 in the overs. They try and off the body to the short fine leg.
Yeah, definitely. I do feel wickets are the way to go here. I don't think 240, if the Indian side are to bat their overs, should be enough. Adarsh Singh still not out in this competition. And Ashin Kulkarni, one of the senior provincial players in this under 19 Indian side, a very hard hitting opening batter. He'd like to get his innings going here.
That's a good area for Mapaka to be bowling, and the loose drive just past the outside edge. Good way to end the first over of India's run chase, but they are 3 without loss. Yeah, Ashin Kulkarni, very useful cricketer, can opens the batting and can take the new ball as well.
Yeah, very good all-round cricketer, and one of many that has been produced by by the Indians over the years. And, against the Afghanistan side, just getting a start, but hitting a few lovely boundaries in the power play. Definitely, if he bats a while, should be danger signs. He does like to bat at a high strike rate.
Martin Khumalo is going to open the bowling for South Africa under 19 from the southern end of the ground. Not really much wind to speak about today, just a very slight zephyr making all the lovely green trees just drift a tiny bit. Here's Khumalo to sing. Oh, beautifully put away, over pitched, bit of width as well, and a dash sing just onto that so quickly and sweetly played for 4.
Yeah, Dash Singh probably in the form of his life. The young, elegant left-hander. And how elegant does a left-handed cover drive look, Ken?
Always looks better for some reason, not sure why. But yeah, that was a bit of a gift from Khumalo, but beautifully put away. A better delivery, but very nicely played by Adash. Great control, steering it down to third man for a single.
Dash Singh really has been enjoying the conditions here in the Highveld. Played a very near faultless innings against the Afghanistan under 19 side. It's also worth noting that Luandre Pretorius without the gloves today, standing at first slip for the South African under 19 side, alongside his opening partner Steve Stork, who is at second slip for the South African side.
Yeah, Thando Zuma with the gloves today.
Interesting field. Fine leg up in the circle. They do have a deep square leg slightly in front of square leg. Oh, that's in front of the square leg umpire, that is. The other fielder that is out on the fence is third man, a rather fine third man. You have 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a rather straight mid-wicket.
Teagat as well, moving quickly to his left at, or to his right rather, at mid-off. Yeah, only 2 fielders allowed out in this first power play, which makes it quite tricky for the new ball bowlers.
It's always good for the captain to be situated at mid-off, right next to the bowlers, to have a word if necessary.
That's beautifully driven. A punch more than anything else by Kulkarni. Mid-on was very wide, and he's got that between mid-on and the bowler away for 4. So Martin Khumalo, who took 4 wickets against Afghanistan, under a bit of early pressure here in his first over.
That's a beautiful cricket shot. Nothing more than a hard block, really. A back foot punch. And some excellent timing shown early in this innings by Arshan Kulkarni.
Is there a reason you'd have your mid-on so wide, Vian?
Yep, 4 more through the vacant mid-on region. And yeah, to come back to your question, it is something you see quite often in red ball cricket. Longer format cricket, you see mid-on being dispensed with and mid-wicket being a bit more straight. I think that is to open up a possibility of a fielder somewhere else in the field, maybe an extra slip or gully or someone in the cover region. But with the line and length that Khumalo was bowling now, I wouldn't advise bowling without a mid-on at this stage. As well as you see, Kulkarni loves to hit the ball down the ground, so I wouldn't advise it, Ken.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost not a mid-on. It's a very straight mid-wicket or a very wide mid-on. But if you want to encourage your bowlers to bowl straight, then your mid-on should. And that's fallen on the legs again, clipped away by Odasha. You know, ideally you want to encourage the batter playing around that front pad, playing across the line more, so leave mid-wicket open more. But yeah, I would prefer a straighter mid-on as well.
That's definitely something that has been disputed over the years. If you want the positioning of fielders and lines and lengths of ball, especially with the new ball and against batters that look to take on the new ball. As you see Mpaka bowling to Arshan Kulkarni.
On the hook, they think there's a glove. Big appeal by the South Africans. Umpire unmoved and calls a wide. It was quite a long way down leg side.
As you see the replay, a bit of extra pace by Mpaka. Just rushing Arshan a bit with pace, hitting the deck hard. Does look like he has a bit more zip when he hits the deck.
Yeah, he's getting it through nicely. Just maybe he's bowled a little bit too full in his first over and a bit. Nicely forward by Kulkarni, but straight to mid-off.
Does look like Mpaka is picking up the pace a bit. He's easing into his spell here. And the South African side would dearly love a few early wickets here from him.
Yeah, he looks in quite good rhythm, I'd say. And very much the strike bowler of this SA on the 19 side. That's beautifully bowled. Another big appeal, that one nipping away from the right-hander. But he didn't get a touch.
Parker now with his tail up a bit here. An excellent contest between bat and ball. Between Mpaka and Arshan Kulkarni.
I know new ball bowlers haven't had much success in this tournament so far, but I think there's enough in this pitch for the new ball to do a bit. They just need to get enough balls in that right area. Parker pulling back his length and Kulkarni standing tall.
I think it's been tough. I think the teams have identified that you have to go hard in the power play. So it's been tough being a bowler out there, but I do think if you stick to your guns and you keep to your line and lengths, you might get a hit off your line and length sometimes, but I think if you stay consistent, you'll reap the rewards. There was something in the wicket this morning, or throughout the innings really, from the opposite side to where we're sitting, on a good length outside off stump. There was a bit of something for the seamers.
And again, Kulkarni beaten outside the off stump. This time not much of an appeal by the South Africans. The imposing figure of umpire Jan Erasmus at this end. He's had to turn down 2 appeals already this over. Kieran Claster is the other umpire. But yeah, interesting that Mpaka, who you would think is their number 1 bowler, their strike bowler, not bowling from the other end, where, as you said, Vian, there was that bounce outside off stump. Beautifully bowled again, and now another big appeal. Lots of excitement, but umpire Rasmus unmoved. Not too many complaints, it seems, from the South African bowlers. End of the over. And an eventful one, 18 without loss. But Mpaka and the young Proteas will be very happy with that over.
That's an excellent over by Mpaka. The score now 18 for no loss after 3. And the 1 over of Khumalo yielding 13 runs. So Mpaka in his 2 overs, 0 for 5. So he's been impressive so far in his 2 over spell. It doesn't look like there's too much shape on offer, but he's been consistent, he's been accurate.
And again, Khumalo is driven, but mid-off is straighter than mid-on was in the previous over.
Yeah, a few nice shots in the previous over against Kumalo. Do you think maybe the change in field with mid on, or is it rather the left-hander facing now, mid on and mid off in place? I think it's a good move to have your fielders straighter rather than squarer.
Over pitched by Kamala, but Ardash just losing his shape a bit there. Bottom hand coming through a bit. Couldn't put that one away. He'll be disappointed.
Yeah, I do think from the coaching box the cry will be consistency. To stay in that channel that they speak about, that 4th, 5th stump perhaps. Fuller rather than shorter. And maybe see if we can get something out of the wicket. Let the left-hander drive and maybe get those slips into play.
Oh no, even bigger full toss now, and that one's put away by Adash Singh through cover point for 4. When a bowler is struggling like this with the new ball, Vian, what do you persist with him? Do you get him off after 2 overs?
That's always a difficult call to make. I think in conditions as is, you need to get as much as possible out of the new ball while it's still swinging a bit. I think the captain did the right thing by giving him another one to maybe just boost his confidence a bit. But I do think after 2 overs, if you see it's not going well, you might consider making a change.
Well, that was a much better delivery from Martin Kamala. Got very well in the first game, so he shouldn't be lacking confidence. And if he can just repeat that line and that length, probing stuff from the man from Benoni.
I think if Kumalo can keep up that line and length that he hit just now, I think it's worthwhile to give him a few more. I think if he can go at that line and length, he'll give the batters some trouble.
Yeah, I fancy he's bowling slightly into the wind here. We feel the wind a little bit behind our backs. As I said, it's not really a wind, it's a very gentle breeze. But it does look like quite an uphill run for him, which is perhaps why Quena Mapaka has chosen the other end. Lovely by Adash Singh, and he's going to get another boundary through the covers.
Another lovely cover drive by Adash Singh, and that's been trademarked since arriving in South Africa for the Triangular Series. He's hit quite a few of those. But I don't think the South African side will be too disheartened by the cover drive. Slightly upish, but a better line and length, I think, than a few of the other balls bowled.
Yeah, just needs to pull it back a little bit. As you said, rather be err on the side of fullness than being too short on the surface. That one does get up a bit, but Adash rides the bounce well. He'll end the over with a single and will keep the strike. India under 19, 27 without loss after 4 overs, and a very good start for the tourists.
Now the Indian batters have looked good. 22 for no loss after 4, or 27 for no loss rather. I think they, as was evident in the previous game, they weren't too concerned about going too hard up front. They had the ploy of keeping wickets in hand and batting time. I think it's a better option, especially with the conditions as we have. It is slightly difficult in the middle periods, especially to get in for a new batter. I think for set batters to stay in and organise the game is a better option, as Parker continues to Adash Singh.
Testing him with the short ball there, not entirely convincingly played. Parker's got 2 slips in place.
Yeah, Adash Singh, I think one place where he wasn't really tested against the Afghanistan sides, maybe on the pull. He looked really compact, playing straight cover drives through mid-wicket, straight drives. I don't think the Afghanistan side maybe tested him on the pull. Maybe something to look at.
Well, Quentin Parker clearly thinks so, but that one was way too short and soaring over the batsman's head. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, we've seen already today that Adash Singh's cover drive is firmly in place, coming out the middle.
Very neat left-handed batter. Always lovely to have one of those at the top of the order.
Yeah, he's a slim man, athletic build. As you say, everything all very tidy about him. Mapaka did well there to get a hand on that firm straight drive.
Mapaka looks like he has his tail up a bit here. Obviously bowling in conditions that he knows. He's shown good pace here up front with the new ball so far.
He certainly looks up for it. He looks like he's got good rhythm. Bowling tidily, but can he get that all-important breakthrough for the South Africans? Yeah, you can see he's not going anywhere near the cover drive of Adash Singh.
Just something worth mentioning. Arshan Kulkarni hasn't had a lot of the strike. It does look like Adash Singh has been facing most of the deliveries so far. Arshan Kulkarni a bit stalled at the strike the last couple of overs. I think up front the first 1 or 2 overs Kulkarni had most of the strike. But they do seem to have switched over a bit now.
Yeah, Adash nicked it with that single off the last ball of the previous over.
Mpaka hard into the thigh pad of Adash Singh.
See the clouds just starting to build up a little bit now, a bit more grey in the clouds rather than the fluffy white of the morning. Perhaps the SA Under-19 manager, Blanche Conradi, will be getting a Duckworth Lewis Stern sheet out and ready should the thunderclouds build up. This time Adash will get a single through square leg.
This now brings Arshan Kulkarni back on strike for the first time in a 2-over period.
Yeah, and it'll feel like a long time. There have also been a couple of wides in this over, so it's turning into quite a long over for Kwena Mapaka.
Only one delivery left in the over. Mpaka 2.5 overs, 0 for 7. He's bowled well so far. Arshan Kulkarni looks the type of player who likes bat on ball.
That was a good bouncer. That's brilliantly bowled by Mapaka. You could see Kulkarni initially thought of hooking, but had to bail out and get his head out the way very quickly there.
Another good over comes to an end by Kwena Mpaka. And he dearly likes some support from the other end for Khumalo to maybe just keep it a bit tighter at the other end. String together a few quiet overs, and that generally brings about a chance or two in the field if you can string together a few dots and build some pressure from both sides. You always speak about partnerships with the bat. It's even more so with the ball. Partnerships with the ball. Bowling in partnerships is vital to the success of the team.
Absolutely. So 29 without loss after 5. Khumalo continues. And a good start to his third over. That'll please him, and also the captain David Tiga, who continues to back him with the new ball. Two slips as well for Khumalo. His 2 men on the boundary are at deep square leg. And that's nicely put away through the covers again by Adash. Duan Murray sets off and pulls it in before the boundary. We have a side screen in our way, but I imagine his other boundary fielder is a third man to the left-hander.
Yeah, a field change that might be worth considering maybe now at this stage, maybe dispensing with one of the slips. And as I say it, Steve Stork is removed from second slip and into extra cover. Adash Singh driving slightly upish.
Steered wide, great fielding by Maria again. And that saves the single. So yeah, it's not as if there's prodigious movement away from the batsman. He's hit a few through the covers. So it seems the wise move to take away the second slip. Just give Kamala a bit more protection in the covers. It's ill-directed by Kamala, trying the short ball, but it was way down leg side and put away very nicely by Adash Singh for another boundary.
Yeah, Ken, a bit of a captain killer, putting in the extra field on the offside, wanting the batter to drive, bringing up fine leg, and the bowler maybe straying a bit on the short side. And Adash Singh helping it around the corner for 4 more.
Kamala is staying over the wicket to the left-hander. Perhaps he should consider coming around. He just looks out of sorts, doesn't he? It's the second time now he's pulled up in his run-up. Not getting that rhythm that he had in the first game against Afghanistan.
Yeah, I do think he has a bit of a rhythm problem here today. If you look at the dimensions of the field as well, it's a bit of a downhill field to all the ends. That gives a bit of a bump just as the bowler wants to get into his gather, and once again over pitched and beautifully punched down the ground for 4 more. And Adash Singh once again looking $1 million here today, Ken.
Well, it was a nice friendly low full toss for him to put away, and perhaps now is the time. He's had 3 overs, Kamala, from that end. Perhaps make the change, and he can always come back on again in a few overs. Replace Quenema Parker at this end. Maybe things will go a bit better for him running from our end.
Yeah, Ken, put your captaincy hat on. Taking off Kumalo now on that side. Who do you put on? Do you go for another seamer? Someone who swings the ball, someone who spins the ball maybe? As we see another chase to the cover boundary.
Nice work there by the 2 fielders, but more runs through the offside for Adash Singh, and that will end the over. 6 overs gone now. Yeah, it's the South African way, isn't it, to back your seamers first. Perhaps a bit of Kobani Mokoena.
Do you fancy maybe Luandre Pretorius rolling over his arm for a bit of off breaks from that side, especially with the left-handed Adash Singh in maybe?
I think it's a bit early. The ball's a bit new. Quenema Parker starts well again.
Parker's bowled really well from this end. 3.1 overs, 0 to 7 at this stage. The score now 41 for no loss after 6. And India with a good start so far. I think they'll be really happy with how things have gone. And ideally South Africa would like a breakthrough sooner rather than later.
Kulkarni showing a bit more discipline outside off stump now. Mapaka beat him a few times out there, but this time he just leaves it well alone.
Harshan Kulkarni, of course, losing his wicket to the left arm seam of Afghan, the opening bowler for Afghanistan, cleaning up Harshan Kulkarni in the previous encounter.
And Mapaka certainly caused him a few problems as well in this match. Here he comes again. It's edged, but well wide of the solitary slip. There's a third man in place. They'll just get a single.
And Ken, I do think the wicket's been a bit slower than usual here at Old Eds. We haven't seen balls really go to first and second slip all that much. Most of the edges have gone to third, fourth, maybe even the gully region. And I think especially with Kwenan Parker shaping it across the right hand, it might be advisable to get a fourth, maybe a gully region position in there. Especially to Harshan Kulkarni, who looks like he fancies a drive.
Yeah, certainly something worth thinking about. Uppishly driven, over cover point though, and well enough time to race away to the boundary. It cleared cover point by quite a way, but Vian, you picked up on it earlier. Adosh does hit the ball in the air a bit.
He does drive uppishly, but it looks like he tends to put them in the gap. Although uppishly, he's driven a lot of boundaries so far here in South Africa. All the analysts might look to keep an eye on that for the upcoming Under-19 World Cup.
Back onto the pads from Mapaka and just push to Menon. So Adosh Singh has really got off to a tremendous start here. 33 not out off 23 balls. As India 46 without loss already. And we've got one ball left in the 7th over.
Okay, now Adosh Singh is 33 of 23, is off to a flyer. But a very much contrasting innings to that of Steve Stork, who batted at almost the same strike rate. Steve Stork looked to attack and hit the ball, whereas Adosh Singh is just putting away the loose deliveries that he has been given.
Yeah, he's certainly been fed a bit, but not so much by Mapaka, who ends his 4th over very tidily, and India 46 without loss after 7 overs. Kwenan Parker 4 overs for 12 runs now, so he's done everything asked of him from this end, apart maybe from making an early breakthrough with the new ball. So Vian du Plessis is celebrating here because he called it. Captain David Tiger agreeing with the matchup route, except it's the right-hander on strike at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like John James into the attack from the opposite end to the commentary box. And always a good idea to get a spinner on. I think spin usually does the trick. It tends to keep the economy low. It tends to bring a breakthrough here and there. And I do think Harshan Kulkarni might look to take on the off spin of John James, which might bring the fielders into play at this stage. Long on and between deep mid wicket and square leg is the two fielders that he's positioned on the boundary.
Sean James also an off spinner, tall guy, so he will probably get a bit of bounce. And a tidy start. Good work by Menon there.
That's interesting enough, John James starting over the wicket. It's interesting to see if you have a look at the front on camera now. John James almost starting behind the umpire.
Beautifully driven through extra cover by Harshan Kulkarni.
That also brings up the 50 for the Indian side. It's also worth mentioning that there's a 50-run partnership for Arshin Kulkarni and Adash Singh.
And done without much fuss, without much effort really. They haven't had to take really any risks to get there.
Nicely bowled into the wicket by James. And as mentioned, a bit interesting for him to start over the wicket. A lot of off-spinners tend to bowl around the wicket in the power play, especially with the new ball trying to slide it across the right-hander, bring the slip into play. Slip, by the way, being dispensed with. The extra fielder being put in the cover region.
I fancy with his height, it is the sort of pitch for the offie to try and bowl it into the pitch a bit, isn't it? Down the wicket, Kulkarni. James got a hand on that and deflects it to mid-off end of... Well, it wasn't a bad over by Jean James. It did still go, though, for half a dozen runs. So 50 without loss, India, after 8 overs.
It looks like we're on Parker to continue. It looks like a bit of a change in the field. Fine leg is brought inside the circle. Deep square leg is out on the fence. The other fielder that is out on the fence is a wideish third man. But it looks like a bit of traffic as third man is brought in and fine leg is pushed back. Maybe a bit of aggression in this, perhaps the last over from Parker.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to test Adash out with some short pitch bowling. Straight away, nice and straight, but well played by Adash, rode the bounce well.
Adash Singh, a batsman who's short in stature, very Ishan Kishan-like built. And it'll be interesting to see what Quinton Parker does here. Of course, he has those 2 bumpers up his sleeve for the over. But Adash Singh looks a customer who has a firm head on his shoulders.
Nicely behind that one as well. Yeah, he does look very composed and calm at the crease. As I said, neither of these batsmen have really taken any risks. They've just put away the bad balls that they've been given.
Quinton Parker has really run in here today. Looks like the umpire wants to have a word. Just a bit of inspection of the crease by the umpire. Quinton Parker maybe getting close to that front line.
Or into the danger area, maybe. Good over so far, this. He's still got that second, well, he's still got 2 bounces left in the over.
It does look like Parker is angling the ball into the left-handed Adash Singh at this stage. Of course, we are not situated directly behind the bowlers. But from our angle, it does look like it's going a slight bit in towards the left-hander, as we see Adash Singh just having a look at the field. Maybe the anticipation of a short ball here. Maybe the double bluff from Parker might do the trick for the South Africans.
Shortish, but didn't really get up.
2 balls left in the over. And Quinton Parker has really bowled a lot of, the majority of his last 2 or 3 overs have been to Adash Singh. And it does look like Adash Singh has identified Parker as the danger man. Maybe just trying to get through his spell here.
Sensible approach. There's certainly no pressure on India in terms of the run rate. Nicely tickled off his pads, fine leg in place. Just a single.
I do fancy this matchup, Ken. Arshin Kulkarni versus Parker. I think Kulkarni maybe hasn't had the amount of strike he would have liked the last 4 or 5 overs. He has a career strike rate in senior provincial T20 cricket of above 160. So definitely someone who likes to take on the bowlers in the power play.
He's a big lad. I mean, he's certainly got physical presence about him. There's that drive again. Expansive outside off stump. Again, the South Africans very excited, but there was no edge.
Harshan Kulkarni definitely a hard hitter of the ball. The South Africans have kept him to 15 of 20-odd balls. They have bowled particularly well to him, and this now, Ken, for me is a very, very important part of this game. This is going to probably indicate in which way this game will go. I think John James Spell and whoever follows up in Parker from the commentary box end, I think this passage of play coming up now is going to be vital in the outcome of this game.
Yeah, so the off spinner now has the left-hander on strike, and there's a slip in place straight away. 51 without loss, India, after 9 overs, chasing 241 for their second victory in this triangular series. And James switches to around the wicket. A little bit short, tucked away comfortably by Adash. James will be disappointed with that. He's got the left hand on strike, and he just gave him an easy one ball.
Now this now the last over of the first batting power play, and you have to feel Harshan Kulkarni might look to take on James now and capitalize on the fielding restrictions that are in play.
He hit that hard, but straight to extra cover, Richard Selatwani. Darted in by James, but down the leg side, and Kulkarni misses the sweep, and it has been called wide.
Punch down the ground towards long on.
So as the clouds do gather over the Alan Lawson Oval at Old Eds, there's a nice crowd in today. Certainly over 100, I would say. Turn and bounce there from John James, and Adash, for the first time in this innings, beaten.
Once again dragged down by James, and the Indian batters scamper through for a single. And Ken, you have to feel James would be a bit disappointed in his consistency so far in these first 2 overs. He's bowled a few buttes, maybe 1 or 2 deliveries that the Indians could get away easily.
Yeah, always a bit of pressure on a spinner coming on in the power play. But he's ended his second over tidily enough. That's 10 overs gone. India under 19, 55 without loss. Adash Singh is on 36 of 32 balls, and Harshan Kulkarni has 18 off 28 balls. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Takalani Neshiava and Vian Duplessis.
Takalani, welcome back. It looks like Quinlan Parker will continue for his 6th over. It is a bit of a long opening spell. Conditions definitely suited for longer spells. It's not hot here in Johannesburg. Bit of cloud cover, and definitely back hitting the deck hard is Quinlan Parker. He's kept Adash Singh and both the Indian batters really busy this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Fihan. As we say bye-bye to Ken Boland and Kwenama Parker bowling well here for South Africa. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. And 13 runs he's conceded so far. Martin Kumalo only bowled 3 overs for his 34, and he was replaced immediately as he was licking some runs by Johan James, the spinner. Driven down the leg side. And will they run 2? Yes, 2 already. And it's a good retrieve there by the fielder in the dip. And so India rather managed to score 2 runs from there.
Yeah, it's a nice looking on drive by Adarsh Singh. Looks to be Oliver Whitehead, who's done the fielding for the South African side. If you're just joining us now this morning, India won the toss and they sent the South Africans in to bat. They got off to a flyer, but in the end struggled to 240. And 240 being the score, my co-commentator called up front. And Taklana, I don't know if you're from the future. But what is your prediction here? I'd be inclined to maybe believe what you're saying.
Yeah, thanks, Vian. Adarsh Singh on 38 now and really looking unbothered. And South Africa has not picked up a wicket yet. 57 without loss, 10 overs gone. Kwena Mapaka in his 6th over right now. And it looks like the top quality of Adarsh Singh and India will be able to take this game home.
Mpaka to continue. Nicely played off the back foot. Through the offside by Adarsh Singh. And Taklani has really looked a class act since landing here in South Africa.
Yeah, I tell you what, the guy can bat. That's your typical left-hander shot. Just in front of square for a beautiful boundary. Adarsh Singh continue where he left off against Afghanistan, scoring a 100, a century. Now he's on 42 after 36 deliveries. He has scored 8 beautiful, amazing boundaries. What a player this fella is.
Once again driven to the fielder situated between mid-on and mid-wicket. It's not really a mid-wicket, it's not really mid-on. It's probably more mid-on than mid-wicket at this stage, is where Oliver Whitehead is positioned. And he's been busy so far today.
Yeah, he's been busy indeed, and Singh loved to play on the leg side. But he has been playing all around the wicket, really. But most of his singles have come on the leg side since the beginning of this innings, and he really looks unbothered.
That one is for the photographers there, Takalani. One of those poster boy shots.
Yeah. That's the left-hander. The pose was really good there from Adarsh Singh. Look, very composed young man. I love the sound of the bat. I love the timing. I love his aggressive nature. And he looks like he's one for the future for India.
Just a bit of cloud coming in. As it looks like John James to continue. As we see the clouds coming in from right behind where John James is now. Just the light maybe coming down a bit as well. Getting a bit dark out there. Don't think there is rain forecasted for any time soon. Hopefully the rain can stay away. Takalani?
Yeah, we need to see the full game here today. And interesting to see, Vian, that Johan James is bowling from the southern end in this game against Afghanistan. He was bowling from the so-called commentary end, maybe because of the change of strip, but he was extracting some bounce, and we saw few balls keeping low against Afghanistan.
John James once again coming from a slightly different angle than usual. From very wide into the wicket and off the edge towards the point.
A bit of quicker delivery that time from Johan James coming on to the left-hander. And the left-hander didn't take any run there.
Nicely bowled over the top and Dashing nudging that one into the onside. That brings Harshan Kulkarni back on strike. He hasn't had the most fluent innings so far. He's 17 of 29. Generally a very hard-hitting, fluent batter is Harshan Kulkarni. Bit of work to do for the deep mid-wicket fielder.
I love the composition of this Indian team. Some good all-rounders there. It's always good to have that all-rounder who can open the batting and still give you few overs. Kulkarni is an example of that. It's on 17 now from 29 deliveries.
Lovely drive down the ground again by Dash Singh. And Dash Singh still doesn't have an average in this try series so far. Hasn't been dismissed once.
I love how the Indian batsmen are going about this, Vian. And they are going at a decent rate of 5.4 to the over. Still a lot of cricket to be played. It's not a big score they are chasing. And you spoke about Kulkarni scoring just 18 runs so far from 30 deliveries. But I don't think he should be worried. He's got the man in top form on the other end, Adash Singh, who's on 43 from 40 deliveries. And he's got a healthy strike rate of 107. And India right now 64 without loss after 11.4 overs.
There's a change in the bowling attack. It does look like Kwena Parker is going to have a breather. And it is Mokoena who is into the attack from the so-called commentary box end. Looks like he will come right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Adash Singh. Five overs, 0 for 23 in his previous outing. Kwena still wicketless in this try series so far. He'd love to get it on the board here for his side.
Good delivery first up from Ngobani Mokoena there. Bit of a way swing to the left-hander. Good start from the young man. Like you said, he didn't pick up a wicket against Afghanistan, but he wants to change it here. He's got Adash Singh, the left-hander, in top form, and Kulkarni, we saw him bowling. What an amazing player for India. Can the young man do some damage here?
Yeah, Takalani, you won't see much better than that. A textbook straight drive showing the maker's name. Driven down the ground firmly by Adash Singh.
Yeah, Adash Singh, what a player he is. He's got all the textbook shots, isn't it? We have seen some nice drive, but this one, short of the inning so far from the man, and India 69 without loss.
And he does it again. Adash Singh punches one down the ground. That's 2 in a row. And that also takes Adash Singh to another half century. 52 not out. And I can't imagine I've seen a better half century in my recent time.
Tell you what, I tell you now, Vian, they are watching. And in the next few years, not even in the next few months, yeah, this man is going places, seeing what a player he is for India.
Taklani, touch wood. And Adash Singh's been good, and as we say how good he's been, Mokoena bowls him a beaut. good length, just rising off a length, across the left-hander. And Taklani, from where we're sitting now, I'd be tempted to maybe set a bit straighter field for the left-handed Adash Singh and maybe try and tempt him to play squarer. And maybe that might bring your slip into play.
Yeah, I think Mokoena just needs to stay away from fuller delivery. It's a good drive off a cricket ball. It's Adash at least square of the wicket. South Africa only have one slip fielder. And what they are trying to do now is to stop the leaking of runs from the bowlers. It's a very difficult situation now for David Tigger, the captain of South Africa under-19.
And he does it again. Excellent fielding by the stumps, saving 4 more there for the South African side. And Dash Singh really has looked $1,000,000 since coming out again here today.
Yeah, I love his technique, isn't it? I love how he presents the full face of the blade to any full delivery. And he doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. He just time it and place it in the gap. And we have seen some beautiful boundaries from the young man. Definitely the future of Indian cricket, Vian, is in good hands. This man is a very, very good opening batsman.
Now definitely the Indian batting lineup, one that is very, very strong. And it's going to keep the bowling attacks busy at the Under-19 World Cup, which is scheduled to get underway on the 19th of January. India, of course, in a pool with America. They're going to be situated in Bloemfontein. Very, very batter-friendly conditions down in Bloemfontein, the city of roses. It does look like he's maybe broken a bat. His Arshan Kulkarni is signaling towards the changing room.
India under 1973 for not 13.1 overs. We have seen some carnage from Adash Singh. What a player. I love him already. And he's on 52 from 47 delivery, scoring at a good strike rate of 110. And he has scored 9 beautiful boundaries. As we see there, the wicket keeper, Ntando Zuma, didn't play the first match. South Africa played against Afghanistan. He came into this match replacing Pillay, and we saw Whitehead replacing Riley Norton, the birthday boy. And we might see Luandre Pretorius, the wicket keeper, turning his arm a little bit, but right now is Juan James. He was the lone spinner against Afghanistan, a very good player. Play for the South Africa emerging side as well. A lot of players in this South African under-19 who are part of that South Africa emerging side that won the one-day cup against the Knights. And some young talent has been brought in the South Africa domestic T20 competition, the SA20. Luandre Pretorius will be playing for Pal Royals and Kwena Mapaka. And Kwena Mapaka is not there as a rookie. That's the interesting part. And then you've got Steve Stock, who will be playing for Pretoria Capitals. What a talented South African under-19 side. Very excited about this bunch of players. They've got few matches to play in the warm-up. They will play against Pakistan. They will play against Afghanistan just before the World Cup. And South Africa is the host, the 19th of this month. So much cricket coming in our country. The SA20, the test match beginning tomorrow. India, South Africa, the big one. Second test match. And also the South African under-19, the ICC World Cup rather, being hosted by South Africa.
Yeah, one of the most iconic grounds in the world, Newland Stadium in Cape Town. It's a spectacle to behold as John James continues to Arshan Kulkarni. As we touched on earlier, India, of course, in Bloemfontein in the Under-19 World Cup. They will face up against Ireland, the USA and Bangladesh. Bangladesh, of course, if I'm not mistaken, being ranked first in the world in Under-19 cricket at this stage. They won the previous Under-19 World Cup in South Africa as well. They also won the Asia Cup not too long ago. So definitely a tough pool. USA and Ireland not to be forgotten as well in that pool. Two teams that are definitely on the up or on the rise. But definitely one to look forward to, India versus Bangladesh in that pool.
Yeah, it's going to be the big one in the group stages.
It's a play towards mid-wicket by Arshan Kulkarni. He's now batting at a strike rate of 50. He's the hard-hitting right-hander. Punch down the ground towards long off for a single.
Yeah, it has gone so quiet from South Africa's point of view. We're not hearing a lot from South African players supporting their bowler. The fielders supporting their bowler, the captain. We're not seeing much from South Africa at this stage. And it's kind of an easy ride for the two opening batsmen, for India rather. And when John James is bowling, we're not even seeing a slip fielder as well. So a spot of bother here for David Tigger, the captain. After losing the first match to Afghanistan by 47 runs, they can't afford to lose this match.
Well, as we speak about these South Africans being in a difficult position, we see a change of bowling from the so-called commentary box end. It's Oliver Whitehead in for a spell. He's bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Arshan Kulkarni. Whitehead, another handy all-rounder for the South African side. And a bunch of handy all-rounders coming through the system now for South Africa. Young, promising all-rounders. And Whitehead would dearly like to put down his stamp here as one of the future all-rounders for South Africa. Takalani.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that we have some all-rounders. The man I love so much, Jacques Henry Callis, retired 10 years ago on the 31st of December, rather, 10 years ago. One of the best all-rounders the country has ever produced. And we've got some good up-and-coming all-rounders, like you said. Olive Whitehead coming in for Riley Norton, the other all-rounder. And let's see how we go about his business here.
Falling at the wickets is Oliver Whitehead. And Jacques Callis definitely one of the, if not the greatest player to ever grace the earth. Arguably. But if you look at stats alone, I don't see anyone coming close to or beating Jacques Callis as the best cricketer of all time. He could have played as a batter or a bowler. And luckily for South Africa, he chose to do both. Firmly driven towards mid-off. And it does look like Oliver Whitehead is trying to bowl that wicket-to-wicket line and length that we spoke about earlier today.
Yeah, he's not the quickest bowler. So he has to target the stumps. Look for that LBW or bowled. He can't bowl short on this pitch. We've seen some short balls disappearing here in the bushes around this old Edwardians cricket club. He can't afford to do that. South Africa in a spot of bother here have not picked up a wicket yet. Swing of the bat, but he missed that and it goes straight to the keeper and Tando Zuma. That was Kulkarni. He has struggled a bit. Seeing this ball like a bucket now, like a football, hitting nice shots. But on the other hand, Kulkarni is struggling. 19 from 40 deliveries, but I don't think he should be bothered. The man on the other hand is doing the job for him.
It's beautifully driven down the ground, but some excellent fielding. It does look like Mokoena, who does the fielding at mid-on, saves a 4. And boundary maybe just what Arshan Kulkarni needs at this stage to get his innings underway.
One thing for sure, Vian, what we have seen here is the involvement of the crowd in this game. It's not a big crowd, but tell you what, they are so much involved here. Encourages the bowlers, encouraging the fielders to go down and save some runs. And this is good to see. It's a knowledgeable crowd here at Old Edwardians cricket ground. Knows their cricket very well. And you can hear from the involvement. They're enjoying this youngster here. Yes, Olive Whitehead, the all-rounder.
That's outside the off stump, and a neat first over by Whitehead, only conceding the single run. And that is exactly what the South African side need now. Takalani, I think if they can string together a few quiet overs, it might bring them the opportunity that they need to break through in this innings.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good start from Whitehead, like you said, playing his first match of the series so far. And that's what you need from your fourth change bowler, the all-rounders. Make it difficult. Create some dot balls. Make it difficult for the batsmen. Contain the run rate. Maintain good pressure. And the man has done absolutely that. And then that's what David Tigger, the captain, will be looking for. They have to create something here. It's not happening for them. A run out maybe, a run out opportunity. Create some dot balls. Make Kulkarni and Singh start to think a little bit. Make it difficult for them. And then by that, you will be creating opportunities for wickets. South Africa, 75 for naught. India, rather. Good take there by Ntando Zuma.
It's also Mokoena with a change of ends. He's now bowling from the opposite end to the commentary box. An excellent piece of wicket keeping there by Ntando Zuma. The two wicket keepers now having a bit of a chat behind the stump. Zuma and Pretorius, of course, not with the gloves today. And I do think Takalani, we might see him roll his arm over in the near future.
Yeah, another all-rounder in the side. Not often that you will see a spinner bowling in a competitive match like this. But here is Luandro Pretorius. The man can roll his arm a little bit, bowl a few overs. And that's the option that the captain needs. In a game like this, get him involved, buy a wicket, throw the ball down, maybe get a wicket, get Singh out, get Kulkarni out. See what you can do. Put India under pressure. Create something from nothing, really. This one just driven down the leg side for a quick single.
.78 for no loss after 15.3. 15.2 rather. South Africa would really like a breakthrough here. Worked into the leg side. Nicely fielded by mid-wicket. And it just looked like the South African side, maybe they have just gone a bit quiet here, Takalani.
Yeah, definitely. It's not happening for them. It's not like they've bowled bad, really. We have to give credit to the two opening batsmen. Singh being the aggressor and Kulkarni playing the anchor role in the side. We spoke about this earlier. But we were talking about South Africa, the tradition of opening batters in our country. where you will have somebody like Quinton de Kock being the aggressor and Hashim Amla playing the anchor role. Back then you will have Herschel Gibbs and Graham Smith playing different roles. But here we are, India, this partnership. It's very, very crucial and putting South Africa under the swords at 78 for naught, 15.3 overs.
Adaj Singh once again solid in his defense. As you see the sun come through the clouds once again here in Johannesburg, and good signs for the crowd that has come in, and a lot of people have come in today. Takalani has been a good crowd. Still a few people on the embankment, and they've been treated to some good cricket here today.
Yeah, a lot of people are enjoying cricket, and I love the fact that they are involved in the game. I was doing a walk during my break, and you can hear the fans talking about this match, talking about the players. They know some of the players, yes, some of the fans are families. They understand what's going on very well. They know about the Triangular Series. They know about the World Cup coming. And it's good to see. And I can guarantee you now, there's been a lot of fans that have come through today. We've got a gym around. Some do go to the gym, spend some time there, come back and continue to watch the game. It has all been great here. And South Africa, 240 for 10. They were all out. 46.1 overs. India now 79 without loss. And India need 162 runs to win in 34 overs. That's 204 balls, and they haven't lost a wicket. The run rate, 4.94 to the over, and still a good run rate considering South Africa didn't post a big total. And it's going to be drinks, and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back to Old Edwardians Cricket Ground here in Johannesburg. It's game number 3 of the Triangular Series between South Africa, India and Afghanistan. India have won their first match against Afghanistan, and South Africa lose by 47 runs against the same side. And here we are today. India won the toss, electing to bowl first. South Africa posted 240 all out after 46.1 overs. And right now, second innings of the match, India are 79 without loss after 16 overs. And Kulkarni is on 22 and Singh is on 53.
Now, welcome back to all our viewers, as we are greeted there by one that's spread slightly down leg. And with me in commentary box is Takalani. The Indian batters now 81 for no loss after 16.1 overs. They are in pursuit, of course, of 241. And are seeing already making a brilliant half century, as Oliver Whitehead continues from the so-called commentary box end. And Takalani, you'd have to say definitely India the favourites to win this one.
Yeah, definitely. 16 over gone. No wicket yet for South Africa. And the two opening batsmen look settled. They are not chasing a big score. They can score 4 runs to the over and they will be comfortably home, yeah. As Kulkarni played this one down the leg side for no run, and Martin Kumalo do the fielding there. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be an easy ride, yeah, for India. Kwenama Parker, Martin Kumalo at the top struggled to get a breakthrough. Joan James, the spinner, also struggled. Now Olive Whitehead, the all-rounder, trying to get a wicket. He got bowled very well the previous over. That just went for 1.
That's punched down the ground again. And the Indian batters really have looked the part so far today.
And India need 160 runs from 201 balls at a run rate of 4.9 to the over. It's not a big required run rate to win the match. And with these two batsmen well set now, it's going to take some magic for South Africa to come back in this game.
And Singh runs that one down to third man. Looks like they want to come back for a second, and they do so. The ball a bit hot for the fielder down at third man. And Whitehead definitely not happy with the fielding down there.
Yeah, we spoke about this. It's Kwenama Parker there, down at third man. Slight fumble, and Indian batsman managed to scamper through for another single. The support from the fielders is very important in this match. Good comeback there from Olive Whitehead. We're starting to see the ball keeping low a little bit, yeah, Fian. More especially from Olive Whitehead.
Whitehead's bowled good areas so far. He's been one of the more consistent bowlers for the South African side so far in this innings. Kwenam Parker, of course, bowling a good opening spell. And John James has been decent so far in his spell. But Mokoena and Oliver now, they'd like to string together a few quiet overs and maybe, just maybe, get a breakthrough or two. We have seen throughout the series that it has been difficult to come in and score. So for new batters, one wicket might bring a few. As Mokoena now continues to Kulkarni.
Yeah, and we did see the Indian side losing some wickets in clatters against Afghanistan. So it's not all doom and gloom for South Africa right now. They just have to keep that positive mindset. Try and put some dot balls in, create some pressure with the fielding, and you never know. Get 1 or 2 wickets and you are right back in the game.
Mokoena now to Ash and Kulkarni, and Kulkarni really has struggled to get the ball off the surface so far today. He's now sitting on 23 of 50 deliveries. So he has struggled a bit. It hasn't been the easiest wicket to play fluently or to play your strokes. But most importantly for the Indian side, or from an Indian perspective, is that Arshan Kulkarni is still in the middle and batting along with Dash Singh, who has played brilliantly for the Indian side, as we see another scampered single for the Indian side, and a bit of frustration creeping in now for the South African side.
Yeah, you can hear from their voices, they desperately need a wicket here. And you were talking about Kulkarni, Arshan Kulkarni, the all-rounder, really struggling to time the ball and getting some boundaries here. He's scoring at a strike rate of under 50. And but he's got the man Singh scoring and boundaries easily. And this time around plays on the leg side, and they will just take a single.
Dash Singh has looked good so far today again. As we see Mokoena overstepping the front line, and definitely not what you want in this situation. A free hit to the batting side, and this just might be what Arshan Kulkarni needs to loosen the shackles a bit on his innings and get some momentum going in his and the Indian innings.
Ngobani Mokoena, what have you done here? Giving the opportunity now to Kulkarni. He's been struggling. He has an opportunity to get a big one and break that shackles. He needs to come back strongly. He has gone for 2 runs already in this over.
Good hand speed gets that one over the infield. And good fielding there by Richard Seletswani, and a bit of a wayward throw. But the South African side will be happy that the free hit has only gone for 1 run.
Maybe this is just another evidence that Kulkarni is struggling to time the ball here. The ball is not coming onto his bat nicely. As we see some of the South African change room stuff or backroom stuff.
Dash Singh dancing down the ground, down the wicket rather. And that is something we have seen it quite a few times as well when they played against Afghanistan. As you see the coaching staff of the South African under-19 side, notebooks are out and discussions are being had. And it looks like they are sending out a message. Having a quiet word with Kumalo, who is situated out on the fence. Mokoena taking the pace off the board. Looks like an off-cutter, and brilliant fielding again by Mare. That's fielding in the point region.
Yeah, our co-commentator Werner speaks so highly of Mare's fielding abilities, and he thinks he will be the next Jonty Rhodes of South African cricket. But I think going back to the coaching staff, having a chat with the fielder, I'm not happy with some of the throws back to the keeper from South African fielders. Looks like some dejected throws, some frustration in it. Some are not going straight to the keeper, some wayward throws. And it's not good body language from the South African side.
It's nicely played into the offside. Looks like the Indians are looking for 2, and brilliant fielding out on the fence by Seletswane. And Whitehead's gone for only 5 runs in his 2.1 overs. He's bowled well so far today. He's bowled the right line and length so far on this particular wicket.
Yeah, he's really bowled well. Gone for few runs. First three overs. Again, producing some magic deliveries for his side, but once again they are struggling to really get some wickets, yeah, and wickets should be the order of the day. We saw when South Africa was playing against Afghanistan, they didn't score a big total. Afghanistan 176, but they came in and picked up some crucial wickets at regular intervals, putting South Africa under pressure.
That one ball slightly down leg side and white ball signaled by the umpire. Just as we said, Whitehead has been bowling the right area so far today. He's gotten the ball to move up and down a bit. And it has been difficult to get him away. He's taken the pace off the ball. And Arshan Kulkarni really has struggled in particular. But as we mentioned earlier, from an Indian perspective, he's still out there fighting the battle for his country.
Yeah, I like this guy. I like Oliver Whitehead. Very good bowler indeed. He knows he's not your quickest bowler, but he does what he does well is he's not bowling any width, just wicket to wicket, targeting the stumps, targeting that LBW, looking for that bold, and that's where he's difficult. It's a big lead, generate some bounce from the pitch.
Nicely driven through the offside by Adarsh Singh. Singh now on 59 out of the runner ball. Very much contrasting innings to that of Arshan Kulkarni. And just speaks of the class of Adarsh Singh, who has played a fluent innings here in not the easiest of conditions. And the Indian side now 93 for no loss. That is exactly where the South African side lost their first wicket within the first power play. So the South African side were off to a flyer. In half the overs the Indian side has taken to go to 93. The South African side had 93 after 9 overs. But as we mentioned earlier, they had a mudslide or a wicket collapse and then struggled to 240. The Indians, however, have gone for the opposite approach. They are wicketless as well on 93 at this stage.
Using his feet, driven straight down the ground for 4. A good shot from Arshan Kulkarni to break the shackles there, and he moved to 29 from 56 deliveries.
It's a beautiful shot from Arshan Kulkarni. And that might just be what he needed to get his innings going. He's fought hard for his 29. And he's been a good foil for Adarsh Singh. The two of them almost having a 100 partnership now. And they've made life tough for the South African bowlers.
Yeah, 3 runs away from that 100 partnership from these two. Kulkarni there, using his feet nicely. Oliver Whitehead is not that quick.
McQueen with a sharp bouncer there to Adarsh Singh. Adarsh Singh hasn't really looked to take on the pull shot so far today, or in this series thus far, to be honest. He's looked good on the front foot and through the offside, but short balls at his body he hasn't really looked to take on. He looks like he really knows his game.
Yeah, there is always this history of Asian batsmen coming to South Africa and struggle with some shorter stuff. But we saw against Afghanistan again, Martin Kumalo at the top. He bowled some beautiful short stuff, managed to pick up 2 wickets in the power play, pushing the batsman back.
Driven down the ground by Adarsh Singh. There's a shy at the keeper's end. Arshan Kulkarni on a bit of a stroll, and the direct hit there might have been interesting, Takalani.
Yeah, it would have been interesting, really. Taking it easy there. Kulkani, the right-hander, but it's coming on nicely. 56 from 29 deliveries. Struggled earlier on.
Harshan Kulkarni with a bit of a one-hander there, playing him down the line. As the 100 comes up for the Indian side. 100 for no loss after 19 and a half overs.
Yeah, well played, these two. Adash Singh on 60 from 61 deliveries. He has hit beautiful 9 fours. Ashin Kulkami 30 from 57 deliveries, and he has hit 4 fours.
Once again, Adash Singh showing no interest in the short ball. As Mokoena goes short again, and wide ball signaled by the umpire. Adash Singh really does look like he has sorted out his game, and he hasn't showed a lot of interest in the short ball whatsoever so far today, Takalani.
Yeah, and I just hope South African bowlers has picked that up and try to test him on some shorter stuff.
Singh gets his dancing shoes on and blazes that one over the offside for 4. Adash Singh picking up the length and almost flat platting him over extra cover region for 4. Look at the highlight there. Giving himself a bit of room to hit the ball over the offside. And Adash Singh really seems to be a special talent here at Takalani.
Yeah, what a talent. Watch this space. This young man is a proper player. We've spoken about the shorter stuff in his game. Maybe he's got it, he just doesn't want to expose it right now. Something to keep in his locker. And moving on nicely to 64 now. 2 balls to go in this over, and after that we will have a commentary change. And then I'll be joined by the legend himself, Ken Boland, and Vihan du Plessis will vacate the commentary box.
Mokoena now into Adash Singh. Once again short and underneath it. Slightly high bouncer. The umpire says that is the second allowed bumper for the over. As we also see now a change in the field. Fine leg being brought back into the circle. It's cut away and brilliant fielding done by Devan Mare, who throws the ball in, and that is the end of the 20th over. The score now 105 for no loss, and for the next 10 overs, Takulani and Chua and Ken Boland.
Thank you, Vian. As I welcome the legendary Ken Boland on commentary, and South Africa were all out for 240, and this time around India 105 without loss after 20 overs, still needing 136 runs to win the match from 180 deliveries.
And we just see the some of the SA Under 19 coaching staff just taking a walk around the field. It probably is that time where people have to change position in the change room. People have to do something different. South Africa desperately trying to get a breakthrough here. As at the moment, it's all India under 19, 105 without loss after 20 overs. And we're going to see Jean James return to the attack. He's going to have a change of ends, bowling from the northern side of the field. Ashin Kulkarni on strike. There was a hint of a slip going to be in place, but he's now been moved to a short fine leg. And it's a good start by James.
Yeah, that's the end he was bowling from against Afghanistan when he picked up 1 wicket for 26.
Attempted paddle sweep. Called wide by umpire Rasmus. That's better by James. But what an opening stand this has been between Adash Singh and Ashin Kulkarni. Kulkarni works that nicely through mid-wicket. It will be a single. Kulkarni, who's been bought for the upcoming IPL, bought by the Lucknow Super Giants. Obviously a very handy cricketer. We saw him take the new ball today. We saw him bowl really nicely in the middle overs and towards the death with all his variations, cutters, slower balls. Tall guy, can hit the deck hard. Switching to around the wicket. James to the left-handed Arshdeep, no run. Beaten a little bit in the flight there, Arshdeep. It came off the bat appishly, but well clear of Diwan Murray, who's very sharp in the field. Arshdeep has just been named in the National Academy intake for India, and on the basis of what he's done in this triangular series so far, Takalani, it seems like an obvious call to get him into the National Academy.
Yeah, it is. Played well, and he's really doing well for his side here today. But it's been very difficult for South Africa to get some wickets here. They've tried everything, opening with their strike bowler, Kwenama Parker. You expected him to get some wickets, but he struggled. And Joan James, the spinner, also. We saw Oliver Whitehead, the all-rounder, coming in, trying to create something. But it's been very difficult for South Africa to manufacture some wickets here, and we're going to have a change in bowling. And it's Martin Khumalo, bowled 3 overs for 34 inside the power play.
Hit hard by Kulkarni, but Khumalo gets a hand to it. He's bowling from the same end where he had those struggles up front. He looked a bit as if he was struggling with rhythm. I might have been tempted to bowl him from the other end.
And he was the pick of the bowlers against Afghanistan, bowling from the same end, bowling some variation, some shorter stuff and some nice full deliveries. But today, it's a bit struggling.
Hooked away. He hasn't got all of it, but he's certainly got enough of it to go all the way over the boundary for 6 runs for Ashin Kulkarni.
Yeah, Kulkarni now looks settled. Plays that one very well down the leg side for a maximum. And he's moving on nicely here. We spoke about Khumalo struggling today. Now he's gone for 40 from just 3.2 overs. Really, this is not looking good for South Africa. India, 113 without loss. And Kulkarni, it's on 37 from 62 deliveries.
Again, a bit on the short side from Khumalo. Lucky to get away with it. Brilliant throw by Divan Murray. Hits the stumps, and just to add to the misfortune Martin Khumalo will be feeling today, they'll get a single off the rebound.
Oh, Murray, what a fielder. Managed to hit the stumps there. And this guy is a very good gun fielder for South Africa. But once again, Khumalo struggling here to make any inroads in this Indian side.
Holds that one back a bit. Khumalo driven wide of the wide bin off and now scamper through for a single. Yeah, Devon Marais was named the fielder of the week at the recent Kaya Majola week. So in form in the field. Do you think that's a thing? Can you be in form in the field? Do you ever lose form in the field?
I doubt you ever lose form in the field.
Slip catching maybe.
Yeah, slip catching definitely.
Khumalo maybe just trying to bowl a bit too fast previously. We've seen him cut back the pace a bit on these last two deliveries, and they've been better in terms of line and length. And it's also now the sort of surface we're into the 22nd over where pace off the ball is probably more effective as well.
That's the length he should be bowling. That's the line he should be bowling. Shouldn't try and bowl too quick in this pitch. He needs to stay consistent, and maybe will create opportunities for South Africa. And South Africa now 115 without loss after 22 overs, and India need 126 runs to win the match.
Well, one has to say it would take quite a remarkable collapse from here for India to lose this game. But you never know. We've seen in the South African innings that one wicket can bring a couple, and middle order comes in. Perhaps not that easy to get in on this pitch against the older ball. Sean James is going to continue.
Yeah, even they themselves, India against Afghanistan, they did lose some few wickets and clutters. And that's what David Tigger, the South African captain, will be hoping for. Still continue with Johan James from the commentary end.
Down the wicket comes Adash. Got a bit too close to the ball, but he'll get a single to long off. Yeah, even that Afghanistan win, I mean, India won by 6 wickets with 80 balls to spare. It sounds very convincing, but they were 4 wickets down fairly cheaply, chasing not a massive total, but one that you could get yourself into trouble.
Yeah, they were chasing 199 to win. Afghanistan scored 198 in that match.
Kulkarni, 38 of 65 balls. He's been patient. He hasn't tried to force the issue. Now he goes airborne. It's going to be on the bounce to long off, just a single. He could have got frustrated and could have tried to keep up with his batting partner Adash, but he's been happy to play the second fiddle and has gone, okay, it's your day, Adash. You do the bulk of the scoring and I'll provide the support.
Yeah, we have to applaud the young man from that point of view.
Oh, Adash, it's very smart work by Wiggy Mtanda Zuma. He's got him. South Africa are jubilant. Adash just coming down the wicket a little bit too early to Jean James, who fired it in short and wide. And excellent work by Ntando Zuma, the wicketkeeper from Pietermaritzburg. And the big wicket, South Africa elated. They've got Adash Singh out.
Yeah, and Ntando Zuma there coming into the side, replacing Pile. And he did exceptionally well there to get the danger man out. And South African fielders are ecstatic after getting Adash Singh out for 66 runs from 70 deliveries. And can this wicket now bring more for South Africa? Do we have a game on our hands here? It was looking much easier for India without losing a wicket. 117 for 1 right now. still needing 124 runs to win the match. What can South African bowlers do here right now? David Tigger, the skipper, can he produce something? Can he produce some changes? Can he produce some magic? Bring South Africa back into this game. They dearly need that wicket. And the wicket keeper, wow, what a stamping there to get Singh out.
Yeah, and Thando Zuma, 19-year-old, turned 19 on the 15th of December from St. Charles College, but before that from the Sweet Waters Hub in Pietermaritzburg, and one of the real success stories of development cricket in the KZN inland region, and just showing what a good glove man he is there. So Darsh Singh made 66 off 70 balls with 10 fours. Wonderful innings by him, some really glorious cover drives, and certainly looks a tremendous talent for India. They'll be hoping he doesn't score all his runs before the Under-19 World Cup proper kicks off on January 19th. But he certainly seems to have the measure of local conditions at the moment. So the new man in for India is the wicketkeeper, Araveli Avanish Raya, left-hander. Sean James with a bit more spring in his step now, as he's made the much-needed breakthrough for South Africa. Steve Stolk goes back to long off.
Yeah, Araveli Rao scored 7 runs against Afghanistan. The left-hander, Ken will be looking to do well here in this match.
Flatter there from James again. Marais doing great work in the covers, preventing the single. So a successful over for South Africa. 23 gone, 117 for 1. And India are needing 124 runs in 27 overs. So clearly, Takalani, South Africa need to strike again soon, and they need to strike often.
They have to, looking at that wicket again. Oh, he was caught in 2 minds there, it's Singh. But what a stamping from the young man coming in for Ramshan Pillay.
Yeah, well, I think Sean James saw him coming down the wicket and fired it in shorter and wider, and Dosh tried to recover, tried to change his shot, but it was too late. So, Martin Kamala starts another over with the dot ball.
Yeah, those are the kind of wickets the coaching staff will be very happy about. Something from the training session, really, where you see the batsman coming down, fire it wide, keeper takes it and break the stumps. That's fantastic cricket by South Africa there.
Kulkarni likes to punch off that back foot, but he's finding fielders at the moment, and for quite a lot of his innings. You can see he's a bit frustrated, the head goes back.
And this is where this spell from Khumalo is crucial. They need to frustrate the Kumkani.
Pulled away without too much timing, past the square leg umpire to the sweeper on the boundary, just a single. Yeah, there might have been a temptation for Captain Tiga with the new batsman in to bring back a Kwenama Parker, maybe to bring back one of the bowlers who's maybe higher on confidence today, just to see if they can get another breakthrough.
Yeah, I think he should do that. Bring Kwenama Parker in maybe for just 1 over. Ngobile Mukwena also, Oliver Whitehead. He bowled really well, the all-rounder Oliver Whitehead, bowling wicket to wicket. no width. And that's the only way he can frustrate a batsman like Kulkarni. He's well set, but he keeps getting frustrated. And he has lost his partner Singh, who was making the job much easier for him. And now he has to do something different, try to score runs for his side with the wicket keeper Rao. But South Africa needs to do something here to get a wicket.
Just greeting the new batsman.
Yeah, one of the deliveries we saw against Afghanistan from Martin Kumalo, bowling from that end, shorter stuff. That's how he was able to get some wickets. And keeping the batsman honest there, saying hello, the wicket keeper Rao there. That's what South Africa need to do. Create something. Do something different here.
Fuller nicely driven by Araveli Avanishrayo, but can't beat the field. So Kamala will be happy to string some dots here together to the new man. He's had a tough time of it so far this afternoon, conceding 43 runs as he will now bowl the last delivery of his 5th over.
Yeah, Martin Kumalo was the pick of the bowlers against Afghanistan, and David Tigger need him to replicate that performance. He bowled 8 overs and he picked up 4 wickets.
Again, that spongy bounce from that just back of a length, and you could see Araveli there just slightly mistiming the stroke. It popped up a bit, but no danger. It ends the over, so a good over for Martin Kumalo.
I think this is a pitch where early on, when the ball is still new, it comes onto the bat nicely, but once it gets older, it's very difficult to bat in this pitch. We saw South Africa losing wickets in clutters here. Can South Africa create something? The ball is not coming on nicely. Kulkarni is a bit frustrated, and they've got a new batter in Rao. If they can get one here, maybe that one will bring a few, and South Africa will be back in this game.
Yeah, very important to bowl the right lengths to make use of that at bounce, as this has worked down to long on for the single. India, of course, lost their left-handed opener in Adash Singh, but they've still got that left-right combo, and Araveli Avanishrayo providing that left-handedness.
And that's a good delivery there from Juan James.
Nicely worked through the covers.
Yeah, one thing we haven't seen much from the Indian batsman, Ken, is the rotation of the strike. When Singh was batting, he was hitting boundaries nicely. They didn't bother to take singles and twos here.
That's a very timely foot to the ball by Jean James. Well, long off might have been able to cut it off, but showed good footwork there, Jean James. Yeah, Takalani, it's in these middle overs, the ability to rotate the strike to singles, that is the crucial thing, because it's difficult to use the pace of the ball. That's swatted nicely down the ground by Araveli Avanishrayo, and he'll get a boundary for his troubles to end the over. And it takes India to 125 for 1 at the halfway point of their innings.
Yeah, good shot there by the wicket keeper. We spoke about it in the previous game, coming at 3. He scored just 7 runs when Afghanistan were really bowling well. They've lost their informed batsmen, Singh and Rao, the wicket keeper, will look to do well here. And together with Kulkarni, form some form of partnership going here.
That's sliding down leg, I imagine, from Kamala. Umpire Kieran Claster at the southern end of the ground. The weather's looking a bit better, Takalani. More blue sky. Fewer grey clouds, still a few white ones around.
Yes, the sun coming on nicely as well.
Too short by Kamala, and he's punished. Put away through mid-wicket. One bounce over the boundary for 4 by Kulkarni.
Yeah, that ball just sit up on this pitch, really. It was not one of the quickest delivery that Martin Kumalo can produce. But Kulkarni, oh boy, we talk about his frustration. But there, he takes all the anger in that shot and managed to hit it very well for a beautiful 4.
Yeah, it can be difficult for bowlers. You know, we say we want them to hit the pitch hard, make use of that spongy bounce, but you don't want them to be too short. And that was a pretty wretched swap by Kulkarni and a wide delivery by Kumalo.
Having a chat in our producer on the background, he was confirming that Kulkarni really looks very tired. He wants to go on with this business so quickly. He wants to end this one so quickly. He's on 46 now from 74 deliveries, 4 runs away from his 50.
That's going to be 3 and maybe even 2 runs. It might even go all the way. It has. It's gone all the way to the boundary. Beautifully timed flick off the hip there by Ashin Kulkarni, and that's his half century.
Yeah, well played, Ashin Kulkarni. 50 from 75 deliveries. He managed to hit 5 fours and 1 6, rather 6 fours and 1 6. What a shot to go to his 50. Beating 2 fielders, really. The fine leg, who's very straight, managed to beat him so nicely to produce that 50.
And again, nicely timed out to the deep point. Just a single this time. So 2 well-timed shots from Ashin Kulkarni. He'll be happy about that. And he's been a very fine foil in this innings to Adash Singh, who caught the eye in that opening partnership of 117. But Kulkarni is just keeping his end up here, settling in. The last thing India want is to lose him as well now, shortly after losing Adash Singh.
Yeah, he scored 20 against Afghanistan, like we said earlier. The all-rounder in the side, play for Maharashtra, the T20 side back home.
Just worked into the mid-wicket area for another single. Ends Kamala's over. 135 for 1 after 26 overs. India will be counting this down. They'll be eager to get the runs required down to below 100. Always a bit of a psychological boost. But at the moment, plenty of overs in hand, 9 wickets in hand. No need for them to do anything too anxious or too risky.
South Africa bringing back the speedster, Kwenama Parker, from the commentary box end. He has bowled 6 overs, no wicket for 19 runs. He has bowled well, really, but he's struggling to pick up wickets here.
I thought he bowled really well,
Yeah.
Kwenama Parker. He definitely could have had a couple of wickets.
Yeah, that's true.
On a day when his luck was a bit kinder to him. Bang on target right away again.
Yeah, he was a bit inconsistent against Afghanistan, but he came back strongly in his second spell in that match. He managed to pick up 2 wickets, 2 late wickets really. But today, I agree with you. I don't think South Africa really bowled well. I think they've played some fantastic cricket. We just have to give credit to the batsmanship we saw from Singh and Kulkarni at the top for India.
Beautifully stroked off the back foot, but Murray again so good in the field. Good shot for none for Rayo there. I think it's Mapaka apart. It's probably been a disappointing bowling effort by South Africa, especially up front early on. They gifted far too many boundary balls. Adash Singh was really fed balls to drive through the covers. He didn't have to take any risks. He got away to a quick start. Lovely hands by Araveli Avaneshraya there, steering it, but again can't beat the field.
I like how we get on top of the bounce. Trying to keep the ball down is the wicket keeper. Araveli Rao doesn't try to hit the ball too hard, just guides it, hit it late. And looks like a strong left-hand batsman for India here.
Is that off the hip or is that bat? It made a softish sound, and umpire Erasmus there just pats his hip to indicate it came off the thigh of the batsman.
Good to see the crowd in Ken. Maybe just over 100 of the spectators we've got. And like I was saying with Fian on commentary, I love the involvement of this crowd here in this game. Very knowledgeable crowd indeed.
Yes, they're just gently murmuring. It's a very pleasant sound on a Tuesday afternoon. Edged and just past diving wicketkeeper Zuma. It seemed to die on him a bit. Certainly not a mischance there. He was at full stretch, and I think it was a bit too wide of him, and also just bouncing a little bit short. But Kwena Mapaka almost providing a breakthrough there.
Yeah, creating opportunity. It was a difficult chance indeed for Ntando Zuma there. He's a very good wicket keeper. But that's what we've been talking about. Kwena Mapaka coming back strongly here. Bowled 6.5 overs and just gone for 23. Asking questions to this Indian batsman. He did that early on. You were talking about it. And he continued to bowl well here. But how unlucky he has been throughout the day.
He's gone past the edge a few times there. He found the edge, but it was wide of the keeper. And now he fields very well off his own barrier. Zuma has done superb work behind the stumps to gather that frustrated throw back at the wickets by Kwena Mapaka. No problem with the aggression, but he nearly penalised himself with 4 overthrows there. But excellent work by Ntando Zuma behind the stumps.
Yeah, magnificent cricket from the two young men. That's the end of the over. And Kwena Mapaka there bowled 7 overs for no wicket. And they've scored 23 runs from his bowling. And Kulkarni 51 of 77 deliveries. Araveli Rao 10 from 16, the wicket keeper.
And now we have a surprise bowling change. David Teager, the captain, has brought himself on. There has been a bit of speculation that with Zuma taking over the gloves for this game from Leandro Pretorius, that Pretorius might bowl a bit of off spin. But no, it's going to be David Teager. Captain's prerogative, I guess.
Yeah, I love this. Do something different, Ken. Buy that wicket, Ken. And the skipper bringing himself here from the southern end.
Kulkani just cautiously pushing that one to mid-wicket, no run. Duan Marais seems to field 2 or 3 times an over, so he's well placed in the field and also covers a lot of ground. He'll field again.
It's important that the skipper has players in right position.
Ooh, he's beaten the bat there, Tiga. That one is coming straight on. Kulkani missing the drive outside off stump. Just shows you Takalani, as you were saying, something different, just a change of bowling can sometimes cause a loss of concentration. Kulkani advances and punches that down too long on for a single.
I enjoy watching innovative cricket where the captain will try something different, not going according to the book, changing bowlers according to the book. I love what the skipper is doing here, bringing himself on.
Yeah, one can get carried away with trying too much sometimes, but in this sort of situation where India only need 102 more runs and they've got more than 22 overs in which to score them, South Africa are forced into thinking out the box, and Tiga now comes around the wicket to the left-handed Raya, who takes advantage of the width. Just a single there.
Last ball of the over from the skipper.
And Marais couldn't cut that one off. And neither can the man out on the leg side boundary running around. So a pity, because it was a decent over from David Tiga, but it ends with a boundary for Ashin Kulkani. India now 145 for 1 and required for victory less than 100 runs now.
Yeah, it was a good over, but the last delivery was punished so nicely there, and the ball goes to the boundary, and like you said, India now 145 for 1 after 28 overs. Now they need 96 runs to win from 22 overs, which is 132 deliveries with 9 wickets in hand, and the current run rate right now, it's 5.15. It's an easy one indeed. They've got Kulkani, who's well set, and Kwenama Parker coming from the commentary box end.
Thoughts of a single, but India won't take the risk. No need for risky singles at this stage of the game. John James doing the fielding. Yeah, maybe Takalani Nechiava famously predicted South Africa's total to 100% accuracy in the first innings, 240. But maybe he'll concede that 300 was a par score, judging by what we've seen. I'm still trying to restore my name here, as that's punched out to middle for no run.
I thought we have closed the prediction of that 300 runs.
I'm just saying what South Africa should have got.
Yeah, definitely.
Par score.
Yeah, I thought the start was great, but from what we saw against Afghanistan, it was always in the back of my mind how they managed to lose wickets in clutters.
That'll just be a single to deep square leg. Nicely played hook shot there. Yeah, Takalani has put his hand on that hot plate before of the South African middle order in this tournament so far. It's a no ball by Mapaka, so this is going to be a free hit for Ashin Kulkani. He'll enjoy that. And to be fair, India also have slowed down a bit since the new ball got a little bit older. Not by much, but just a bit.
Yeah, it's not easy to bat in this pitch. They are taking singles now. Kwenama Parker.
Well, he's almost toe-ended that. Kulkarni, he'll be very disappointed with that. Mapaka around the wicket. Just cramping the batsman a bit. He was allowed to change angles because the batsman had changed ends. It was a single off the no ball. Clever by Mapaka. He's going to stay around the wicket. And that's in between mid-wicket and the mid-on. We've seen a very wide mid-on for a lot of the day today, but not on this occasion. He was more conventional and it went flying past his right hand. Not close enough to even be considered for a catch.
Yeah, it didn't time that shot too well. The sound of the bat was not that good, but he managed to find the gap and it goes to the boundary. And Kulkarni is on the charge here.
Yeah, it was a bit off the splice, wasn't it? It was heart and mouth time a bit for Kulkarni. And that's the quicker bouncer from Mapaka. And he's telling Kulkarni, why don't you hook that one?
We need this aggression. That's what we need. That's what South Africa need now. Some sort of aggression from the bowlers. And we saw when Shukla was bowling, with so much aggression in his bowling, asking questions to the batsman. And Kwenama Parker doing exactly that here.
Nicely played by Kulkarni. Zuma scampering across, a valiant effort. But it gets down to third man for the single. And that ends another engrossing over from Kwenama Parker. It's a good contest between him and Arshad Kulkarni at the moment. Kulkarni's gone to 61 now, off 87 deliveries. And Araveli Rao is on 12, not out. India 152 for 2.
That was the end of the 29 over. Last over before we have a commentary change. And Ken Boland will be joined by Vihan du Plessis in commentary for the next 10 overs.
David Teager is giving himself another over. He did beat the bat once in his first over, bowling to Kulkarni. He's got protection in mid-wicket and square leg. It's a good ball though, just pat it back to him. Down the wicket, Kulkarni hit firmly down the ground to long off, just a single. Slip in place now for the left-handed Avanish Rao. Murray's done great work in that area, especially because also this field's a bit of a upside down saucer, if you know what I mean, that it slopes away quite a lot from the square, and Murray's fielding on the edge of that square, and you can get some awkward bounces. That's why down the leg side you can get some awkward bounces as the ball kind of scoots off the square. Swing and a miss. Zuma interested in the stumping, but Raya had never left his crease. Producer Wayne was obviously a pace bowler in his day. He's saying the upside down saucer means you're also always running uphill as a bowler. He was no doubt complaining to his captain at times. That I fancy is going down the leg side. Over the on the back foot, getting himself into some strife there.
Yeah, I mean, what a bowling from David Tigger, asking some questions to the Indian batsman, more especially to Rao, the left-hander. He's been asking few questions in this over.
Bit of bounce there. It's a good length, that, drawing the batsman forward, but dropping it on him, and he couldn't quite get there. End of a very tidy second over by David Tigger. India are 154 for 1 after 30 overs. And welcome back, Vian du Plessis.
Thank you, Ken. Looks like the Indians have a firm grip on this game. Score now 154 for 1. It's definitely good conditions for batting, it seems, when the Indians are batting.
Yeah, it's not a stroke player's paradise, but I also think bowlers perhaps have to work hard to get wickets. So it's not horrible to bat on, but it's a bit of a grind, a bit of hard work, a bit of patience required, which is exactly what Ashin Kulkarni has shown in spades in this innings, as Oliver Whitehead is going to return for another go from the northern end.
Firmly driven towards mid-off. And Kenya, I think maybe the wicket has a bit of a two-pace nature. I think it's not your typical stadium wicket as it is referred to. So I don't think it's the easiest wicket to just come in and drive on the up, for instance. So definitely a bit of patience needed, and this is where you separate the good batters from the great batters, really.
100%, yeah. Club ground here, the Old Eds Club.
Definitely something in it there for the bowlers. But as Ashin Kulkarni has showed today, if you stick around and you capitalize on the loose balls, you're more likely to succeed. I think the South African batters might have played a few too many shots, where they could have been a bit more circumspect at times, and I think that was maybe their downfall at times. That's hit hard out towards the cover point fence. Looks like the left hand of Quinlan Parker throwing the ball back into the keeper.
Yeah, I think shot selection and the timing of, certain risks being taken. We saw batsmen going out straight after hitting a boundary, trying to manufacture shots when there were probably easier, safer options to be taken. Quite a couple of batsmen, hitting bad balls straight to fielders as well, all of which doesn't help.
Definitely, and as you've seen, Ashin Kulkarni, a player who's played a bit above at a 19 level. He's played in senior provincial cricket, and he showed today why. He's played a very mature inning so far, as that goes off the edge down towards third man.
Yeah, South Africa, loaded with young talent, but I do wonder a little bit. A guy like Jean James, batting down at number 8. I mean, he's batted in the top 6 for Western Province in first-class cricket. Shouldn't he be? He's one of the older guys in the team, turned 19 in October. Shouldn't he be providing experience and stability higher up the order. Speaking of James, great work in the field there.
That's a fair point, and probably something that has been disputed between the selectors and the coaching staff. I think between him and Whitehead, I think they're the two older guys in the side, if I'm not mistaken. They both looked calm and composed at the crease for the while they were there. Maybe that is the case why they are batting lower down, for in case there is a collapse in the middle to save at the end. It might be another reason.
Isn't that a bit like setting a field for a bad ball, though, Vian? Yeah, I just think you need to be positive and try and. I mean, quite happy with Pretorius and Stock open the batting, two young guys, but they're doing a great job. And Tiga has looked good, coming in 3. But maybe, you know, Seletwani, talented as he is, maybe just separate him from those younger guys a bit.
That's a beautiful straight drive by Kulkarni. And he's definitely gone into a third gear here for the Indian side. And I'm definitely happy with Stork and Pretorius opening the batting. Both of them have looked good against the new ball. Probably there will be people out there that have a case for one of them to move into the middle order. But I wouldn't change something that's working as well. Tiga's looked good at 3. He hasn't gotten the runs that he might have wanted to. Seletwani loaded with talent. Also haven't nailed it down. Maybe this choice here is just an opportunity for them to get the nerves out, maybe ease into it, and hopefully peak when the World Cup comes.
Yeah, they've still got a couple of matches left, so absolutely, if they're trying things in this triangular series, trying to settle on their best batting order, well, that's exactly what it's here for, this tournament, so that they go into the World Cup with their plans set. I fancy David Tiga will feel that he's been a bit unlucky both his innings in terms of the decisions he's had. He looked a bit astonished on both occasions. He's bowling now again.
I haven't come across a lot of batters in my time that were happy with being given out. Tiga's bowling lovely so far. It's his 3rd over now.
Yeah, I know earlier you wanted Pretorius to come on to bowl, but no sign of him yet.
It's a bit of a misfield there at extra cover. Sees the Indian batters come through for a single. And you have to feel a bit of one-dimensionalness in the spin attack. 3 off-spinners in play today. In the squad, I think they have an option to turn it away, don't they?
Yeah, Sipho Potsane is a left-arm spinner. Beautifully bowled by Tiga. I was just going to say, without trying to diminish the spinners that have been used by South Africa, there's a bit of a part-time feel about them. That both of them are batters first and foremost. You know, especially on this sort of service, maybe a frontline spinner needs to be brought in.
I think they bowl very good off spin, especially at under 19 level. I think James and Tiga, both of them different type of off spin bowlers. Both of them bowl nice off spin. I do just think there might be place in this side for someone that maybe just turns the ball away from the right-hander. I think that's what you're alluding to. If we can have someone that turns the ball away, and we do have Sipho Potsane in the side. I think he had a good Kai Majola week as well recently.
Yeah, made the SS Schools team, which is based solely on form in that week, in that exactly week. So Tiga doesn't get away with it. It was a rank half volley, a rank long hop rather. Jean James couldn't cut it off. He was left with a lot of work to do.
Excellent effort out in the deep by the fielders of South Africa. Almost looks like Whitehead down there.
Yeah, it was, sorry, Oliver Whitehead.
his best to try and reel it in, but could not prevent the boundary. Tiga and Pretorius having a long discussion out in the middle.
Yeah, so I think there are 9 players in South Africa's under-19 World Cup squad who didn't make the SA Schools team. A couple of those obviously too old, out of school, so they weren't in Kaya Majola week. But so it is an interesting dynamic that selection based purely on your performances during that 1 week.
I think Devan Mare was selected as batsman of the tournament, the captain of the eastern side,
and fielder of the tournament as well. And we've certainly seen that in this game. He's a fantastic fielder. As change of bowling, we are going to see Kobani Mokoena coming back into the attack. Change of heads for him, replacing Mapaka at the northern end. Parker needs to keep a few overs in hand should this get a bit closer towards the closing stages.
That's hooked away down to fine leg. 2 bounces and into the fielder. And Ken, stranger enough, Steve Stork, we haven't seen him bowl yet today. Andy Seamer.
They've certainly got lots of bowling options. The balance of the side is interesting because they bat pretty deep and they've got lots of bowling options. Maybe they're a bit shy on specialists. I don't know. Don't know too much about Steve Stork's bowling.
In the past, I have seen Steve Stork perform well with the ball. First time I saw him, he took, I think, 6 for 8 at the North-South last year. And then I thought, geez, this guy's a good bowler. And then I actually just a batter. So definitely a handy cricketer is Steve Stork.
Well, 6 for 8, yeah, would probably win the game. So get him on.
Yeah, he bowls seamers. I think he bowls induckers if I remember correctly. Might be a good option to get him on. It looks like the South Africans might need a wicket or 7 here.
Yeah, I think they've been hurt by Martin Kamalo not having a great day. He bowled really well against Afghanistan with 4 wickets and was obviously a key member of the attack. But things did not go well for him with the new ball today.
And Kulkani wakes the people sitting in their cars up with a huge hit over the commentary box. Looked like an off-pace delivery, an off-cutter by Mokoena and picked up off a length over long on for a huge 6. And Kulkani looks like he's in a hurry to finish this.
Would you rather have your car hit on the bonnet or on the windscreen, Fiad?
That's a difficult one to call. I think if it hits the window decently, it won't break. I think if it hits the bonnet, it's a decent dent. I'm not too sure. I think maybe the bonnet might be cheaper to fix. I don't know.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, there's rather a sizable dent now in the bonnet of the gentleman was in the car when the ball struck it, but a tremendous hit by Oshin Kulkani there.
And a stoppage in play. It looks like the dent repairers are in town and they've brought with them a drink for the players. Me, myself and Ken are going to have a drink ourselves and check out the parking lot, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Old Eds, where Kovani Mokoena will continue battle against Oshin Kulkani, who's just belted him straight down the ground for 6, and now he top edges a hook away for 4.
Ken Oshin Kulkani really has picked up the tempo in this innings. At one stage was batting at a strike rate of less than 50. Now closing in on the runner ball mark. He's now 81 of 100 balls. He's Oshin Kulkani. And he really looks in a hurry to finish this game off now.
Yeah, what I like about his innings is that he's clearly got different gears. He can absorb pressure, give the bowlers their due when they're on top. That's a good bouncer.
That's a better bumper there from Mokoena, keeping the batter honest, and not a lot of batters expect 3 bumpers in a row.
Yeah, not least of all because you're only allowed to bowl 2 above head eye or above head eye. Yeah. So it's a risk bowling a third, but just the right length there from Mokoena to get it up at the head, and it was nice and straight as well. And Captain Tiger is now being called in by the umpires.
What do you think might be the reason for this? Maybe the 3 bumpers?
Perhaps, yeah.
Looks like it's the match referee or the third umpire that's maybe had a word with the umpires.
So,
and it seems to be that the umpire might have had a chat to the skipper of the South African side about the bunch of bumpers that Mokoena has been bowling. Not too sure what David Tiga should have done about it.
he didn't seem to say anything to his bowler, so yeah, like any good captain, he took the flak himself and just got on with it, got on with play. Maybe you'll have a word with Mokoena now at the end of the over. But good to see that aggression, good to see that tenacity from the South Africa bowlers. Things haven't gone their way today. Unless something really special happens, like a 6 for 8 that Vian was talking about. It looks like they're going to lose this game, and it will be back-to-back losses for them in this triangular series.
The Indian side, on the other hand, they do look pretty well set as a chasing side, I think. I think if you give them a total, they'll chase it down more times than they won't. It does look like they prefer to bat second.
Yeah, winning the toss, sending South Africa in.
Half a chance maybe on the bounce.
Shall we call it very good fielding?
Tiga's been good so far today. Slightly overpitched and excellent fielding. Looks like Marais once again with the fielding at extra cover. Deva Marais has had a good day in the field.
Fantastic, yeah, he's been a joy to watch. And also nice to see David Tiga tossing the odd one up there. Was a little overpitched, but giving himself a chance.
Almost wide enough to call a no ball there, Ken.
Yeah, it's umpire Cluster probably can't stretch her arms wide enough to signify how wide that one was.
That looked like one of those that slips out between the thumb and the index finger. As we see a lovely cricket shot by the elegant left-hander from India over the covers, inside out, and all the way for 6.
Beautifully struck by Aravelli Rao there.
Not too much David Seeger could have done about that one. Just a good piece of cricket by Rao, and he follows it up with a single. And all the cricket enthusiasts say good cricket all round.
All the cliche lovers, I guess, yeah. But, yeah, I guess that's kind of what you want off spinner to a left-hander. You want them trying to drive over extra cover. Very well executed there.
Beautifully bowled by Tiga once again. And I do think the left-hand, right-hand combination that the Indian side have got going throughout this innings has been effective. The fielding side needs to change over all the time. It makes them tired. The bowling side can't settle on a line and length, as is evident when Tiga drops it down and it's escorted into the main road for a huge maximum by Arshan Kulkarni. That's his third maximum now of the innings.
Yeah, I think Tiga will take his cap and won't be bowling another over. It was worth a try, something different. But India now 191 for 1, and they only need 50 runs to win. And they've taken it down from 100 to 50 in double quick time.
Yeah, the Indian side now require 50 of 96 balls. It's a single every 2 balls almost. So this game firmly in the grips of the Indian side. And unless something miraculous happens, I can't see South Africa getting over the line here.
Yeah, last roll of the dice to get Kwena Mapaka on at the other end, replacing Tiga. He's looked the one bowler who might be able to take a couple of quick wickets, but Mapaka doesn't have many overs left either, so if he is going to do something, he'll have to do it very quickly. He's already bowled 8 overs, so he's just got 2 left.
Beautiful cover drive by Rao and fielded by Pretorius in the covers. Now, apart from Parker, most of the bowlers have gone for a few runs. John James 7 overs, 1 for 24. He's been good as well. And Oliver Whitehead 4 overs, 0 for 19. So I think between Parker, James and Whitehead, they might be the 3 bowlers to bowl the next couple of overs, unless they have a golden arm in their arsenal.
Mokoena is all fire and brimstone, lots of energy, lots of aggression and passion, but he's not creating too many problems for the Indian batsman, I'm afraid, on this fairly placid surface.
Yeah, the wicket's been that type that it's not as easy to get in, but when you're in, it eases up a bit and scoring becomes a bit more easy. We saw with Arshan Kulkarni especially, he struggled in the beginning, but not struggling anymore as he blazes another one over extra cover. I think 2 bounces and into the spectators.
Yeah, Mokoena struggling now. Overpitched that one, too much width. Bit of a gift for Kulkarni. Very nicely put away though.
Mokoena's very aggressive, and he's been aggressive at the Indian batters. And it looks like he's created a chance. It's up in the air and it's taken in the covers. It looks like Stork who takes the catch for the South African side. And finally a breakthrough. And does this give the South African side a glimmer of hope again?
Well, a short ball finally paying off. Kulkarni trying to forehand smash it again. He's done that a couple of times today, straight down the ground. It just got a little bit big on him. And I think Steve Stolk didn't pick it up initially. Was coming in a bit when he should have been backpedaling, but he kept calm and got under it well. So a bit of a morale boost for South Africa, another wicket. And Kobani Mokoena will certainly be feeling a little bit better about life.
Yeah, that's Arshan Kulkarni departing for a well played 9-1. Really a beautiful, mature innings there from the Indian batter. And again, the next guy coming in, Sachin Das, didn't make a lot of runs against the Afghanistan side. I think he departed for 2, but what I saw from him technically, he looked very, very good.
Well, he's got a good name to be a great batsman. Do you think Oshin Kulkarni is kicking himself that he didn't just knock it around for ones and go to his 100, or is he saying, I just wanted to finish things off as quickly as possible?
I think Kulkarni might have went for the kill. I think he sensed that they had momentum and everything on their side, and maybe played one too many shots in the end. But great innings nonetheless, 91. He scored 4 boundaries and 3 maximums. And one stage he struggled to get going, and near the end he was very, very fluent.
Yeah, he certainly showed why he's highly rated in India. Powerful striker, lovely timer of the ball. And he's going to be playing in the IPL. Well, he's been bought for the IPL by Lucknow Super Giants. So, not an easy gig to get into the IPL. There are a lot of very good players who don't get into that tournament.
Yeah, Kulkarni, a very hard-hitting right-hand batter. I'd love to see him go at the higher level, if he is fortunate enough to get the opportunity in the IPL. It's a bit wide again.
Of course, the fact that he can bowl as well makes him an attractive prospect. Bowled nicely in the middle overs and towards the death today. He's got those cutters and slower ball variations.
I think Oshin Kulkarni might be a good option in the middle overs. He bowls cutters, and it looks like he has his plans all set out and in place. So it does look like he has a good head on his shoulders.
Yeah, and he showed good composure today because, as you mentioned, there were periods where he struggled, where the bowlers were on top, but he didn't give it away. He fought through it, and only with victory in sight did they play perhaps an ill-judged shot.
Yeah, and as we see a change in the bowling attack, it's John James coming back into the attack from the opposite end to the commentary box. And the South Africans might look for him to do some miracles here.
Perhaps Mapaka will replace Mokoena from this end. I just think you never know. Bowl Mapaka out. Give him 2 overs to see if he can perform some sort of miracle. But John James has bowled nicely today as well.
Defended into the offside, and only 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle at this stage. There is a deep square leg in front of square, long off, and a sweeper on the cover point boundary. It's nicely fielded in the cover region. It looks like Murray again had extra cover.
And good to see there was a slip into the left-hander as well. South Africa, if they're going to have any chances at all, and their chances are extremely slim, need to take wickets.
Sachin Das now on strike. Nice and compact in behind the ball is Das.
It's a nice little situation for Sachin Das. Very little pressure. He can have a bit of a net for himself here. Get a little asterisk at the end.
Nicely forward and defended into the offside by Das. Very iconic name and number. Sachin Das, number 10. Big number to fill.
Seemingly not scared to have the weight of expectation on his shoulders then. Named Sachin, and then you grab the number 10 shirt as well.
That's a big and bold move by the youngster. As we see into another over. John James bowling a tidy over. The score then 240 after, that's the South African score. 198 for 2 after 36 overs. And further 43 runs needed for victory now by the Indians.
Mokoena is going to continue, having just got that wicket in the previous over.
Looks like a change of angles for the South African seamer. He's going to come right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Araveli Rao. Rao nicely set on 24. And that is a beautiful cover drive by Rao.
Yeah, he's looked good, but that's just the cherry on top. What a gorgeous stroke through the covers.
To be honest, Ken, if you were having a net and someone was doing throwdowns with you, that's exactly where you'd ask them to throw the ball. And beautifully put away by the left-hander. A short ball and lots of work for the guy at fine leg. He's down and he does well. Gets the ball in as the Indian batters come through for a second. And the previous boundary just brought up the 200 as well for the Indian side.
Yeah, I think you and I agreed that 300 was kind of par total on this pitch, and you would say 14 overs left in innings, 98 away from 300, 8 wickets in hand. It does seem that 300 would have been a proper target.
It's up in the air. It looks like it evades the fielder's square leg, comes around, and they keep it down to 2. A big arm coming in there from Mpaka. Yeah, Ken, I think 300 would have been a very good total. I think even 260 would have been competitive. I think 280 was a very good score as well. I think around 270, 280 might have been par on this ground. If I have to make an estimate, but I do think 300 would have been an excellent score on this ground, and I do think the South African batters will be kicking themselves after the start they had, that they didn't kick on and make a lot more than they did.
And quite a few of them got in, you know, there were lots of 16s, 18s, that sort of thing, but no one going on to really play the dominant innings that was needed to capitalise on that start.
After the start there, I think after 9 overs, there were 93 or 94 for no loss. And early on, when me and myself and Takalani were on the air, I said after 18 point something overs, the Indians were 93 for no loss. After 9 overs, South Africa were 93 for no loss. And if you have a look now, the Indian side is 206 for 2, and South Africa were 240 all out.
Tortoise in the hair, a bit like that.
It's nudged into the leg side by Rao.
Yeah, and even after the loss of those 2 wickets to Shukla, you know, Luanda Pretorius and Richard Seletwane got a bit of a partnership going. They added 40 for the 3rd wicket. And that wicket of Pretorius, really a crucial one in the 23rd over, out for 67 or 61 balls. He just hit a boundary and, you know, then tried a preconceived reverse sweep.
Definitely something on it. I think the 2 umpires are going to converge and have a talk whether the ball carried cleanly to the keeper or not.
Yeah, it definitely hit the toe end of the bat the way the ball dipped on wicketkeeper Zuma. Another very good catch by Zuma, and he has been given out. The umpire's just conferring to make sure it carried.
And looked like Sachin Das was through the shot earlier than he anticipated the ball to come through. And once again, Das has to depart. He looked good for his 1 or 2 runs that he got. Just not getting going is Sachin Das so far in this series. Just like to remind you that this is all part of the triangular series, but in the bigger picture of things, it's preparation for the Under-19 World Cup, which is scheduled to start on the 19th of January, and promises to be very entertaining competition. Is the Under-19 World Cup. India, of course, in the same pool as the previous winners of the South African World Cup, Bangladesh, and the #1 rated Under-19 side in the world.
Amazing to think, and obviously a lot of talent at grassroots level in Bangladesh and coming through, which is great for the global game, great for the sport as a whole, but also just shows that under 19 level you really can't underestimate anyone. I can remember South Africa losing to Nepal in a under 19 World Cup.
Mokoena in once again, left alone outside the old off stump by Uday Saran, the Indian skipper, who's made his way out to the middle. And that brings an end to the 37th over. The score now 207 for 3, and the Indian side require a further 34 runs for victory, and they have 78 balls to do so.
So the next game in this triangular series at the old Edwardians club is on Thursday, when India and Afghanistan meet. 3 wins in a row will no doubt put India in the final.
I do think India is sitting pretty at the top of this log now. 2 very comprehensive victories if they do manage to get over the line here.
And of course, if Afghanistan manage to beat India, that makes South Africa's job a lot harder to make that final. That'll give Afghanistan 2 wins as well.
Our triangular series always interesting. It's nicely bowled again, cut. Play and a miss outside the off stump. The batter might feel that he missed out there.
Yeah, he did seem quite upset.
Driven into the offside by Araveli Rao. Powerfully struck down the ground. The fielders can only watch as it sails into the side screen. And a beautiful shot once again by Araveli Rao.
Yeah, he's come in and played very nicely. Never that easy, having to come in after a big partnership. But he's got himself in nicely and is beginning to bat more and more fluently now.
And down the ground for a single as the field changes over once again as the right-hander comes on strike now.
Yeah, you mentioned that a little while ago, Vian, about how difficult it is for the fielding side when they have to continually change left hand, right hand. Especially difficult for the bowlers to settle on a line and length.
The left-handed Araveli Rao really keeping the strike. At the end of the over, taking a single to keep the strike all to himself. Man, of course, sitting on 38, not out. With a further 29 runs needed. He'd really like to get that milestone.
Yeah, I think you'll fancy a little unbeaten half century here. As Kobani Mokoena is continuing around the wicket to the left-hander.
To work down towards fine leg. Only a single. This brings the Indian skipper Uday Sauran back on strike. A very quiet atmosphere here at Old Edwardians. Not a lot of chirp going around. That's sharp from Mokoena.
Yeah, everyone else seems to have resigned themselves to the inevitable. Not Mokoena so much. He's still roaring in, digging the ball in, bowling short. Just lacking a bit of consistency, one feels, though. Unable to really create pressure on the batsman.
Mokoena in once more. Full and straight and driven towards Tiga, who's situated again at that position between mid-on and mid-wicket that we've spoken about early on. Mokoena, of course, already has 2 wickets to his name, 2 of the 3 wickets that have fallen.
It has, however, come at the cost of 51 runs, and he's midway through his 8th over. Not too bad, I guess.
Steer down towards third man. Mokoena really the hit the deck type of bowler. He's bowling it shorter rather than fuller most of the times.
Yeah, and let's not forget that he also did a good job with the bat, coming in the lower order. Made 28 not out of 36 balls. Hit a couple of big sixes at the death. Tried his best to get South Africa to a competitive score.
Mokoena in again to Rao. Short and down the leg side, and another wide signaled by the umpire. This is now Mokoena's 7th wide of his bowling spell.
Well, that's the lack of consistency I was talking about. That, you know, he's bowled some great deliveries, he's bowled some nice aggressive stuff, short pitch bowling, but he's also bowled down leg. He's also bowled too full at times. It's just so difficult to build any pressure on a batsman when you're bowling like that.
It's punched over the vacant mid-on region and races away to the fence for 4.
So just 22 more runs required now for victory for India. 219 for 3.
Pulled firmly towards deep square leg. Looks like Mpaka that's situated down there on the fence.
Yeah, grazing in the outfield. Perhaps he's not going to bowl his 10 overs today. Save him for more important stuff coming up.
Yeah, in the bigger picture, the bigger scheme of things, there's only preparation for the Under-19 World Cup. So important to keep all your players fresh. Give everyone an equal opportunity. Rotate your players. And make sure you're ready for the big show.
Yeah, and there will be an element of Coach Malabongwe Maketa trying to figure out what his best attack is. How do they all fit in? Where are they best suited to bowl?
It's James to continue. This is his last over of the day. He has 9 overs, 1 for 30 before this over.
The Under-19 World Cup being played a mixture of high-felt venues and on the coast a bit, which brings different conditions into play. There'll definitely be some adaptation needed.
Now the Indian side, of course, based in Bloemfontein. The other venues being used, Potchefstroom, Kimberley and East London. And the playoffs to be played in Benoni, if I'm not mistaken.
And South Africa won't be moving around too much. Benefits of home ground advantage.
James now halfway through his final over. It's cut away towards the deep cover point region. Some good fielding down out on the fence by Oliver Whitehead. He's had a decent showing today. Looked good with the bat, looked good with the ball. He's been decent in the field.
Yeah, he looks handy. He does indeed. Cape Town lad.
Beautifully played down towards the third man region, and a lot of work to be done by Tiga. And he does well.
Setting the example in the field there, Captain Tiga. He went herring off after that at full pace.
Played into the leg side. Wisely sent back by the non-striker, and that brings an end to the 40th over. The score now 225 for 3 after 40. And with the final power play and the final 10 overs of this match, once again joined in the commentary box by Takalani. Takalani, welcome back.
Thank you, Vian. As we say bye-bye to Ken Boland. And India now just needs 16 runs to win the match with 60 balls to go. And still having 7 wickets in hand. What a fantastic job by the Indian bowlers early on, and the batsmen following the same vein that the bowlers did early on. Fantastic all-round performance by the Indian side, yeah.
Yeah, and Kwenan Parker back into the attack now. He's coming left arm over the wicket to Rao. That's quick and in at the thighs. Parker has really looked a different breed altogether here today.
Yeah, he has bowled well, and he's been very unlucky. Should have gotten a few, but so is the nature of the game. Very brutal sometimes. Bowl well, don't get a wicket. Bowl a bad delivery, get a wicket. And India now 225 for 3 after electing to bowl first and bowl South Africa out for 240.
It's punched down the ground by Rao. Looks like Pretorius coming around from mid-off to do the fielding. Once again into the vacant mid-on region.
And you can hear nothing much really from the South African fielders. What a performance by Singh and Kulkarni today with the bat.
Araveli Rao blazes that one through the cover region for 4, and that takes him to a well-played half-century. The left-handed wicketkeeper batter of the Indian side
Yeah, what a shot there by Araveli Rao, just in front of square for a beautiful 4 indeed. And he moved to 50. What a performance. 50 from 54 deliveries. What a performance. And India now 227 for 3.
Now the Indian side now require not a lot of runs for victory, and they look in a hurry to finish this game off. As Rao hits another one bounce and into the spectators. Araveli Rao with the dancing shoes on, inside out, over the cover region and into the fence.
Yeah, another shot of his. Moving on nicely to 56. Wants to finish this one so quickly here. Putting Kwenama Parker under the sword, who hasn't picked up a wicket and is gone for 40 runs today. How unlucky the young man.
It's pulled away well in front of square, and this probably will go away to the fence. Nicely fielded by the spectator there on the opposite side of the field. And Araveli Rao really looking to finish it off now, Nari. The Indian side now require only 2 runs for victory.
Yeah, it's how we find the gap there. Beat the 2 fielders in the deep, really. And it was kind of a short-arm jab on the leg side. Beautiful shot from the man in form, Araveli Rao. They didn't score a lot of runs against Afghanistan in their first match. But here again today, 3rd match of the Tri-Series, coming back strongly. Him and Singh, him and Kulkarni, putting South African bowlers under the sword here today. What a fantastic performance by the Indian batsman.
Yeah, Takalani, you'd love to see him finish with a big one, yeah? Only 2 runs needed of, looks like 56 balls. So he can take his time if needed, but I do think he might look to do it in 1.
Yeah, the man is in a hurry.
Not the ideal way to finish this game at all. Huge wide down the leg side, goes away for 5. And that is that from the Old Edwardians Sports Club. The Indian side clinched their victory by 7 wickets over the home side.
Yeah, fantastic performance by the Indian side. After winning the toss and electing to bowl first, bowl out South Africa in the 46.1 over for 240. South Africa has a magnificent start. Pretorius, the left-hand opening batsman, and Steve Stock hitting the ball all over the park here at the Old Edwardians cricket ground. They end up posting 240 runs for 10. India coming back strongly and winning this match by 7 wickets. As you say, Vihan, fantastic performance by their batsmen, fantastic performance by their fielders, fantastic performance by the bowlers, and they win the 2nd match now after beating Bangladesh by 6 wickets in Afghanistan, by 6 wickets in the 1st match of this series, and now they win by 7 wickets after posting 244 for 3. Maybe just going through some betting card and some bowling card, starting with South Africa. The pick of the batters was Pretorius. He scored 67, and Steve Stock managed to score 46. And then South Africa, like we said, posted 240 for 10. The pick of the bowlers for India, it was Shukla, the fast bowler, picking up 4 wickets, and Pandey, the left-arm spinner, picking up 3 wickets. Kumkani, the all-rounder, picking up 2 wickets as well. And then India, when they were betting, it was easy going for Singh, who was betting nicely here today. And then also his opening partner, Kumkani. Singh scored 66, Kulkarni scored 91, and then the all-rounder, Araveli Rao, scored 60 runs. The bowlers for South Africa, Kwenama Parker, bowled well, but he never picked up a wicket. Bowled 8.5 overs, for 49 runs. Pick of the bowlers was Ngowani Mukwena, who picked up 2 wickets, and India win the third match of the series by 7 wickets. And for the fixtures, on the 4th of January, which is Thursday, South Africa will be playing against India will be playing against Afghanistan. And then on Saturday is the big one once again, South Africa against India. Then on the 8th of January, it's Afghanistan against South Africa, and the final on the 10th of January this month. And that's it from us here. As we say, thank you to the production team, thank you to Pitch Vision, and thank you to the co-commentators, Vian Duplessis and Ken Boland. Thank you very much for watching. We appreciate it, and it's bye-bye here from Old Edwardians Cricket Ground. Thank you very much.